Chen Chen smiled. It's okay. The car is just for transportation, as long as it can be driven. Su Yuan, helpless, handed the car keys to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took the car keys, opened the door, and got in. Mr. Chen, drive safely. Su Yuan put her hands in front of her and watched Chen Chen leave. Chen Chen drove out of the estate. Not far behind the Wuling Xinche Mini was a Maybach GLS. This time, he only brought 4 bodyguards. But it was enough. Since taking the blue pill, Chen Chen's physique has also improved. It can be said that those bodyguards may not even be his opponents. Bringing bodyguards is also a precaution. After more than half an hour, Chen Chen arrived at a late-night snack shop. Lin Yao was already waiting. What surprised Chen Chen was that Yao Qianxue was also there. Mr. Chen. Seeing Chen Chen arrive, Lin Yao and Yao Qianxue both smiled and greeted Chen Chen. Both of them were rare beauties. This smile made all the men at nearby tables look over, stunned and fascinated. Dopamine was being released like crazy. Chen Chen nodded and sat down in front of the two. Sorry for being a bit late. Yao Qianxue smiled. Not late. We just arrived not long ago. Lin Yao had already ordered a lot of food. But tonight, there were only the 3 of them, so they couldn't eat much. Mr. Chen, Yer and I work in your company. Please take care of us in the future. Yao Qianxue smiled and said to Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled. You are a big star and a famous anchor, you don't need me to take care of you. Lin Yao said, Mr. Chen is joking, I am not a big star. Yao Qianxue added, compared to Mr. Chen's status, we are just on the sidelines. The 3 chatted while eating. By the way, Mr. Chen, where are you from? Yao Qianxue asked. Jiangzhou. Yao Qianxue looked puzzled. Jiangzhou? Yao Qianxue remembered that Jiangzhou seemed to be a third-tier small city. It seemed like there were no big tycoons there. Mr. Chen, would you like to have a drink? No, thank you. Chen Chen shook his head. He didn't mind, but Lin Yao and Yao Qianxue were girls. It wouldn't be good if they got drunk so late. Until they finished their late-night snack, the 3 of them left the shop. Did you drive here? Chen Chen asked casually. If they had taken a taxi, Chen Chen could have the bodyguards give them a ride. Lin Yao nodded lightly and pointed to a red sedan on the side of the road. My car is over there. Chen Chen said, okay, then I'll head back first. Drive safely. Goodbye, Mr. Chen. Chen Chen got into the white Wuling Xinche Mini and left. Wow, Mr. Chen is so down-to-earth. He's driving such a low-key car. Yao Qianxue watched Chen Chen leave, admiringly. Look at you, so infatuated. It's late, we should go back too. Lin Yao glanced at Yao Qianxue and said nothing more. The 2 got into the car and left. The beautiful nightlife had just begun, with people coming and going on the streets, making it very lively. As Chen Chen returned to the estate and passed by a secluded road, something unexpected happened. A dark figure suddenly rushed out. Oh my God! Chen Chen reacted promptly and made an emergency brake. Although the car stopped, he still collided with someone. It was the other party who intentionally bumped into him. Judging by the person's skilled movements, it was clearly a professional scam. As the person fell in front of the car, 2 more people emerged from the dim roadside. The 2 rushed forward to check the injuries of the person lying on the ground. I can't believe I encountered a scammer. Chen Chen furrowed his brow. He had often seen cases of scams online before, but he never expected it to happen to him today. Interesting. Generally, the best way to deal with such situations is to stay in the car and call the police. However, Chen Chen had other plans. He wanted to confront these scammers. He opened the car door and got out. At this moment, the Maybach GLS behind him also stopped. The 4 bodyguards in the car realized something was wrong and wanted to come protect Chen Chen. However, Chen Chen just waved his hand, signaling them not to come over. The bodyguards understood and sat back in the car,
but they kept a close eye on Chen Shen's direction in case he was in danger.
Kid, can you drive? Now that my dad is injured because of you, how do you plan to resolve this?
A young man in a vest glared coldly at Chen Shen. On the ground, a middle-aged man was groaning in pain, holding his foot, looking like he had been hit by a car. Another young man angrily said, "Kid, if you don't compensate us with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands today, you won't be able to leave." Chen Shen remained calm and glanced at the three of them.
You guys have some nerve. Daring to scam here. The two men's expressions turned cold as they approached Chen Shen. Kid, you injured someone and now you want to slander us? You better compensate us immediately.
Their tone carried a hint of threat. They also noticed that there was no dashcam in Chen Shen's car, so they became even more audacious.
What if I don't compensate? Chen Shen sneered. Kid, don't think about stalling. Even if you call the police, it won't help without a dashcam. If you're smart, just pay up obediently. If you anger us, believe us, we'll beat you up.
The two men frowned as Chen Shen showed no fear.
Most people would choose to pay up in such situations.
Even if it's not tens or hundreds of thousands, at least offer some compensation.
Beat me up? You can try. Chen Shen remained calm. Kid, you're asking for it. The two men were provoked by Chen Shen.
They raised their fists and aimed for Chen Shen's chest.
Chen Shen didn't dodge but chose to fight back.
His movements were faster.
Bang! Bang! Chen Shen kicked the two men in the abdomen, causing them to kneel on the ground immediately.
The intense pain made their faces turn pale.
It hurts. Damn, he's trained. The two men held their stomachs and retreated while kneeling. Kid, don't think you're tough just because you can fight. We won't let you off easily. It's not just about paying up now. Wait for me, I'll call someone.
One of the young men took out his phone. Since they couldn't win in a fight, they had to resort to calling for backup. After suffering such a loss, they were determined to make Chen Shen regret it.
Calling for backup? Sure, I'll wait. Chen Shen wasn't worried at all.
These people were quite interesting, resorting to physical violence when their scam failed. But Chen Shen wasn't someone to be trifled with either. After taking the blue pill, his body was far from ordinary. Besides, he had 4 professional bodyguards behind him.
Kid, don't be too arrogant. My cousin will be here soon, and you'll regret it.
The angry young man who made the call pointed at Chen Shen.
Chen Shen just leaned against the car and didn't say anything.
He wasn't in a hurry to leave, so he decided to play along with these people. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves.
He doesn't seem to be afraid of us.
The other young man muttered quietly. Chen Shen was too ruthless, the pain in his stomach made their faces pale.
Let him be arrogant for a while. Wait for Brother Lei to arrive, then his good days will be over.
The young man snorted coldly.
Kid, do you know who my cousin is?
I'll scare you if I tell you.
He is the famous Fan Lei on Jinning Street, also known as Brother Lei. You better not regret it later. Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. Brother Lei? This name sounds familiar.
Kid, are you scared?
Come over now, give us a beating,
and pay tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, and this matter will be settled. The young man crossed his arms, looking arrogant. Seeing that Chen Shen was driving a Wuling van, he didn't seem like a wealthy person. So they were not afraid to offend him. In fact, setting up a scam is also a skill. The most important thing is not to target luxury cars.
Another important factor is the location of the scam. Chen Shen ignored the two young men and took out his phone to play with.
And so, 4 or 5 minutes passed.
3 somewhat old black cars rushed to the scene.
8 tall men got out of the cars and walked over aggressively. Leading the way was a bald man with a fierce look on his face. But the most eye-catching thing was his forehead, which was currently covered with a piece of white gauze.
Obviously, he was injured there and it hadn't healed yet. Cousin, you finally came.
Seeing reinforcements arriving, the young man ran excitedly to the bald man.
Who hit you?
The bald man asked coldly.
It's that guy.
The young man pointed at Chen Chen, gritting his teeth. The streetlights on this road were dim, and the bald man couldn't see Chen Chen's face clearly.
Wait, cousin will avenge you right away.
The bald man immediately led the group over.
A group of menacing people. Kid, you're done for this time. You think you're tough, right? Let's see if you can win against us this time.
The young man felt triumphant. The group approached Chen Chen step by step. However, when the bald man saw the young man's face under the streetlight, his legs immediately froze.
Stop, stop.
The bald man's voice also started to tremble, his face looking very unpleasant. He never expected that the person who had beaten his cousin was Chen Chen.
Although the bald man didn't know Chen Chen's identity, he could still guess that Chen Chen had a significant background.
He was not someone they could afford to offend. Hearing the bald man's words, everyone stopped and looked at him in confusion.
Cousin, what's wrong?
The young man was also puzzled. The bald man's expression kept changing, he gritted his teeth and turned around. He gave the young man a hard slap in the face. Not satisfied, he kicked the young man's stomach with all his might. Useless, you're going to get yourself killed this time. The bald man remembered the fear of being dominated by Chen Chen at the seafood porridge restaurant that night. He was sweating all over.
Cousin, why are you hitting me?
The young man was stunned, holding his red face.
The bald man was trembling with anger, shouting loudly, Do you know who this gentleman is? There was endless fury in his tone. I don't know.
The young man was even more confused.
With a sudden realization, he wondered if he had offended some big shot. Cousin, who is he?
The young man asked cautiously. The bald man slapped him again. Because he didn't know Chen Chen's exact identity, but he was sure that they couldn't afford to provoke Chen Chen.
Damn it!
You're going to get yourself killed this time. The bald man started to beat the young man wildly. The others watched in bewilderment, all at a loss.
What's going on? Wasn't Brother Lei supposed to bring them here for a fight? How come he started by beating his own people?
Seeing the bald man's anger, they looked at each other, too scared to speak or ask questions.
Cousin, please stop.
The young man was rolling on the ground, begging for mercy.
But the bald man showed no intention of stopping. Do you know who hit me on the forehead? It's this gentleman.
The bald man roared angrily, looking at Chen Chen. The worrying thing he feared had happened, as Chen Chen was approaching him at that moment. The bald man's body trembled even more violently, and he could only bend over to face Chen Chen.
He knew that he couldn't escape this disaster today no matter what. We meet again.
Chen Chen looked expressionless at the bald man. This guy had been beaten up by him last time for harassing Qin Mingjie. Unexpectedly, he was causing trouble again tonight.
And obviously, these people were all in cahoots.
They probably often engaged in fraudulent activities and were habitual offenders. Seeing that there were quite a few people on the other side, the 4 bodyguards sitting in the car ran over.
They stood gallantly behind Chen Chen.
The bald man lowered his head and dared not look at Chen Chen at all.
This gentleman.
It's all my cousin's fault, it has nothing to do with me. The bald man quickly tried to
shift the blame. Chen Chen looked meaningfully at the bald man and asked, You have nothing to do with your cousin's fraudulent activities? The bald man shook his head repeatedly, No, absolutely not.
He couldn't understand why his cousin was so short-sighted, to actually target such a big shot.
Wasn't that seeking death?
Of course, Chen Chen naturally didn't believe the bald man's words. The young man had only made a short phone call, and the bald man and his group had arrived.
Obviously, these people had planned it in advance.
First, the young man would commit fraud.
If that failed, they would call others to threaten and intimidate.
Most people would just consider themselves unlucky in such a situation.
Unfortunately, this time they had targeted Chen Chen. Sir, give us a chance. We'll leave right away.
The bald man said with a pained expression, trying to negotiate.
Although they usually acted arrogantly, they knew their limits. When facing big shots like Chen Shen, who went out with a dozen bodyguards, they couldn't act arrogantly at all. Of course, this time Chen Shen was a bit low-key, only bringing 4 bodyguards. A chance? I already gave you a chance last time. Chen Shen remained expressionless. The bald man felt extremely anxious. Sir, what do you want in order to let us go? Set a condition. Chen Shen said coldly, I'll give you 2 choices. The first one, turn yourselves in. These people were habitual offenders, and they needed to face the necessary punishment. I choose the second one. The bald man was sweating profusely. Turning themselves in was impossible. Even if Chen Shen asked for compensation or another beating, he would accept it. Chen Shen smiled and said, all right. The second choice is, let my men beat you up, then take you to the police station. The bald man's face turned pale. In the end, Chen Shen had no intention of letting him off. It was over. This time it was really over. Although he had some skills, in front of big shots like Chen Shen, he was like an ant. If Chen Shen wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't even have the strength to resist. Please, give us a chance. I'll leave Shanghai and never do this kind of thing again. Lacking. He almost caused an accident. Follow me. Li Kai's looked at Chen Shen coldly and emotionlessly. He intended to show his authority. He still held a grudge against Chen Shen for the incident before. He wanted revenge no matter what. In the past, Li Kai's would not dare to trouble Chen Shen. But the situation was different now, he had a powerful backer. Walking up to Chen Shen's car, Li Kai's arrogantly knocked on the car door. Chen Shen, get out of the car. After some thought, Chen Shen opened the car door and got out. He wanted to see what Li Kai's was up to. Chen Shen, you hit me that day. You also got my mom into trouble, I need to settle this score with you. Li Kai's face darkened. His terrifying gaze seemed to want to devour Chen Shen. How do you want to settle it? Chen Shen's mouth curved into a smile, suddenly interested. Did Li Kai's think he could compete with him based on this? Was he not satisfied with the beating he received last time? Li, who is this guy? He's driving a Wuling minivan. Li, should I beat him up? The other 3 stepped forward, wanting to attack Chen Shen. They knew that Li Kai's biological father was a big shot, so they wanted to please him. The young man in front of them seemed to have no background. So they didn't mind taking action. Not for now. Li Kai's raised his hand, signaling them not to act rashly. Although Li Kai's also wanted to beat Chen Shen, it was obvious that it was not the right time yet. After all, Chen Shen was the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate. So they needed to plan carefully. However, Li Kai's could wait. Chen Shen, don't be too arrogant. You will regret it. Just wait and see. Li Kai smirked and got into the car with the other 3. Then they disappeared. What's wrong with him? Chen Shen also got into the car and left. If Li Kai had dared to make a move just now, he wouldn't mind fighting back. But what puzzled Chen Shen was that Li Kai seemed very confident. Did something happen to his family that affected his mind? But it didn't seem like it. With doubts, Chen Shen returned to the mansion. He called the head of the bodyguard over. Mr. Chen, what are your orders? Help me investigate something. Chen Shen felt that Li Kai's might have some backing. So it was necessary to investigate. Knowing oneself and the enemy, one can be prepared for any situation. Next, he gave some instructions to the head of the bodyguards. Mr. Chen, I will investigate right away. Chen Shen returned to the master bedroom, took a hot bath, and then went to bed to rest. As usual, the next day, Chen Shen got up, had breakfast, and then quietly waited for the opportunity to strike. Finally, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Today's flash sale, 60% of West Pasture Group's shares. The flash sale is valid for 3 minutes, please participate as soon as possible, host. It will expire if not used.
Chen Chen felt that the system's voice was the most pleasant sound in the world and said, "System, flash. Flash sale successful. Tomorrow's flash sale preview, 75% of Baya International shares." With West Pasture Group in hand, Chen Chen was a bit excited. Although it was a company mainly focused on pig farming, it was still good. After all, its market value was over $1 trillion. The product to be flash sold tomorrow had a lower market value. Baya International was a clothing manufacturing company. Also a listed company, with a market value of over 50 billion. Wow! I seem to be not far from becoming the richest man in China. Chen Chen calculated seriously and couldn't help but feel excited. At this rate, becoming the world's richest man was just a matter of time. It felt like a dream. "Mr. Chen, two people have arrived outside. One of them claims to be the president of the Jinming Business Association and wants to see you." The bodyguard respectfully approached Chen Chen and said, "Jinming Business Association? President?" It sounded prestigious. Although Chen Chen didn't pay much attention to business matters and had never heard of the Jinming Business Association. "Let them in." After hesitating for a moment, Chen Chen decided to meet them. Although he didn't know what they wanted. Now Chen Chen was considered a tycoon, so it wouldn't hurt to make some new acquaintances. "Yes, Mr. Chen." The bodyguard left the hall, took out a walkie-talkie, and informed the gate to let them in. Soon, a black Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the main villa, and two people got out. One was a middle-aged man in a black suit, and the other was a young man with a middle parting. They were father and son. "Wow! Is this the mansion worth over 3 billion? Dad, when can we buy one too?" The young man looked around with envy. The middle-aged man glared at his son and reminded him, "Remember to be polite when you meet Mr. Chen." This mansion was the largest in the entire city. Living here meant status. Although they were wealthy, they didn't even have the qualifications to compete. Several tycoons in the city had tried to buy this mansion, but all failed. It could be imagined how powerful the people living here were. "Dad, I understand." Pan Changming adjusted his collar and said to his son Pan Wenjie, "I found out that Mr. Chen is a young man after all. You young people should have topics to talk about, remember to be quick-witted. Follow me in. Oh, bring those 2 bottles of red wine." With a reminder, Pan Changming led his son into the hall. Inside, it was like a palace. Very big. Very luxurious. "We want to see Mr. Chen," Pan Changming said to the maid inside. "Mr. Chen is over there, please follow me." The maid led Pan Changming and his son forward. Pan Changming could see Chun Chun from a distance, feeling somewhat excited inside. However, when Pan Wenjie saw Chen Chen, his expression immediately changed. How can it be him? Pan Wenjie suddenly felt his legs not obeying him. "Mr. Chen, hello." Pan Changming walked up to Chen Chen, bowed and greeted. "I am the president of the Jinning Chamber of Commerce, Pan Changming. Bringing a small gift, as a token of respect." Pan Changming looked at his son, indicating to place the 2 bottles of red wine on the table. The 2 bottles of red wine were not cheap, costing tens of thousands per bottle. However, Pan Changming noticed that Pan Wenjie's expression was not right. "What are you standing there for?" Pan Changming frowned, reminding him again. Pan Wenjie nervously placed the 2 bottles of red wine on the table and quickly retreated behind Pan Changming. At this moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was extremely nervous. Chen Chen stood up, glanced at Pan Changming, and quickly focused on Pan Wenjie. Although Pan Wenjie kept his head down, Chen Chen still recognized him. This guy, wasn't he the young man who followed behind Li Kai's last night, shouting that he wanted to fight him? He seemed to be the most enthusiastic one last night. However, at this moment, Pan Wenjie's face was pale, and he dared not look at Chen Chen at all. "President Pan, hello." Chen Chen walked over and shook hands with Pan Changming. "President Chen is truly outstanding. So young, already the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate, and owning such a luxurious estate.
It's truly admirable.
Pan Changming first praised. He speculated that Chun Chen should come from a prominent family in the country. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate at such a young age.
I wonder why President Pan is here this time. For what purpose? Chen Chen sat back down.
Pan Changming smiled,
It's nothing major, I greatly admire Mr. Chen. Suddenly visiting, please don't be offended, Mr. Chen. Chen Chen suddenly looked at Pan Wenjie and asked, Who is this? Pan Changming smiled and introduced, This is my son. Turning his head, he saw Pan Wenjie trembling all over. Wenjie, what are you doing?
Bringing his son here this time, Pan Changming also wanted his son to build some connections.
Knowing people like Chun Chen would definitely be helpful for his son's future. Pan Wenjie knew he was in trouble.
Offending the owner of this estate, his dad would probably kill him.
Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you last night. Pan Wenjie lowered his head even more, his voice trembling.
Last night, he saw Chen Chen was Li Kei's enemy, so he wanted to help Li Kei's. He never expected Chun Chen's background to be so significant.
What? You offended Mr. Chen?
When Pan Changming heard this, he was instantly furious.
He came here this time to please Chen Chen. If they could make a friend, it would be great.
But he never expected his son to offend Chen Chen. If they angered Chen Chen, they would all be in trouble.
You unfilial son! Daring to offend even Mr. Chen. Pan Changming, feeling frustrated, raised his hand and gave Pan Wenjie a crisp slap. Now, he no longer hoped to befriend Chen Chen. If Chen Chen could forgive them, it would already be fortunate. Otherwise, if Chen Chen got angry, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Mr. Chen, it's all my fault for not disciplining my son properly.
My son has done something wrong, please don't take it to heart, Mr. Chen.
Pan Changming turned to face Chen Chen, feeling extremely nervous.
At the same time, he was also very angry, wishing he could beat his son.
It was a mistake to offend anyone, let alone Chen Chen. Big shots like Chen Chen were not someone they could provoke.
Chen Chen remained silent, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the terrified Pan Wenjie. Last night, Pan Wenjie was still arrogant and domineering, but today he had changed completely. The slap in the face came too quickly.
Pan Changming, seeing Chen Chen's silence, became even more nervous. Quick, kneel down to Mr. Chen. Pan Changming angrily scolded his son.
Pan Wenjie was left feeling only fear, not daring to say a word of protest.
He immediately knelt down. Mr. Chen, it's my fault. Please forgive me.
Pan Wenjie regretted his rash behavior from last night. If given another chance, he would keep his distance from Chun Chen and never offend him.
What is your relationship with Li Kei's?
Chen Chen took out his phone and started playing with it, asking casually. Pan Wenjie wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, Mr. Chen, I am not close to Li Kei's.
We met at a bar, usually just eating, drinking, and socializing.
Pan Wenjie knew that Chen Chen had a grudge against Li Kei's, so he quickly distanced himself from Li Kei's. In fact, he only found out yesterday that Li Kei's had a very wealthy father who was the chairman of a multinational company. That's why he tried to flatter Li Kei's and disrespect Chen Chen last night. Little did he know, Chen Chen had an even higher status.
Chen Chen asked again, weren't Li Kei's parents arrested? How come he still has money to mess around outside?
Pan Wenjie explained, Mr. Chen, you don't know the whole story. Li Kei's previous father was not his biological father. After Li Kei's family was arrested, his biological father came back to acknowledge him. By the way, Li Kei's biological father is the chairman of a multinational company, with assets worth billions.
Pan Wenjie revealed what he knew. After hearing this, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect the story to be so dramatic.
Li Peng was also a pitiful person, wearing a cuckold's hat for over 20 years without knowing. This also explained why Li Kei's was so arrogant when they met last night.
He had the capital to be arrogant. Interesting.
Chen Chen thought to himself. Although Li Kai's had turned his life around, Chen Shen still didn't regard him highly. After all, he was a man with extraordinary abilities. Pan Wenjie warned, "Mr. Chen, Li Kai's wants to deal with you. You have to be careful." At this moment, Pan Wenjie only wanted to please Chen Shen. Getting Chen Shen's forgiveness was the most important thing.
Get up! Chen Shen didn't bother with Pan Wenjie's antics. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Pan Wenjie breathed a sigh of relief and stood up.
Seeing Chen Shen forgive his son, Pan Changming also felt a weight lifted off his chest.
Close call. Mr. Chen, your visit was unexpected. I only brought 2 bottles of red wine. I will invite you for a meal another day. Pan Changming said cautiously with his head down.
After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Pan Changming and his son bid farewell and left. He knew his son had left a bad impression on Chen Shen, and even if they stayed, it wouldn't have much effect. He could only blame his son for being short-sighted, otherwise, they might have been able to win Chen Shen's favor. Sitting back in the car, Pan Changming grew angrier as he thought about it.
He glanced at Pan Wenjie, who was silent with his head down, and raised his hand again to give his son a big slap. It's all your fault. You ruined such a good opportunity like this. Pan Wenjie said with a bitter face, Dad, at least Mr. Chen has forgiven us, hasn't he?
Pan Changming said angrily, and you still have the nerve to say that.
In addition to causing trouble for me, what else can you do? Pan Wenjie dared not argue, just lowered his head. Who is this Li Kai's? Pan Changming asked with a serious face. Pan Wenjie replied, he is a friend of mine. His luck has turned recently. His father was originally immigrated abroad, but came back yesterday to acknowledge him. According to Li Kai's bragging, his biological father's assets are worth billions. Pan Changming snorted coldly, I think it's fake. Pan Wenjie shook his head, it's true. Last night, we went to Emperor KTV to play, and Li Kai's paid for all the expenses in the store. Oh. I remember now, his father seems to be named Luo Huajun. Pan Changming frowned, Luo Huajun? It's actually him. Pan Changming had naturally heard of Luo Huajun's name. Dad, do you know him? Pan Wenjie curiously asked. Pan Changming nodded, then shook his head. Not really, no, just met him, never worked with him. However, even with Luo Huajun backing him, your friend Li Kai's may not necessarily be Mr. Chen's opponent. You must draw a clear line with Li Kai's, do you hear me? Although Luo Huajun is also a figure, the sixth sense of men told Pan Changming that Chen Shen is more formidable. Having become the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate at a young age, Chen Shen must have a terrifying force behind him. People like Chen Shen can only be befriended, never offended. Pan Wenjie asked, Dad, how do you know that Li Kai's can't beat Mr. Chen? Pan Changming recalled the situation in the manor hall just now. Even if Chen Shen just sat quietly there, he would give people immense pressure. You are still young, you can't just look at the surface of things. As for whether what I said is right or wrong, there will be an answer soon. With that, Pan Changming's tone turned cold again. If you have any more dealings with that Li Kai's, I won't recognize you as my son. Pan Wenjie nodded. He felt that it was better not to get involved in such high-level struggles. Not long after Pan Changming and his son left, another luxury SUV arrived at Nanjiang No. 1. Chairman Chen, hello. I am Tan Zhangping, the president of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. I brought a small gift, please accept it, Mr. Chen. Tan Zhangping also brought 2 bottles of wine, but his gift was more generous. The 2 bottles of wine together were worth over $1 million. President Tan, please have a seat. Chen Shen looked at the middle-aged man wearing glasses in front of him and made a gesture of invitation. Tan Zhangping had some background, ranking 3rd on the list of wealthy people in Modu. However, Chen Shen felt something was strange today. First, it was the head of the Jinming Chamber of Commerce, and now it was the president of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. These presidents seemed to be coming to him in succession. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so young. Truly a rising star in the Yangtze River. Tan Zhangping smiled and sat down opposite Chen Chen. Since it was a visit, the necessary flattery could not be lacking.
Chairman Chen, you are already the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate at such a young age.
Your future is limitless. Chen Chen smiled. President Tan is too kind.
Tan Jingping didn't beat around the bush and said, Chairman Chen, I came here this time to invite you to join our Wuhu Chamber of Commerce.
I wonder if Mr. Chen is interested. Of course, as long as Mr. Chen agrees to join, you will be the vice president of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce in the future. Becoming the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce does not have much real power. But as the saying goes, in the business world, connections are very important. Tan Jingping invited Chen Chen to join the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce, also because he valued Chen Chen's strength. With Chen Chen's joining, the influence of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce would be greatly enhanced. And Tan Jingping knew that many chambers of commerce were already eyeing Chen Chen. So he had to act fast. Wuhu Chamber of Commerce?
To be honest, Chen Chen didn't know much about this Chamber of Commerce. It is not difficult to guess that just now Pan Changming came over, presumably also wanting to invite Chen Chen to join the association. But because of his son's matter, he didn't dare to speak later. Xin Jingping smiled and introduced, Director Chen, our Wuhu Chamber of Commerce has been established for more than 10 years. The members of the Chamber of Commerce come from all over the country, and they are all prominent figures.
Here is some information, Director Chen, you might as well take a look.
Xin Jingping handed a copy of the Chamber of Commerce's information to Chen Chen.
Chen Chen took the information and looked at it.
Surprisingly, there were quite a few members in the Chamber of Commerce, and they also had a considerable influence in the Magic City.
Good, I'll join. Chen Chen agreed. Anyway, joining the Chamber of Commerce would not be bad for him.
And he had a hunch that there would definitely be many more Chamber of Commerce people coming to find him in the future. Joining the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce meant that no one would disturb him in the future. Xin Zhengping was delighted, not expecting Chen Chen to agree so quickly.
Director Chen, on behalf of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce, I welcome you.
Xin Zhengping was excited in his heart, walked up, and shook hands with Chen Chen. Chen Chen's joining the association meant that he would have more opportunities to interact with Chen Chen in the future. In fact, Xin Zhengping was very curious whether there was a powerful force behind Chen Chen.
After the documents are processed, I will have someone deliver them to you.
Xin Zhengping continued.
Director Chen, there will be a banquet at Yupingchuan tonight. Many wealthy people from the Magic City will attend. I don't know if you have time? Xin took the phone and got straight to the point. I want to buy Yiping Pavilion, name your price.
The Yiping Pavilion manager was stunned for a moment. In fact, many wealthy individuals had wanted to buy Yiping Pavilion before.
Sir, Yiping Pavilion is not for sale, the manager replied. Is that so? Chen Chen didn't quite believe it. Yiping Pavilion couldn't be for sale? What a joke! It was obvious that the price wasn't right. If it's convenient, I'd like to talk to your boss, Chen Chen said. The manager smiled, Sir, that's what our boss wants. The manager patiently explained. Coincidentally, the owner of Yiping Pavilion was right next to her at that moment. Xiulian, is there something wrong? The manager called Xiulian asked. Well, boss, someone wants to buy our restaurant. Xiulian explained. The boss thought for a moment and said, let me talk to him. He took the manager's phone. I'm the owner of Yiping Pavilion. I'm sorry, sir, Yiping Pavilion is not for sale. Chen Chen smiled and said, 1 billion. I'll buy your restaurant and the building. Yiping Pavilion was valuable not just for its brand but also for its land and building. Someone had previously appraised the restaurant owner at 80 million. The restaurant owner was stunned. He didn't million. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, less than 20 million? So cheap. The two female salespersons exchanged glances, feeling a bit embarrassed. A watch priced at over 17 million was considered cheap? They felt a bit offended. Sir, you're joking. Chen Chen shook his head, forget it, show it to me. At this rate of spending, it would be difficult to spend 10 billion. Unless he bought the luxury store directly. But that would be a waste. Even if he wore a different watch every day, he wouldn't be able to wear them all. It seemed he needed to change his mindset. Sir, according to our store's rules, to view items priced over 2 million, you need to verify your qualifications. Chen Chen casually asked, how do I verify? Sir, you just need to provide your identity. Or we can check your bank card balance. Chen Chen did not expect such a rule, so he could only take out his bank card. The female salesperson took Chen Chen's bank card and walked to a computer. Sir, please enter your password. Chen Chen did as he was told. Soon, the balance of the bank card was displayed. When they saw the long string of numbers, the two female salespeople were stunned. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. The female salesperson counted the numbers above. This is actually over 200 billion. I didn't make a mistake, did I? The two of them confirmed again. No mistake, it was indeed over 200 billion. The two female salespeople were completely shocked. 3 billion. Without much thought, Chen Chen transferred the money for the purchase. When this huge sum reached the company's account, the salesperson was completely stunned. Wow! This is real. The other party wasn't joking. Buying houses by the building, indeed poverty limits imagination. Sir, the money has been received. I will process the paperwork for your parents as soon as possible. Chen Chen strolled on the street for a while, then drove back to the estate. He suddenly realized that spending all 100 billion was not an easy task. Where is Butler Sue? Chen Chen returned to the hall and asked a maid. Butler Sue is in the backyard, I'll go call her. The maid respectfully exited the hall. Soon, Su Yuhan arrived. Mr. Chen, did you call for me? Su Yuhan walked up to Chen Chen and asked respectfully. Chen Chen looked at Su Yuhan and said, replace all the cars in the estate. The more expensive, the better. Also, buy some more red wine. Su Yuhan was taken aback. Currently, the estate's cars were all Maybach GLS, each costing over 3 million. Replace them with more expensive ones? What should they be replaced with? Mr. Chen, are you sure you want to replace them? Chen Chen nodded, of course. And, go help me buy 2 private planes. Can't forget the yacht. In short, the more expensive, the better. Su Yuhan was shocked and said, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I'll make a list for you. Su Yuhan brought a notebook and then called to inquire about the prices. Since Chen Chen had said to buy the expensive ones, they had to meet his demands. So, Su Yuhan spent a few minutes listing out the prices one by one. Mr. Chen, I just called. A Gulfstream G650 private jet costs 500 million Huaxia coins. And at the Lursen shipyard, there is a brand new luxury yacht priced at a staggering 20 billion. Of course, there are also yachts with lower prices. Su Yuhan looked at Chen Chen in astonishment. A 20 billion luxury yacht? Is there something even more expensive? Chen Chen was not quite satisfied. If he was going to buy, it had to be the most expensive and the best. There are, but if you want it customized now, it will take a long time. Su Yuhan explained. Chen Chen fell silent for a moment and said, let's forget it, 20 billion it is. Just SOSO. Su Yuhan forced a smile. 20 billion is just SOSO? Probably only Chen Chen would dare to say such a thing. As for the private planes, buy as you just said. Get 2. Su Yuhan nodded and silently noted it down. A yacht, plus 2 private planes, would already cost 30 billion. It's truly unimaginable. And looking at Chen Chen's demeanor, it seemed like he was buying toys. Mr. Chen, you mentioned replacing the cars too. How about Rolls-Royce Phantom? Since Chen Chen said to get the expensive ones, Su Yuhan didn't hold back. How much for one? Chen Chen casually asked. For the high-end version, it's just over 10 million. Su Yuhan had just checked the prices. Okay, buy 10 directly. As for the red wine and such, I'll give you a budget of 1 billion, buy as you see fit. Even if we can't finish drinking, we can still use it for a bath. Okay. Su Yuan noted it down again.
You take care of these things first.
Go. Su Yuan nodded and stepped back. Chen Chen sat on the sofa and browsed the internet again. There were still billions left. What should he buy? He casually saw online that the Nanjiang racecourse was being auctioned.
Alright, I'll buy a racecourse, and have some fun when I have time.
The starting price for the Nanjiang racecourse was 2.2 billion, and the final selling price would definitely be higher.
However, Chen Chen was not short of money. It was a good opportunity to go to the auction and see if there was anything he liked to buy directly.
After nearly 10 minutes, Su Yuan also returned. Mr. Chen, it's done. 2 private planes can arrive in Modu tomorrow. The yacht will take a bit longer. Su Yuan stood respectfully in front of Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded. Let's go, follow me out. He walked out of the hall.
Su Yuan felt puzzled but still followed behind Chen Chen. And so, Chen Chen drove the Silver Bay Lizard out of the estate.
Su Yuan sat in the passenger seat, wanting to speak but hesitated.
She didn't know where Chen Chen was taking her. But she believed he wouldn't sell her. Since the auction for the racecourse was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Chen was not in a hurry to rush over. The Silver Bay Lizard stopped at a milk tea shop by the roadside.
Chen Chen got out of the car and walked into the milk tea shop. Su Yuan followed closely. What would you like to drink? Chen Chen turned to Su Yuan after entering the shop. Su Yuan was stunned. Mr. Chen, you brought me out, just to drink milk tea? Of course not. We're going to the auction later. Su Yuan was still very puzzled and said, okay. She would soon find out why they were going to the auction. They ordered 2 cups of milk tea and found a place to sit down. After spending these 2 days together, Su Yuan was no longer as nervous as before. She could tell that Chen Chen was a more easygoing person and not difficult to get along with. Although Su Yuan was very curious about Chen Chen's identity, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. She just needed to play the role of a housekeeper well. They sat in the shop for a few minutes when suddenly, a man in his 30s walked up to Chen Chen. Looking at Chen Chen, his eyes were full of surprise. Chen Chen noticed him but didn't pay attention. Friend, you are so handsome. Interested in becoming a star? You have great potential. The man walked up to Chen Chen, continuing to size him up with a smile on his face. A star? Chen Chen and Su Yuan looked at the man at the same time. The man smiled. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm actually a talent scout, here's my business card. The man took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took a look and found that the man was from the Qingfeng film industry. Interesting. Digging up new stars actually reached the chairman. Not interested. Chen Chen directly refused. With his current status, why would he go act to make money? Isn't it good to be a lazy fish? Friend, it's such a waste for you not to become a star with your aura. I can guarantee that if you debut, you will definitely attract a large number of female fans. Earning millions a year is not a dream. The man was painting a rosy picture for Chen Chen. However, Chen Chen remained uninterested. Earning millions a year? Please, he makes more than $1 million in a day now. Su Yuan beside him couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. Chen Chen was so wealthy, if he wanted to be a star, he would have done it long ago. There was no need for a talent scout to come and dig him up. However, the man was right about one thing, Chen Chen was indeed very handsome. If he relied on his looks to make a living, he would probably steal other people's rice bowls. The man continued, friend, our Qingfeng film industry is a big platform. Once you join our company, you will have the opportunity to work with big celebrities. Just like Lin Yor. However, to his surprise, Chen Chen was not interested at all. Could the other party be a second-generation rich kid? Chen Chen stood up and smiled. My name is Chen Chen, you can check my identity with the company. Seeing Chen Chen about to leave, Su Yuan also stood up.
The two walked out of the milk tea shop.
Chen Chen? Why does this name sound familiar?
With doubt, he sent a message to the company group chat.
Has anyone heard of the name Chen Chen? Is it a new artist signed by the company? Someone replied, Chen Chen? There is no such person in the company, right? Wait, this seems to be the name of the company's chairman.
Remove the seams, Chen Chen is indeed the chairman of our company.
Come to think of it, I happened to see the new chairman in the company last time. He's so handsome.
Looking at the messages in the group chat, the man felt extremely embarrassed.
He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Oh my God. He actually wanted the company's chairman to debut as a celebrity.
Now he finally understood why, after mentioning $1 million annual salary, Chen Chen showed a disdainful expression.
Because he simply didn't need money.
He hurried out, just in time to see Chen Chen and Su Yuan getting into a silver lizard, then disappearing.
No way. That sports car is actually Chairman Chen's.
The man was dumbfounded once again.
Chen Chen and Su Yuan arrived at the auction house. Sir, miss, do you know what item you want to auction?
Please register.
A female staff member led Chen Chen and Su Yuan into the hall. Chen Chen explained their purpose.
When the female staff member heard that Chen Chen wanted to auction the Nanjiang racecourse, she became even more respectful. After all, the starting price of Nanjiang racecourse was 2 billion.
Not everyone had that much money. Sir, if you want to auction the Nanjiang racecourse,
you need to pay 1 billion as a deposit, the female staff member said to Chen Chen.
Chen Chen knew the rules of the auction house and didn't say anything. He took out his bank card. Knowing the purpose of Chen Chen coming to the auction house, Su Yuan was also very shocked. Really? Mr. Chen actually wants to buy the Nanjiang racecourse?
You know, if you want to win the Nanjiang racecourse, you have to spend a lot of money.
After paying the deposit, Chen Chen and Su Yuan also entered the auction room smoothly.
The auction room was spacious. The lights inside were bright. Because the items auctioned in this auction room were of high value, there weren't many people inside.
Although we are now in the internet age, auctions can also be conducted online. But obviously, offline auctions are more reliable.
Sir, your seats are here. The staff led Chen Chen to his seat and brought 2 drinks. On the auction stage, a woman in a long dress was explaining a piece of ancient painting.
The next items to be auctioned were also antiques. Finally, it was time for the highlight of the afternoon auction. The next item to be auctioned is the Nanjiang racecourse.
This is the largest racecourse in our city, and I believe you are already familiar with it.
Starting price is 22 billion.
Each bid must be no less than 10 million.
Bidding starts now.
As soon as the woman finished speaking, someone started bidding.
22 billion and 10 million.
The first bidder was a middle-aged man sitting in the front row, slightly overweight.
He seemed very interested in the Nanjiang racecourse. 22 billion and 20 million.
Not far from the middle-aged man, a young man in a suit also started bidding.
22 billion and 30 million.
The middle-aged man glanced at the young man and continued to bid.
23 billion.
When the young man bid 23 billion, the middle-aged man gave up. Because it was no longer meaningful to continue bidding. Even if he acquired the racecourse, there was a high probability of operating at a loss. As for the other people in the auction room, they were just spectators. After all, 20 billion is not a small amount, and the racetrack is not something that everyone can handle.
Tang Xiao, congratulations, you've got the Nanjiang racetrack.
The old man next to him said.
With a smile. Tang Jianhan smiled and didn't say anything.
This time at the auction house, he was determined to get the Nanjiang racetrack.
23 billion once. 23 billion twice. 23 billion.
Before the woman on the auction stage could finish her words, Chen Chen finally started his bidding.
23 billion 500 million.
Unlike others, Chen Chen's bid started at 500 million. The woman on the auction stage was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled and said, "This gentleman bids 23 billion 500 million.
Anyone else willing to bid?
At this moment, everyone in the auction room turned to look at Chen Chen. Because Chen Chen had directly added 500 million, which was quite bold.
Who is that person? He looks very wealthy. Isn't that obvious? Who here isn't wealthy?
I haven't seen him before, but he dares to bid against Tang Jianhong, seems to have some background.
Many people were discussing Chen Chen. What?
Tang Jianhong frowned, turned around, and looked at Chen Chen, who remained calm.
Who is that person? Tang Jianhong was a well-known rich young man in the Magic City.
He had never seen Chen Chen before.
Tang Xiao, I don't know him either. He might be from out of town.
The old man next to him speculated.
Tang Jianhong snorted, daring to bid against me, very well. I want to see how much he can offer. Tang Jianhong gritted his teeth and continued to bid. 24 billion.
Bidding this amount, Tang Jianhong felt a pang in his heart. He thought he could buy the Nanjiang racetrack for 23 billion, but then Chen Chen unexpectedly added another billion.
It was despicable.
However, Tang Jianhong still maintained a strong presence. After all, he was a well-known rich young man in the Magic City and couldn't afford to lose face.
24.5 billion. Chen Chen leaned back in his seat, looking somewhat lazy.
Even his bidding seemed casual, as if he were calling out numbers rather than money.
This behavior left Su Yuhuan stunned. 25 billion. Tang Jianhong refused to give up. 25.5 billion.
Chen Chen remained calm, continuing his bidding.
Tang Jianhong's mouth twitched, about to raise his bid.
The old man next to him held Tang Jianhong back, advising, Tang Xiao, you can't bid any higher.
Mr. Tang only budgeted 24 billion.
If you keep bidding, even if you manage to buy the racetrack, it will be a loss-making deal. Under the table, Tang Jianhong clenched his fists tightly.
He felt unwilling.
Moreover, Chen Chen had not even glanced at him throughout, which hurt Tang Jianhong's pride.
25.5 billion once. 25.5 billion twice. Sold.
Congratulations to the gentleman at table 16. At this moment, others in the auction room were still discussing Chen Chen.
This young man is so wealthy. I wonder where this rich young man came from. But judging by Tang Xiao's expression, he doesn't seem too happy. As the racetrack was taken by someone else, Tang Jianhong left his seat in a huff.
When he reached the door, he paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on Chen Chen's figure.
Zhou Lao, investigate his background later.
The old man expressed concern, Tang Xiao, since that young man could easily come up with over 20 billion.
He must have some status, let it go. Tang Jianhong said angrily, just investigate, I didn't say we would take action against him.
The old man could only nod helplessly.
He knew Tang Jianhong's temper. After acquiring the Nanjiang racetrack, Chen Chen was not in a hurry to leave.
There was a large amusement park to be auctioned next. Since he had money to spare, he decided to buy it as well.
Spending 15 billion, Chen Chen successfully auctioned the amusement park.
Calculate for me, including the purchase of planes and yachts, how much money have I spent in total?
Chen Chen turned his head and asked Su Yuhuan.
Su Yuhuan began to calculate, with a look of shock on her face, and replied, Mr. Chen, it's about 7.3 billion.
Chen Chen frowned, really? Just over 70 billion? Su Yuhuan was stunned. At this moment, she really wanted to say, Mr. Chen, can you stop being so extravagant? Over 70 billion, that's a huge sum. Forget it. Housekeeper Su, I'll give you 2.5 billion. Go buy me 2 houses in the school district. Chen Chen added 2 more words, quickly.
It turns out that spending money is quite tiring. If he had known earlier, he would have used 10 billion to buy company shares instead.
Mr. Chen, 2.5 billion, all for buying houses? Su Yuhuan didn't know what to say. Of course. Chen Chen nodded seriously. The auction is about to end. Chen Chen couldn't think of what else to buy in the short term. Buying 2 houses in the Magic City could also be considered an investment. The most important thing now is to seize the opportunity to make a quick purchase. Okay. I'll go right away. Su Yuan nodded and got up to leave. Chen Shen also stood up, planning to handle the procedures first.
Sir, please follow me this way. The auction house staff were very respectful, leading Chen Shen to a reception room. Later, the manager of the auction house personally came over.
Mr. Chen, hello. I am the manager of this auction house.
The manager came in front of Chen Shen, smiling and shaking hands with him.
Chen Shen spent over 4 billion at the auction house.
Being able to spend so much money, his identity was definitely not simple. So the manager of the auction house did not dare to be negligent.
This is the transfer agreement for the racetrack and amusement park. Please take a look.
If there are no issues,
just sign it.
Chen Shen took the agreement in his hand, just glanced at it briefly, and then signed his name.
With this, he acquired the Nanjiang racetrack and an amusement park. I can go to the racetrack for fun when I have time.
Chen Shen thought to himself. But tonight, he didn't have time because he planned to attend a party. Leaving the auction house, Chen Shen drove back to the manor.
Not long after, Su Yuan sent him a message. Mr. Chen, I have selected 2 good school district houses. The information has been sent to your email. If it's okay, I'll buy them. Su Yuan worked quickly. Chen Shen opened his email and took a quick look. No problem, go ahead and buy them.
The most important thing now was to spend the money first. Although he bought a few more houses, he could rent them out if he couldn't live in all of them. Or he could sell them later.
Okay. Su Yuan replied.
You should go to the Nanjiang racetrack again and check out the situation there. After saying that, Chen Shen hung up the phone. A few minutes later, the voice of the system rang in Chen Shen's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing a random task, spending over 10 billion. Obtained a chance for a quick purchase. Chen Shen only saw the virtual panel of the system rotate for a moment.
Then it stopped.
The quick purchase item was Complete Mastery of Xingyi Fist. Quick purchase item, Complete Mastery of Xingyi Fist.
Note, this item is a skill. A skill? Never mind that for now, system, let me make the quick purchase. Chen Shen raised an eyebrow and said. Quick purchase successful. Host, would you like to use the skill immediately?
After using it, the host can freely use Xingyi Fist. Without much thought, Chen Shen said, use it. Currently in use, in an instant, Chen Shen felt a rush of martial arts information pouring into his mind. And it seemed like a new strength had emerged throughout his body. He clenched his fist, and many moves appeared in his mind. And he had already mastered these moves.
Is this what they call complete mastery of Xingyi Fist?
Chen Shen clenched his fist and smiled. Previously, he had taken a blue pill, and his physical strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. And now, he had obtained complete mastery of Xingyi Fist. Chen Shen felt that even if all 16 of his bodyguards were to attack him together, they wouldn't be a match for him. Use completed. Congratulations to the host for becoming a master of martial arts.
The system's voice rang out again. Interesting. Chen Shen casually displayed a few moves in the hall.
The fist wind howled. With this mastery of Xingyi Quan, he could go out without needing bodyguards in the future. However, Chen Shen still wanted to test the power of this martial art. He immediately walked out of the hall and called the 4 bodyguards over.
Mr. Chen, what are your orders? The 4 bodyguards stood respectfully in front of Chen Shen, standing upright. I want to spar with you.
The 4 bodyguards looked at each other, not understanding what Chen Shen wanted to do.
Spar with them? They were all professionally trained. What if they accidentally hurt Chen Shen? So, none of them dared to make a move. Stop dawdling, come on. Chen Shen took a fighting stance. The 4 bodyguards hesitated, but with determination, they prepared to strike. Since Chen Shen wanted to play, then let's play. However, they had already decided not to use full force. Mr. Chen, we won't hold back.
One of the bodyguards rushed forward and threw a punch at Chen Chen. Of course, he intentionally slowed down his speed. Chen Chen shook his head, seeing through the intentions of the 4 bodyguards, and dodged to the side. Then he struck with a powerful punch. The bodyguard was hit in the chest, staggered back a few steps, almost falling down. "Mr. Chen, you are truly a hidden master." Their eyes were full of shock. "If you don't show some real skills, don't bother coming to work tomorrow," Chen Chen said seriously. The 4 bodyguards glanced at each other, clenched their fists. Since Chen Chen said so, they had to give it their all. They didn't want to lose their jobs. "Mr. Chen, forgive us." The 4 of them took turns attacking Chen Chen. However, Chen Chen easily defeated them all. Due to their inability to hold back, 2 of the bodyguards were injured by Chen Chen. "Mr. Chen, we are no match for you. You are truly amazing. We admit defeat." The 4 bodyguards looked ashamed, bowing their heads. They had used all their strength, but still couldn't match Chen Chen. As bodyguards, they couldn't even defeat their employer. If this got out, they would be laughed at. "You all did well. You can go now. Next month, everyone will get a raise." Chen Chen waved his hand. Although he was skilled, he still needed bodyguards. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." With Chen Chen's approval, the 4 bodyguards' faces lit up again. At the entrance of the main villa, 2 maids looked at Chen Chen with admiration in their eyes. "Wow, Mr. Chen is so amazing. Yes, if only I had a boyfriend like Mr. Chen." The maids were infatuated. After a simple sparring session, Chen Chen had a better understanding of his own strength. He estimated that even if the world champion boxer came, they wouldn't be his match. Knocking out a cow with 1 punch was nothing to him. In the evening, Chen Chen was having dinner. After finishing her tasks, Su Yuan also returned. After a busy afternoon, she was exhausted. "Mr. Chen, everything has been taken care of." She began reporting on the situation at the Nanjiang racecourse to Chen Chen. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down and eat with me." Chen Chen gestured for Su Yuan to sit down. "Mr. Chen, it's not necessary." Su Yuan was pleasantly surprised. She was just a housekeeper, how could she dine with Chen Chen? "It's okay, I can't finish all this food anyway." Chen Chen spoke again. Okay. Su Yuan sat down, still feeling a bit awkward. As they ate, she continued to report to Chen Chen. Chen Chen glanced at Su Yuan and said, "I have a party to attend tonight, come with me." He needed a female companion by his side. Chen Chen decided to bring Su Yuan along. Going alone would be too dull. And when bored, he could have someone to chat with. "Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, may I?" Su Yuhan doubted herself a bit. Chen Chen said, "It's okay, we're just going to a party." Su Yuhan showed a bitter smile at the corner of her red lips and could only nod. Since Chen Chen said so, she couldn't refuse, right? After all, she was just a worker. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Yuhan arranged the vehicle, changed into another outfit, and then arrived at Chen Chen's room. She lightly knocked on the door. "Mr. Chen, the car is ready. Can we leave now?" Chen Chen opened the door and saw Su Yuhan in a white long dress, her black hair styled into a bun. Different from her usual professional attire, she exuded a dignified and elegant aura. "I haven't changed yet, please wait a moment." Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and said. Su Yuhan nodded gently and asked, "Mr. Chen, is this outfit okay?" "No problem." Chen Chen closed the door, found a suit, and changed into it. It's true that clothes make the man. After changing clothes, Chen Chen looked much more dignified. "Let's go." Chen Chen walked out of the room. Su Yuhan couldn't help but glance a few more times at Chen Chen's handsome face. Noticing that Chen Chen's clothes were not properly arranged, she called out, "Mr. Chen, your collar." Su Yuhan quickly walked up and helped Chen Chen straighten his clothes.
Smelling the strong masculine scent emanating from Chun Chen, Su Yuhan's heart raced. Her cheeks also turned rosy. "Mr. Chen, it's done." Chen Chen didn't notice Su Yuhan's unusual behavior and walked towards the main villa's entrance. Since it was a party, they couldn't drive themselves. At this moment, 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms were already parked outside the gate. "Did you buy this car today? How did it arrive so quickly?" Chen Chen asked Su Yuhan as he sat in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Su Yuhan sat next to Chun Chen and explained, "Only 3 arrived, the rest may take a few days." Buying 10 cars at once, the store on Sears side didn't have that much inventory. Chen Chen nodded and ordered to depart. When they arrived at the gate of Yipingxuan, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. But since it was a party, time wasn't a big concern. Chen Chen left the bodyguards in the car and walked into the party venue with Su Yuhan. Some people are born to be the center of attention. Just like Chen Chen. As soon as he entered the gate of Yipingxuan, he attracted many glances with his handsome face and outstanding demeanor. Of course, Su Yuhan was no exception. Standing together, they gave off a feeling of a talented man and a beautiful woman. "Who are those 2? That man is really handsome, and he doesn't look old. I've never seen them before. No, I have to get the contact information from that young man later." Those gazes lingered on Chen Chen. And many people were speculating about Chun Chen's identity because those who could appear here were not simple. At the same time, Su Yuhan had to endure some jealous looks. It was as if she had become the enemy of those girls at the scene. "Mr. Chen is here." Tan Zhengping noticed Chen Chen and immediately stopped talking to the people in front of him. He smiled and walked towards Chun Chen. The people who were talking to Tan Zhengping were puzzled. They found that Tan Zhengping was actually going to greet a young man. It's worth noting that Tan Zhengping was a famous tycoon in Modu. He was also the president of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. The president is going over. Let's go and see too. The crowd chose to follow Tan Zhengping. "Mr. Chen, I thought you didn't have time to come today." Tan Zhengping greeted Chen Chen. "Just came to join in the fun." Chen Chen said with a smile. "Let me introduce, this is Mr. Chen, who has recently joined our Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. Of course, he is now the vice president of our Chamber of Commerce." Tan Zhengping introduced Chen Chen to the people around him. Hearing Tan Zhengping's words, those people instantly understood. "Mr. Chen. Hello, hello." The few people shook hands with Chen Chen one by one, their faces filled with respect. Because they all knew that Chen Chen was the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate and also the owner of Nanjiang No. 1 Manor. Tan Zhengping decided to invite Chen Chen to join the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce, and everyone in the chamber knew about it. It's just that no one had seen Chen Chen before. "Chairman Chen, come have a drink, what do you say?" In response to Tan Zhengping's invitation, Chen Chen did not refuse. And seeing this scene, the people around were even more shocked. No way. What is the young man's identity? Even Mr. Tan is so polite to him. People were speculating about Chen Chen's identity. And Chen Chen naturally became the topic of discussion at the party. At this time, Pan Chengming and Pan Wenjie were also at the party. Seeing Chen Chen getting so close to Tan Zhengping, Pan Chengming was not in a good mood. Originally, he wanted to invite Chen Chen to join their Golden Ming Chamber of Commerce. But his son offended Chen Chen. Just thinking about it made him angry. "Come with me." Pan Chengming glared at Pan Wenjie beside him. Pan Wenjie lowered his head and naturally didn't dare to say anything. The two of them walked towards Chen Chen like this. "Mr. Chen, hello." Pan Chengming greeted Chen Chen with a thick skin. Chen Chen glanced at Pan Chengming and his son, said nothing, just nodded in response. Before long, someone at the scene also inquired about Chen Chen's identity and exclaimed, "Oh my, turns out that young man is the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate. Have you heard of the largest estate in the Magic City? It's the one bought by that young man." "No way, what terrifying background does that young man have?"
While the people at the scene were still speculating about Chen Shen's identity, Lin Yao also noticed Chen Shen's figure and immediately showed a look of joy on her face.
She walked quickly towards Chen Shen.
Today, Lin Yao was wearing a white evening gown, like a holy fairy. When she noticed a beautiful woman standing next to Chen Shen, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but slow down her pace.
Chairman Chen, I never expected you to attend the party.
Lin Yao appeared in front of Chen Shen, smiling sweetly. Chen Shen glanced at Lin Yao and smiled, just happened to have some time, so I came over. Lin Yao was after all a big star, so her presence here was not surprising.
Who is this? Lin Yao looked at Su Yuan.
She could tell that Su Yuan was Chen Shen's companion, but she didn't know what their relationship was. I'm the steward of my estate.
Su Yuan. Chen Shen introduced Su Yuan to Lin Yao. Su Yuan, upon seeing Lin Yao, seemed a bit excited. Miss Lin Yao, hello. I'm your loyal fan. You are even more beautiful than on TV. Su Yuan reached out her hand. Although she was also a beauty, in front of Lin Yao, she couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority.
Because Lin Yao was truly beautiful and elegant, like a fairy above the 9 heavens. Lin Yao extended her fair, jade-like hand and shook hands with Su Yuan. As for Chen Shen, there were naturally many people around him. Mr. Chen is truly outstanding at a young age. Your future is limitless. We are at your service, feel free. I wonder if Mr. Chen has a girlfriend. This is my daughter. Those people were saying flattering things to please Chen Shen. Some even brought their daughters along, hoping to get to know Chen Shen through this opportunity. And not far away, a pair of eyes filled with hatred were staring at Chen Shen.
Detestable Chen Shen.
Li Kai drank his wine, his face showing a hint of gloom. He still harbored a grudge over the incident where he was beaten by Chen Shen that day. Seeing the two beautiful women surrounding Chen Shen only made him more jealous.
Chen Shen, you won't be arrogant for long.
Li Kai finished his wine in one gulp, his gaze never leaving Chen Shen, just his eyes, a bit scary.
Son, what's wrong? At this moment, Luo Huojun walked over with his men.
Seeing that Li Kai's expression was not quite right, he asked, Dad, that person is Chen Shen.
My mom was harmed by him. Li Kai's became angrier the more he thought about it.
Following Li Kai's gaze, Luo Huojun quickly noticed Chen Shen as well. He furrowed his brows slightly.
He is the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate? Chen Shen does look quite young.
But when Luo Huojun saw the many people surrounding Chen Shen, he felt quite displeased. Among the wealthy people present, Luo Huojun's status was one of the top.
Although he had immigrated abroad, he still had many connections in the Magic City.
Those people were supposed to be flattering him, but unexpectedly, they all went to please Chen Shen. Chen Shen's side was very lively, while his own side was deserted.
Yes, that guy is indeed the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate.
Li Kai nodded, lowered his voice, and said, Dad, I had someone investigate.
Chen Shen's parents are just ordinary people.
I don't know how he got so lucky to become the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate.
He even bought the South River Manor. Luo Huojun became interested and asked, is this true? Li Kai said seriously, absolutely true.
Luo Huojun looked at Chen Shen's back, squinting his eyes.
Did he hit you?
Li Kai touched on a sore spot, gritted his teeth and nodded. Luo Huojun put his hands behind his back and said, it seems necessary to teach this Chen Shen a lesson. He wanted to avenge his son. Of course, he also wanted to prove his own existence.
Back in the day, he was a prominent figure in the Magic City. But now, it seemed like those people had forgotten about him. This wouldn't do.
Li Kai had been waiting for Luo Huojun to say this for a long time.
Dad, I'll go over and teach Chen Shen a lesson right away.
Luo Huojun swirled the red wine in his glass, took a sip, and smiled, go ahead.
I'll back you up from behind. Li Kai immediately took two people and walked towards Chen Shen.
A playful smile on his face.
Last time he was beaten by Chen Shen, this time he had to regain his face no matter what.
As they were about to approach Chen Chen, Li Kai suddenly changed his mind.
He decided to provoke Chen Chen by targeting Lin Yor first. "Miss Lin Yor, come over and have a drink with me."
Li Kai faced Lin Yor, a hint of a smirk at the corner of his mouth.
"I don't know you."
Lin Yor glanced at Li Kai, her eyebrows furrowed.
"You don't know me now, but you will soon."
Li Kai reached out and grabbed Lin Yor's wrist. Looking at Lin Yor's stunning beauty, he suddenly felt a bit unsettled.
"Let go of me."
Lin Yor's face showed anger as she shook off Li Kai's hand. The attendees at the party were all prominent figures, and they didn't expect such rudeness from the man in front of them.
Lin Yor's chest heaved with anger. "How dare you? Li Young Master asked you to come over and have a drink with him, that's your honor." Li Kai's two lackeys behind him glared.
The commotion attracted the attention of the crowd.
"Isn't that Mr. Luo's son? What is he doing? It seems like he has taken a liking to Lin Yor." The onlookers started to discuss. But no one dared to interfere, because Luo Huojun was a big shot.
Lin Yor realized that Li Kai's had a high status and suddenly became at a loss.
"Let me tell you, Li Young Master's father is the chairman of Shihang Group. You better apologize to Li Young Master quickly." Li Kai's lackey spoke timely. "Shihang Group is a well-known airline company. And Luo Huojun is the chairman of Shihang Group. Shut up and speak politely to Miss Lin Yor."
Li Kai said coldly, pretending to reprimand the people around him. Afterwards, he smiled again and looked at Lin Yor, who looked nervous. Li Kai was very satisfied because this was the effect he wanted.
He wanted everyone to fear his identity, including Chen Chen. "Miss Lin Yor, let's have a drink."
Li Kai looked at Lin Yor and raised his glass confidently. He seemed to have already seen Chen Chen surrender to him. He felt even more pleased. At this moment, Chen Chen was quietly watching Li Kai's performance. On the surface, Li Kai was harassing Lin Yor, but discerning people could see that Li Kai was here for Chen Chen. Lin Yor was Chen Chen's friend, and he was forcing Chen Chen to step forward. Just as Lin Yor was at a loss, a tall figure stood in front of her. Lin Yor looked up at Chen Chen's handsome figure and felt relieved. It was like a small boat finding a harbor in a storm.
"Finally, you show up."
Li Kai's face was cold, waiting for this moment. He swore to regain his lost dignity.
"Chen Chen, this is none of your business here. You better get lost." Li Kai's eyes darkened as he warned. Chen Chen remained expressionless and bluntly said, "Li Kai, do you feel unsatisfied with the beating I gave you last time?" Hearing Chen Chen's words, the onlookers were shocked. Oh my, Chen Chen had actually beaten Li Kai before. This was going to be interesting.
One was the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate, and the other was the son of the chairman of Shihang Group.
Both had powerful backgrounds. If they fought, it would be a big deal. "Chen Chen, how dare you bring up the past?" Li Kai clenched his fists, gritting his teeth.
Being beaten by Chen Chen was a lifelong shame for him.
Chen Chen sneered, "I know you have a grudge against me. What's the matter? Come at me." Bullying a woman, what,
was as if the highball glass had just been thrown in his face.
"You? How dare you hit young Master Li?"
Li Kai's two lackeys were full of anger, clenched their fists, and were about to teach Chen Chen a lesson.
Bang! Bang! Chen Chen directly threw two punches, astonishingly fast.
Before the two men could even touch Chen Chen, they were hit hard in the chest.
They flew back several meters, unable to fight back. This scene was like a movie.
It didn't feel quite real.
However, it had truly happened. Hiss! Has Chen Chen received training? Those two punches were really cool. The onlookers started to get excited again.
Chen Chen ignored the people around him, looking down at Li Kai's lying on the ground.
His expression was cold. "Li Kai, I have let you go once. I didn't expect you would dare to come looking for trouble again."
Li Kai's face twisted, filled with extreme anger. Struggling to get up, he used a tissue to wipe the red wine off his face.
Blood was mixed in the red wine.
This time, he might be disfigured.
Chen Shen, you're finished. Li Kai's pointed at Chen Shen, trembling all over.
His voice was filled with endless anger.
Chen Shen smirked. Li Kai's, just come at me.
I'm not afraid of you. Li Kai's eyes were red with anger.
I'm going to kill you.
Li Kai's clenched his fists and rushed towards Chen Shen to fight desperately. However, Chen Shen had taken the blue pill and mastered the Xingyi fist.
Li Kai's couldn't beat him before, let alone now. Dodging Li Kai's punches, Chen Shen used a sweeping leg technique.
Before Li Kai's could react, he was tripped and fell to the ground. He almost passed out from the fall. Gritting his teeth, Li Kai's endured the pain and tried to get up. At this moment, a size 41 foot was already stepping on Li Kai's back. This move wasn't very damaging, but it was extremely humiliating.
Chen Shen, I will never forgive you.
Li Kai's made a fool of himself in public, his face red. He spouted harsh words.
Stop. Let go of my son.
Luo Huajun's gaze was dark as he walked quickly towards them. He stopped 3 to 4 meters away from Chen Shen, standing with his hands behind his back. His eyes seemed capable of killing. It was no wonder Luo Huajun was so angry, because in his eyes, Chen Shen had gone too far. Beating Li Kai's was one thing, but humiliating him on the spot was like slapping Luo Huajun's face. With Luo Huajun's appearance, the atmosphere at the scene became tense again. Of course, this was just the psychological change of others.
Because Chen Shen remained calm, as if Luo Huajun didn't exist at all. Mr. Luo is here. Chen Shen hit Luo Huajun's son, this is big trouble. Luo Huajun has a wide network, Chen Shen might be in trouble. Young people are still too impulsive. The onlookers started to discuss again.
Chen Shen looked at Luo Huajun and said calmly, your son is causing trouble outside, if you can't control him, then I will help you discipline him. Luo Huajun snorted and angrily said, when does my son, Luo Huajun, need you to discipline him?
You better release my son immediately.
At this moment, with Li Kai's under Chen Shen's foot, he felt extremely aggrieved.
Dad, please save me. Luo Huajun looked at Li Kai's, then at Chen Shen, and said in a threatening tone, young man, just because you are the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate, doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. I advise you to go outside and inquire about my name.
Chen Shen smiled and shook his head.
There's no need for that. He knew that Luo Huajun was the chairman of Shihang Group. So what?
This Li Kai's had provoked him, and if a fight was to happen, so be it.
Very well. Very well. Luo Huajun tried to suppress the anger in his heart.
Contrary to his expectations, Chen Shen didn't give him any face at all.
It was outrageous.
Luo Huajun swore in his heart that he would make Chen Shen regret it.
Chen Shen, you better release me now.
Li Kai's face was red, still struggling. But he was no match for Chen Shen's strength.
All right.
Chen Shen smiled and kicked Li Kai's in the waist. With a thud, Li Kai's was kicked and flew out, rolling to Luo Huajun's feet.
Son.
Luo Huajun was angry but also very worried about Li Kai's injuries. He squatted down, supporting Li Kai's.
Dad. Dad, we must not let Chen Shen off. Li Kai's face showed a painful expression, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Luo Huajun nodded firmly.
If his bodyguards weren't outside, he would have already taken action against Chen Shen. Injuring Li Kai's in public was no different from slapping Luo Huajun's face.
Don't worry. I'll call the bodyguards in right away.
Tonight, he had to show Chen Shen some colors, otherwise, no one would take him seriously in the future. Luo Huajun supported Li Kai's, took out his phone, and sent a text message.
He would handle this matter in his own way. Chen Shen, you will regret your actions just now.
However, Chen Shen remained unmoved.
This made Luo Huajun even more angry, with raging fury in his eyes.
Suddenly, Luo Huajun also noticed Tan Zhengping standing among the crowd. This person, ranked 3rd on the Shanghai Rich list, had some cooperation with him. And there were many people he knew at the scene. However, at the moment, these people were just spectators. They showed no intention of helping him, which made Luo Huojun very displeased and puzzled.
Had his influence diminished so much? Brother Tan, you've been standing on the side for so long. Shouldn't you say a fair word?
Hearing Luo Huojun's words, everyone looked at Tan Zhengping.
Tan Zhengping's face showed little expression, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. People started whispering to each other. I heard that. Chairman Tan has known Luo Huojun for a long time.
If he stands with Luo Huojun, then this Chen Shen is in big trouble.
Not necessarily. Didn't you see Chairman Tan chatting with Chen Shen just now?
I think Chairman Tan is likely to remain neutral.
He might advise both sides to reconcile. Mr. Chen, I'll call the bodyguards in.
Su Yuan realized that the situation was not right and whispered softly. If a fight really broke out, Chen Shen might be in danger.
No need.
Chen Shen waved his hand, his face still calm. At this moment, Tan Zhengping finally walked out from the crowd and stood not far from Chen Shen. Smiling, Tan Zhengping said, Chairman Luo, if you want me to speak fairly, then, what your son did was indeed wrong. Tan Zhengping could see that it was Li Kai's who had started the trouble.
But that didn't matter.
What mattered was whose side to take. Clearly, Tan Zhengping had placed his bet on Chen Shen.
What did you say? Luo Huojun was furious.
He never expected Tan Zhengping to speak up for Chen Shen.
What background did this Chen Shen have?
Even Tan Zhengping was on his side.
No way. Chairman Tan actually chose to stand with Chen Shen.
Upon hearing Tan Zhengping's words, the crowd stirred again. No one expected this outcome.
Luo Huojun had a wide network of contacts. Was it worth offending Luo Huojun for Chen Shen? At least in the eyes of most people, it wasn't worth it. Tan Zhengping continued, Director Luo, I think you should really discipline your son properly. Otherwise, he will cause trouble again next time.
Luo Huojun's face stiffened.
He was so angry that he couldn't speak.
He had intended to have Tan Zhengping intervene and pressure Chen Shen. He never expected to be criticized instead. In his heart, Luo Huojun cursed Tan Zhengping's ancestors thoroughly, especially his grandmother who received the most insults.
Mr. Luo, this incident did indeed start because of your son. Mr. Chen did nothing wrong.
At this moment, Pan Changming also stepped out from the crowd. Last time, he failed to please Chen Shen because of his son's actions, which made Pan Changming very resentful. Now, he finally found an opportunity to flatter Chen Shen and he couldn't miss it. Although Luo Huojun was more powerful than him, this risk was worth taking. Luo Huojun was so angry that smoke seemed to come out of his 7 orifices.
President Pan. My son was beaten like this, and you're saying Chen Shen did nothing wrong?
One was the public leader of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce, and the other was the president of the Jinning Chamber of Commerce. Both of them sided with Chen Shen, which made Luo Huojun feel a significant amount of pressure.
Who exactly was this Chen Shen to have such a big influence?
Pan Changming said, Mr. Chen may have been a bit heavy-handed, but I believe it was unintentional. With these 2 heavyweight figures speaking up, several others also began to speak in support of Chen Shen.
The smart ones had already chosen to stand with Chen Shen.
Most people, however, adopted a neutral stance, not wanting to offend anyone. Looking at Luo Huojun and Li Kai's, there was no one by their side. The situation had deviated significantly from what Luo Huojun had anticipated.
President Tan, President Pan, are you planning to have a falling out with me, Luo?
Luo Huojun's gaze was terrifyingly dark. Tan Zhengping said, Director Luo, I am just discussing the matter at hand.
Also, it needs to be clarified that Director Chen is now the vice president of our Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. This statement shocked everyone present. No way. When did Chen Shen join the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce and become the vice president?
I heard there are many wealthy individuals in the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce.
How did Chen Shen, with no apparent qualifications, become the vice president? Everyone was very puzzled.
However, since Chen Shen was the vice president of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce, it wasn't difficult to understand why Tan Zhengping had spoken up for him.
This kid is actually the vice president of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce? Luo Huajun's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected Chen Shen to have this additional identity. Could he really not be dealt with today? Just then, the manager of Yipingxuan arrived with security guards. What's going on here? Oh, Mr. Chen, you're here too. The manager saw Chen Shen and quickly walked over to greet him. Chen Shen was the owner of Yipingxuan, so the manager naturally didn't dare to be disrespectful. These two are causing trouble here. Throw them out. Chen Shen didn't want to deal with Luo Huajun and Li Kai's anymore. He had already reprimanded them, and continuing to argue was pointless. All right, Mr. Chen. The Yipingxuan manager nodded. Suddenly, Luo Huajun burst into laughter. His face was stiff, so his laughter seemed somewhat strange. Kid, do you think this place is your home? Chen Shen shrugged. Although this isn't my home, I'm sorry to say that I call the shots here. What did you say? Luo Huajun glared fiercely at Chen Shen. Chen Shen smiled. Sorry, I'm the owner of Yipingxuan. Stirring up trouble on his turf was already being lenient. Seeing the security guards from Yipingxuan approaching, Luo Huajun gritted his teeth and said coldly, very well. I, Luo Huajun, will remember this today. Chen Shen, you hit my son, and I won't let you off. Anyone who supports Chen Shen will have a problem with me, Luo Huajun. The last two sentences were clearly directed at Tan Zhengping and Pan Changming, with the aim of dissuading them from interfering. However, Tan Zhengping's expression did not change much, because he was not afraid of Luo Huajun. It was Pan Changming whose brows furrowed. Chen Shen, just wait and see. This was Luo Huajun's final stubbornness. After saying that, he left with Li Kai's. The farce ended with Li Kai's being beaten. However, it was destined to become a topic of conversation for people before and after tea. The party continued. Director Chen, I really appreciate what you just did. Lin Youer felt grateful and became incoherent. Chen Shen found another tall glass, poured some wine, and said, no need to say these things. Actually, that Li Kai's came for me in the first place. Li Kai's chose to harass Lin Youer in order to force Chen Shen to intervene. He just didn't expect Chen Shen to be so violent. He didn't play by the rules at all. That's why he got beaten up. Lin Youer stared blankly at Chen Shen, not thinking that way at all. In her opinion, if Chen Shen hadn't been there just now, Li Kai's would have definitely forced her to drink. Anyway, thank you. Lin Youer lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed. Chen Shen thought Lin Youer was scared and didn't hear clearly, so he said, should I have someone take you home first? Lin Youer shook her head. Director Chen, I'm not in a hurry to go back. All right. Chen Shen didn't say anything more. At this time, Tan Zhengping also walked up to Chen Shen and reminded him, Director Chen, Luo Huajun is one to hold a grudge, so be careful. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Maybe Luo Huajun would use some shady means. I will. Chen Shen nodded. He had a feud with Luo Huajun now. As for how Luo Huajun would deal with him, he would find out soon. If you need any help, remember to let me know. Tan Zhengping raised his glass and clinked it with Chen Shen's. After staying at the party for more than 10 minutes, Chen Shen also left. Lin Youer and Su Yuan followed behind Chen Shen. Miss Lin, I'll have the bodyguard take you home. Chen Shen turned around and looked at the still shaken Lin Youer. Lin Youer didn't refuse. Director Chen, you can just call me Youer from now on. Chen Shen smiled, they're all about the same. Director Chen, goodbye. Lin Youer pursed her red lips, hesitated to speak, and got into the car and left. Later, Chen Shen and Su Yuan also got into the car. Steward Su, was I too violent just now? Su Yuan shook her head. Mr. Chen, you did well. Scum like Li Kai should be taught a lesson. Su Yuan didn't think Chen Shen was violent. On the contrary, Chen Shen's actions just now were really cool. Is that so? Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. On the other side, Luo Huajun and Li Kai's had also left.
At this moment, the two of them were sitting in the car. The vehicle was driving through a bustling street. The colorful lights shone on their faces, making them look even more gloomy.
Son, I was careless this time.
Looking at the injury on Li Kai's face, Luo Huojun clenched his fists again. Thinking of what happened at the party, he gritted his teeth even more.
Dad, we must not let Chen Chen off the hook. Li Kai's was getting angrier the more he thought about it.
He thought that with a bigger backer, he could seek revenge on Chen Chen.
But he ended up getting beaten up again.
He couldn't swallow this anger.
Luo Huajun nodded, rest assured. When the time is right, I will make Chen Chen pay. Tan Zhengping siding with Chen Chen made it a bit tricky for Luo Huajun. Moreover, Chen Chen was the vice president of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce.
Once he took action, he would offend everyone in the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. He needed to come up with a foolproof plan. It would be best to undermine them. But this Chen Chen is not simple, we need to investigate him thoroughly. Luo Huojun had learned his lesson from tonight.
Dad, I'll do as you say.
At the moment, Li Kai's had no other choice.
Luo Huojun said, Son, I'll take you to the hospital first. Get your injuries treated before anything else. Let Chen Chen be smug for a while, we will have the last laugh for sure. No words were exchanged that night.
The next morning, Chen Chen heard the system prompt sound, which woke him up from his deep sleep.
Ding!
A wonderful voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind.
Today's flash sale item, 75% of the shares of Bea International. Bea International, a company with a market value of over 500 billion. Primarily focused on clothing design and manufacturing, it is quite famous even on the international stage. Chen Chen sat up. When it came to flash sales, he was wide awake. System, flash sale. Flash sale successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 75% of Bea International shares. Tomorrow's flash sale preview, 68% of Jinghao Hotel shares. Jinghao Hotel, a hotel brand that has not yet gone public. It has branches all over China. Although not yet listed, its valuation has already exceeded 700 billion. Not bad. Chen Chen smiled, stretched lazily, and got out of bed. Since the appearance of the system, he had successfully acquired shares in many companies. In just a few days, he had transformed from a 996 office worker to a wealthy tycoon in the bustling city. This feeling was surreal. Stepping out of the room, the maid outside quickly greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Chen. Chen Chen nodded in response and went downstairs for breakfast. Around 9 o'clock, Zhao Kai arrived at the estate. Brother Feng. Oh no, Director Chen. I'm here to report on work. Zhao Kai, dressed in a black suit, exuded a bit of leadership aura. Chen Chen said, no need to report on work. I trust you in DreamClean. I've already transferred the money, you need to quickly establish a market for me. Don't try to save money. Chen Chen wanted to make the most effort to spend money. After all, there was only one investment return card, and once it was used up, it was gone. Losing money could return 10 times the amount, just thinking about it was exciting. Zhao Kai solemnly said, Director Chen, please rest assured, I will not let you down. To expand the platform, a lot of money had to be spent in the early stages. Zhao Kai was well aware of this. It was rare for Chen Chen to hold him in such high regard, and all he could do was to do his own job well. After chatting for a few minutes, Zhao Kai left in his car. Chen Chen stayed in the estate, feeling very bored, so he decided to play games. Around 10 o'clock, he drove to the headquarters of Bea International. Since he had drawn so many shares of Bea International, it was only natural to go and take a look. Although Chen Chen just wanted to be a salted fish, it was still necessary to understand the basic situation of the company. Upon arriving at the headquarters, Chen Chen went straight to the office of the chairman. Director Chen, the general manager happens to be on a business trip. These are the company's financial statements, please have a look. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. Deputy General Manager Yan Shuling stood respectfully by Chen Chen's side and handed him a document.
Chen Shen nodded and patiently looked at it for a while. In fact, he just glanced at it briefly. After all, there was too much information, and if he were to look carefully, it would probably take half a day.
Seeing Chen Shen put down the documents, Yan Shuling cautiously asked, "Director Chen, would you like to call the company's leaders over for a meeting?"
Chen Shen shook his head and said,
"No need. Take me to see the company." "Okay, Director Chen." Yan Shuling led Chen Shen out of the office. It was the endorser? Yan Shuling remained silent, seeming to confirm the situation. Because of Li Meijuan's influential background, Chen Shen showed no emotion as he walked into the studio.
Seeing this, Yan Shuling could only follow helplessly.
"Stop. You can leave now."
Chen Shen went straight to Li Meijun, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Having such an endorser would surely bring trouble to Baya International in the future. So, Chen Shen decided to change the spokesperson.
He was not afraid of offending people this way.
Li Meijun saw that Chen Shen was unfriendly and frowned.
"What do you mean?" Chen Shen smiled and said, "No other meaning, we don't need you anymore." Li Meijun was furious upon hearing this and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this?"
Taking off her glasses, she stared coldly at Chen Shen.
Chen Shen revealed his identity. "I am the chairman of Baya International.
I am officially notifying you that our cooperation is cancelled."
Li Meijun looked Chen Shen up and down, clearly not believing him. "You, the chairman of Baya International? Who are you trying to fool?"
Li Meijun crossed her arms in front of her, looking at Chen Shen mockingly. "Miss Li, please watch your words.
Mr. Chen is indeed the new chairman of our company." Yan Shuling spoke up.
At this point, she was not afraid to offend Li Meijun anymore. After all, even the chairman had come forward. If she still had reservations, her position might be at risk.
"What? He is the new chairman of the company? He's so young." The employees in the studio were shocked to hear Chen Shen's identity. Li Meijun frowned again. With Yan Shuling speaking up, she finally believed it. However, she was still very angry about Chen Shen unilaterally proposing to terminate the contract. "Even if you are the chairman of Baya International, so what? If you terminate the contract, you will have to pay a penalty." Chen Shen smiled, "Miss Li, it seems like you breached the contract first."
The shooting date had long passed, but Li Meijun kept delaying and not cooperating.
Li Meijun was furious. "So what?"
"Let me tell you, my godfather is the chairman of Zhou's film industry. If you dare to terminate the contract, you will never find a spokesperson in the entertainment industry again." The chairman of Zhou's film industry had a strong background. If he spoke, other film companies would indeed give him face.
Yan Shuling's expression changed.
She had heard some rumors before.
Now hearing it from Li Meijun, she was shocked. Offending the chairman of Zhou's film industry would be troublesome.
However, Chen Shen remained calm.
"Finding a spokesperson doesn't require your concern. You can leave."
Li Meijun was so angry that her face turned red.
"You? Fine, very well. You dare to disrespect my godfather, you will regret it." This was Baya International, and Li Meijun couldn't do anything to Chen Shen.
Stomping her foot, she left with her bodyguards. But she vowed in her heart that this matter would not end there.
Watching Li Meijun leave, Yan Shuling looked somewhat worried.
They had offended the people from Zhou's film industry.
"Director Chen." Chen Shen interrupted Yan Shuling and said, "I will handle the spokesperson matter." He had another film company under his name.
Finding a suitable spokesperson was a simple matter. With that, he took out his phone and called the general manager of Qingfeng Film Industry.
"Director Chen, hello."
The general manager, Zhang Song, spoke respectfully.
"Baya International needs a female spokesperson. I will arrange it immediately." Chen Shen wasted no time and said, "No problem. I will arrange it right away."
Zhang Song was a bit puzzled as to why Chen Shen personally called him for this.
But that didn't matter.
What mattered was completing the task promptly.
Qingfeng Film Industry had many contracted artists, and Zhang Song quickly thought of Lin Yor.
Chen Shen personally calling him indicated the importance of the matter. Lin Yor had a good reputation, and she happened to be available. It was most appropriate to send Lin Yor over. With this in mind, Zhang Song quickly called Lin Yor. Upon receiving the task, Lin Yor called her agent and hurried to Baya International at the fastest speed. Chen Shen toured the company as Zhang Song said that Lin Yor had been arranged to come over, but he didn't say much. He was not in a hurry to leave. After waiting for a while, Lin Yor arrived at the company's gate.
The spokesperson I was looking for has arrived. Go check at the entrance, Chen Shan said to Yan Shuling in the office. Yan Shuling nodded and left. She was very curious about who Chen Shan would choose as the spokesperson. In addition, she was also worried about offending the Zhou's film industry. So, Yan Shuling walked to the company's gate. When she saw the stunning Lin Yor, Yan Shuling immediately recognized her. Miss Lin. Hello. The company had previously considered inviting Lin Yor to be the spokesperson. But Lin Yor was busy, so she declined. Yan Shuling was shocked at this moment. She didn't expect that Chen Shen would call Lin Yor over with just one phone call. Hello? Is Mr. Chen also in the company? Lin Yor asked with a smile. Yan Shuling guessed that the Mr. Chen Lin Yor mentioned should be Chen Shen, and said, yes. Today, Director Chen happened to come to the company for an inspection. Miss Lin, please come in. Hearing Yan Shuling's words, Lin Yor was stunned. Wait, is Baya International also Mr. Chen's company? Seeing Yan Shuling nod, a hint of helplessness appeared on Lin Yor's flawless face. My goodness. How many companies does Director Chen actually have? Qingfeng Film Industry, Hyaming Commercial Street. Duya Technology, Baya International. Chen Chen had too many companies under his name. And these were just the ones she knew of. What about the ones hidden away? No one knew how many more there were. Director Chen is truly a hidden business tycoon. Lin Yor's agent also exclaimed. The two followed behind Yan Shuling towards the office. Director Chen, we meet again. Seeing Chen Chen sitting in the office chair, Lin Yor smiled sweetly. Chen Chen glanced at Lin Yor and said with a smile, Baya International needs a spokesperson, you will sign a contract with Vice President Yan later. She will tell you what to do next. Lin Yor nodded. She went to sign the contract with Yan Shuling. Because they were changing the spokesperson, they needed to make some preparations again. During this time, Lin Yor planned to go out for a meal. Director Chen, would you like to have a meal together? Lin Yor looked at Chen Shen with her beautiful eyes. Sure. Chen Shen agreed. He was also hungry. As for Lin Yor's agent, he did not follow them. When they reached the company gate, Chen Shen took out the key to the Silver Beast Lizard car. The car door opened automatically. Director Chen, did you change your car? Lin Yor looked at the Silver Beast Lizard sports car in front of her in surprise. Chen Shen nodded, get in. Lin Yor wanted to say that they could take her own car, but she thought better of it. So she got into the Silver Beast Lizard. Where are we going to eat? Chen Shen started the car and asked. It's close to Hyaming Commercial Street, so let's go there. Thinking that she would have a shoot later, Lin Yor didn't want to go too far. Okay. Chen Shen drove the car and left Baya International. After 3 or 4 minutes, they arrived at Hyaming Commercial Street. At noon, Hyaming Commercial Street was bustling with people. The two went to a restaurant called Highway. The restaurant had a nice environment, and they had eaten together here before. Unfortunately, the private room was no longer available this time, so they had to dine in the main hall. Director Chen, I'm curious. How many more companies do you have? Lin Yor looked at Chen Shen's bright eyes and asked curiously. The man in front of her seemed like a mystery. I'll tell you later. Chen Shen didn't tell Lin Yor. Because there was no answer to this question at all. Probably, only the system knew. Okay. Lin Yor smiled helplessly. Since Chen Shen didn't say, she didn't want to ask further. There would be opportunities in the future to slowly understand. Just then, Lu Mengqing called Chen Shen. She wanted to consult Chen Shen about something. Chen Shen answered the phone, said a few words, and then hung up. Chen Dong, you're also quite busy.
Lin Yar looked at Chen Shen, her beautiful eyes smiling.
Not really busy. In fact, Chen Shen was more of a hands-off boss.
He rarely got involved in company matters. During the conversation, a young man in his early 20s walked in from the restaurant entrance. He was wearing a brown suit and had a Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. It was clear he was wealthy.
Suddenly, the young man also noticed Lin Yar, who was dining.
Lin Yar was truly too beautiful. In the restaurant, she stood out like a crane among chickens.
Lin Yar.
He Jiming felt pleasantly surprised and walked over quickly.
Yar. I never expected to meet you here. Fate, huh? Seeing his goddess here, He Jiming couldn't be happier.
However, when he noticed Chen Shen sitting across from Lin Yar, he furrowed his brows.
Was this guy Lin Yar's boyfriend? His handsome face made others envious. He Ji-1.
Lin Yar, seeing He Jiming, also furrowed her brows, feeling disgusted. This He Jiming had been bothering her for some time.
He was also a second-generation rich kid with considerable influence.
Previously, in pursuit of Lin Yar, he often harassed her on the set where she worked. He even sent her many expensive gifts, which she refused. Even in Lin Yar's live broadcasts, He Jiming was a frequent presence. He thought that by spending a lot of money, he could win his goddess's favor.
Unfortunately, Lin Yar never paid him any attention.
But He Jiming was not ready to give up. He believed that with his sincerity, he would eventually win Lin Yar over.
He Jiming smiled. Isn't it beneath you to eat here?
I happen to have reserved a private room, why don't we dine together? Dining with his goddess was something He Jiming had longed for.
No need. As before, Lin Yar maintained a cold demeanor. He Jiming wasn't angry at Lin Yar's attitude.
Instead, he looked at Chen Shen with some hostility. Lin Yar was dining alone with this man. This made He Jiming sense a hint of danger.
This man couldn't just be a simple friend of Lin Yar's.
Who is this? He Jiming asked tentatively.
He's my friend.
He Jiming, please don't disturb us while we eat. Hearing Lin Yar's words, He Jiming felt uncomfortable.
He thought, could this guy be Lin Yar's kept man?
Well, he was handsome and indeed had the potential to be one. But he wasn't bad himself.
He couldn't understand why Lin Yar wasn't interested in him.
Brother, I'll give you 200,000.
Give me your seat.
He Jiming patted Chen Shen's shoulder. For him, anything that could be solved with money was not a big deal.
Chen Shen looked up and glanced at He Jiming. 200,000? Who did he think he was looking down on? Just as he was about to speak, Lin Yar spoke first. He Jiming, what are you trying to do?
Seeing Lin Yar defend Chen Shen at every turn, He Jiming's anger grew.
He became more certain that Lin Yar and Chen Shen's relationship was not simple. Brother, let me give you some advice, stay away from Yar in the future.
He Jiming lowered his voice, as if warning him.
What if I say no?
Chen Shen stared at He Jiming, not taking him seriously at all.
He had dealt with many rich second-generation troublemakers before.
He Jiming sneered, I'm curious, what makes you think you have the right to talk to me like this? Forgot to tell you, my father is the chairman of Brilliant Real Estate.
Ever heard of it?
Mentioning his father's position, He Jiming was quite proud.
Chairman of Brilliant Real Estate? Is that impressive?
Chen Shen remained indifferent. He most likes to slap the second generation of the rich.
How powerful are you? You can go out and inquire. But I am also very curious, what is your identity after all?
He Jiming did not think that Chen Shen was a rich person.
Because in the circle of rich people in the Magic City, he knows quite a few.
But he had never seen Chen Shen before. Chen Shen casually took a sip of the soup in the bowl and then said, this whole commercial street is mine.
What do you think I am?
He Jiming was amused by Chen Shen's words.
Brother, you are blowing it up a bit too much. And a whole commercial street.
His smile suddenly disappeared. Because he saw the Patek Philippe watch on Chen Shen's wrist.
Patek Philippe 5002p, worth nearly 20 million. He
Jiming's gaze shifted, and he saw the bunch of car keys with the silver lizard on the table. His mouth twitched. The silver lizard he had just seen outside the door, could it be owned by this big shot? Thinking of this, Jiming felt his legs were a bit unsteady. Wearing a Patek Philippe 5002p and driving a silver lizard. Such a big shot, he might really be the owner of this commercial street.
Jiming's face changed drastically, bending down.
Sorry for the disturbance. Wish the big brother and sister-in-law an early birth of a noble child.
Jiming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly left. Jiming, what do you mean?
Lin Yao stood up angrily. This big brother and sister-in-law made her face turn red.
Just like a monkey's butt. But Jiming didn't look back, quickly walked out of the restaurant, and drove away.
Originally here for a meal, now he dared not stay any longer. Offending a big shot like Chen Shen, if his father found out, he would probably be hung up and beaten.
This guy. Seeing Jiming disappear, Lin Yao could only sit back down. Forget it, don't mind him, let's continue eating.
Chen Shen smiled and didn't take the matter just now to heart.
Lin Yao nodded, bowing her head to eat.
Unable to help but glance at Chen Shen from the corner of her eye. Just now, that Jiming was probably scared by Chen Shen's identity. In this way, he wouldn't come to harass her again. It was also a good thing.
If only I had a boyfriend like Director Chen.
Lin Yao thought to herself.
Chen Shen had a special charm that deeply attracted her.
Most importantly, being by Chen Shen's side made her feel extremely safe. The sense of security was particularly strong. Thinking about it, Lin Yao remembered what happened last night at the party, when Chen Shen fought Li Kai's for her.
Her face couldn't help but turn even redder.
Her heart was pounding like a little deer.
Was this the feeling of falling in love? Chen Shen, eating, noticed Lin Yao's unusual behavior. Are you okay?
He thought Lin Yao was uncomfortable.
I'm fine.
Lin Yao came back to her senses from her thoughts and silently continued eating. Chen Shen was really outstanding, which made her feel a bit inferior.
Maybe Director Chen already has a girlfriend.
Lin Yao shook her head, her face darkening a bit. Soon, the two finished their meal.
Because Lin Yao had to return to the company for a filming task, the two didn't stay long. Director Chen, you go back first.
I'll just take a taxi over, it's close anyway.
Lin Yao smiled. It's okay.
I'll take you there.
Chen Shen planned to go to the Nanjiang Raceway, which was also on the way. Thank you, Director Chen. Lin Yao got into the car with Chen Shen. When they arrived at Beia International, the two parted ways. Chen Shen drove his sports car to the Nanjiang Raceway, planning to do a few laps on the track.
Upon arriving at the gate, Chen Shen called the person in charge of the racetrack.
I'm Chen Shen. He directly stated his name.
After buying the racetrack, Chen Shen had already sent Su Yuan here to inspect it. However, Chen Shen's understanding of the racetrack only stayed on the information.
Mr. Chen, hello.
The person in charge of the racetrack greeted anxiously.
Because Chen Shen is the current owner of the racetrack. It is said that he spent 2.5 billion to acquire the Nanjiang racetrack. I'm at the entrance. Want to go in and take a look?
The person in charge of the racetrack felt a bit nervous, thinking that Chen Shen was conducting a surprise inspection.
Mr. Chen, please wait. I'll come out to meet you right away. Chen Shen said, no need, just have the security guard at the gate let me in.
I can go in directly, said the person in charge of the racetrack. Okay, Mr. Chen. After finishing the call with Chen Shen, the person in charge of the racetrack instructed the security guard at the gate to let Chen Shen in.
Chen Shen was able to enter smoothly.
With a value of over 2 billion, the racetrack naturally had a large area. It has professional tracks and has hosted professional races.
Many young people who like racing like to come here.
As soon as Chen Chen entered the racetrack, he saw many sports cars. Ranging in value from tens of thousands to millions, some of them were modified.
In addition to four-wheeled sports cars, there were also motorcycles. Although it was midday, there were still many people at the racetrack. When Chen Chen's silver lizard appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of those young people. Wow, what do I see?
If I'm not mistaken, that should be a silver lizard. Wow, a sports car worth over 50 million is here.
This is a sight to behold.
Some girls in short skirts and shorts widen their eyes, wanting to experience it.
The person who can afford such a luxury sports car must be a big shot. I wonder which rich kid it is. People started to speculate.
They were all very curious. Meanwhile, the person in charge of the racetrack was already waiting with his staff. When he saw the silver lizard, Luo Yinxin knew that the boss had arrived.
This level of luxury car is not something everyone can own. Follow me. Luo Yinxin led a few staff members from the racetrack to greet them.
Soon, Chen Chen also stopped the car.
He rolled down the window. Mr. Chen, hello.
I am the person in charge of the racetrack, Luo Yinxin.
I have prepared coffee in the office, please follow me, Mr. Chen.
Luo Yinxin said respectfully. Seeing this scene, the handsome men and beautiful women inside the racetrack were even more shocked.
No way, even the person in charge of the racetrack is leading people to greet. Could it be that the person in the car is the owner of the racetrack? People began to speculate.
Chen Chen ignored the enthusiastic gazes from afar and said to Luo Yinxin, "Let's go to the office later, I want to go play a few laps on the track."
Luo Yinxin smiled, no problem. Track number 1 happens to be empty, I'll take you there.
There were several tracks in the racetrack, but some were not open to the public.
Luo Yinxin had a car brought over and led the way.
Before long, they arrived at the starting point of track number 1.
Luo Yinxin patiently explained the track to Chen Chen with a map. Okay, I'll just play around.
Chen Chen's driving skills were average, so he just wanted to experience the performance of the sports car.
As for those cool driving skills, he had never played before and didn't plan to for now.
Without an expert to guide him, it's easy to get into trouble.
Okay. Luo Yinxin didn't say much and stepped aside. Soon, Chen Chen set off from the starting point. The silver lizard roared like an arrow leaving the bow, speeding towards the distance. The speed was rapidly increasing. If an ordinary person drove this fast for the first time, they might panic. But not Chen Chen.
Perhaps because of the blue pill he took, his hands and feet were more agile. The speed kept increasing. Chen Chen was starting to enjoy the thrill brought by the speed. As he played, he got carried away. He had no intention of stopping. Is that the silver lizard? I really want to experience it. Many young people who play racing cars gathered at track number 1. They stared at the luxurious sports car speeding on the track. Mr. Luo, who is that handsome guy? Some girls couldn't help but be curious and ran to Luo Yinxin to ask about Chen Chen's identity. Luo Yinxin said, he is the owner of the racetrack. Although they had already guessed Chen Chen's identity, hearing it from Luo Yinxin still shocked everyone. Oh my god. I heard that the final auction price of the Nanjiang racetrack was 2.5 billion. What kind of person is that young man, to be able to come up with so much money? Luo Yinxin just smiled and said nothing because he also didn't know Chen Chen's exact identity. Chen Chen drove the silver bay lizard on the track for several laps. His driving skills became more and more proficient. But playing racing alone seemed to lack a bit of fun. Nearly 20 minutes passed, and he drove the sports car back to the starting point. There, a large group of young people were eagerly waiting for him, both men and women. The looks they gave Chen Chen were full of envy. At the same time, they also wanted to get a close look at Chen Chen's silver bay lizard. Such a luxurious and beautiful sports car, although they couldn't own it, just seeing it was enough. Many girls at the scene also set their sights on Chen Chen.
To them, Chen Chen was a super rich second generation.
If they could be friends with such a wealthy person, they would wake up from their dreams with a smile. As Chen Chen stopped the car, several girls immediately surrounded him. "Brother, your driving skills are amazing.
Want to play together? Brother, can I have your contact information?"
Several girls threw flirtatious glances at Chen Chen. The scene can only be described as tumultuous.
"Sorry, I have something else to do." Chen Chen didn't want to engage too much. Although among those girls, there were two very outstanding beauties, he wasn't interested. "Excuse me, sir, are you interested in joining our car club?"
At this time, a handsome young man squeezed in and asked with a smile.
Chen Chen also shook his head. He didn't want to join any club.
Now the entire Nanjiang racetrack was his, and he could come to play racing anytime he wanted.
"Make way. Mr. Chen has other matters to attend to. Don't block the way." Luo Yinxin walked over and said to those people.
The girls felt regretful, as they couldn't get Chen Chen's contact information. But there was nothing they could do, as Chen Chen simply wasn't interested in them. Everyone stepped back, but still took out their phones and took a few photos of the silver bay lizard.
"Mr. Chen, please follow me." Luo Yinxin got into his car and led the way. Before long, Chen Chen arrived at an office. "Mr. Chen, have a cup of coffee." Luo Yinxin placed a cup of coffee in front of Chen Chen. Then he handed some information about the racetrack to Chen Chen. Playing at the racetrack wasn't cheap.
At the same time, the Nanjiang racetrack had complete facilities and was equipped for various well-known races, both domestic and international.
But not everyone could handle the racetrack, as it required a huge investment. After sitting in the office for about 15 minutes, Chen Chen left.
Luo Yinxin and the staff saw him off.
Shortly after leaving the racetrack, Chen Chen's phone rang. He parked the car by the roadside and answered the call. "Director Chen, something has happened."
That Li Meijun brought the chairman of the Zhou's film company to the company, saying they want to see you. Yan Shuling sounded very anxious.
The chairman of Zhou's film company had a great background, and Yan Shuling didn't dare to offend him.
She couldn't handle the situation, so she had to seek advice from Chen Chen.
"That woman has the nerve to come back?" Chen Chen frowned. "Yes."
The chairman of Zhou's film company just said, let you apologize to Li Meijun.
"Otherwise, you will regret it."
Yan Shuling was very worried. After all, the person they offended this time has a strong background.
"I will go over to handle it now." Chen Chen didn't say much, he hung up the phone. "Apologize? Interesting."
Chen Chen remained calm, turned the car around, and headed to Baya International.
He actually wanted to meet the chairman of Zhou's film industry. Baya International headquarters, front desk.
A man around 50 years old sat on the sofa. He had a flat head, a slightly chubby face, and a hint of majesty between his eyebrows.
"This person is the chairman of Zhou's film industry, Zhou Jianting."
Behind him, Li Meijun stood behind Zhou Jianting with a look of grievance, massaging his shoulders.
"Godfather. That chairman of Baya International is too much, you must speak up for me." Li Meijun's acting skills were top-notch.
She looked pitiful.
Nearby, there were several of Zhou Jianting's bodyguards. Zhou Jianting patted Li Meijun's hand on his back, expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking.
Li Meijun continued, "Godfather, I have already revealed your identity."
"But that guy didn't give you any face." Zhou Jianting snorted coldly, "Rest assured. I will make the other party pay the price." How dare they disrespect him, Zhou Jianting, and bully his woman? Isn't that seeking death? Zhou Jianting wanted to see how arrogant the other party really was.
Yan Shuling stood outside the gate, looking very anxious.
She didn't know what to do. For now, she could only wait for Chen Chen to arrive. Zhou Jianting sat quietly, took out a pack of cigarettes, and started smoking. After more than 10 minutes passed like this, Chen Chen finally arrived. He parked the car, got out.
At this moment, there were still 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked outside the gate.
Chen Shen just glanced at them indifferently. Director Chen.
Seeing Chen Shen's arrival, Yan Shuling hurriedly went to greet him.
Where is he? Chen Shen's tone was calm, no different from usual. At the front desk. Yan Shuling lowered her head, standing behind Chen Shen. Let's go in and take a look. Chen Shen walked in slowly. Yan Shuling followed closely. The moment Chen Shen appeared, Li Meijun immediately became angry. Godfather, it's him.
Li Meijun pointed at Chen Shen angrily. Hearing this, Zhou Jianting raised his head. His gaze met Chen Shen's. Zhou Jianting first looked Chen Shen up and down, then smiled. Young man, you're not bad.
Daring to offend someone like me, Zhou Jianting. Zhou Jianting's expression gradually turned cold. Chen Shen had seen information about Zhou Jianting online and knew he was a big shot in the film industry. Others might not dare to provoke him, but Chen Shen was Chen Shen. Standing in front of Zhou Jianting at this moment, he was neither humble nor overbearing. It's not about bullying. Miss Li breached the contract first, and we at Baya International have every right to replace her. Chen Shen wouldn't indulge a woman who only knew how to throw her weight around. Li Meijun was furious, gritted her teeth, and said, Godfather, look. He completely disregards you. Zhou Jianting's face suddenly turned cold and he said, Young man, do you know that Li Meijun is under my wing? Zhou Jianting was not concerned about breach of contract, but that Chen Shen was not giving him any face. So what if I know? What if I don't? Chen Shen could see that Zhou Jianting was extremely protective of Li Meijun. Since he was being unreasonable, there was nothing more to discuss. If Zhou Jianting wanted to play, Chen Shen was ready to accompany him. After all, he was not one to be pushed around. Young man, you really don't know your place. How dare you speak to me like this? Zhou Jianting's gaze darkened. He was extremely displeased with Chen Shen. Outside, everyone treated him with respect. Yet this Chen Shen didn't give him any face at all. Knowing that Li Meijun was under his protection, he still wanted to change the spokesperson. In Zhou Jianting's eyes, Chen Shen's behavior was undoubtedly a provocation. This was something Zhou Jianting could not tolerate. If you have any sense, you better apologize quickly and pay up. Today's matter, I can pretend it never happened. Listen carefully, you only have one chance. Zhou Jianting said expressionlessly. When it came to money, Li Meijun's face showed a smile. Godfather, I want him to pay 10 million. Li Meijun made a bold demand. After all, such a good opportunity shouldn't be wasted by asking for too little. 10 million? A bit low. Zhou Jianting glanced at Li Meijun and shook his head with a smile. Chen Shen also smiled. It was fine that he didn't mention the penalty to Li Meijun, but now these two wanted money instead. What a joke. 10 million is too little, then how much do you want? Chen Shen asked meaningfully. Zhou Jianting held up 5 fingers, at least this much. 50 million. Zhou Jianting wasn't short of money. He just wanted to save face. If he didn't teach these young people a lesson, they might step on his head in the future. Chen Shen smiled faintly, sorry. You won't get a single penny from us. Vice President Yan, contact the company's legal department and prepare to sue Li Meijun. She breached the contract first, we have the right to make her pay the penalty. Since they wanted to play, Chen Shen would play along to the end. Let's see who would have the last laugh. Yan Shuling was stunned. She didn't expect Chen Shen to dare to do this. By doing so, he had completely offended Zhou Jianting. Director Chen, I'll go now. Yan Shuling had no choice but to go. After all, she was just an employee. Godfather, look at them. They want me to pay the penalty. Li Meijun was furious. Zhou Jianting was also angry, he slammed the table heavily and stood up abruptly. Young man, don't go too far. Do you know what the consequences will be if you offend me, Zhou Jianting? Chen Shen just shook his head without saying a word. What a joke. With his system, did he still need to consider others' feelings? I don't offend others unless they offend me. If they offend me, I will definitely retaliate. Very good. Very good. Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older one. Young man, I'm curious, who is your father?
Zhou Jianting suddenly suppressed his anger.
Chen Hai. Chen Chen revealed his father's name. Chen Hai?
Zhou Jianting frowned deeply, feeling very puzzled. In his opinion, Chen Chen was young to already be the chairman of Baya International. It was impossible for him to have no family background. But there was no one named Chen Hai on the rich list of China.
The only explanation was that although Chen Chen's family was wealthy, it was limited. Young man, I hope you won't regret what you did today. Let's go.
After all, it was Chen Chen's territory, so Zhou Jianting decided to leave first. Dealing with a young man was not a difficult task for him.
After saying that, Zhou Jianting walked towards the door. You wait, my godfather won't let you off the hook.
Li Meijun glared at Chen Chen, leaving behind those words and quickly caught up with Zhou Jianting.
Soon after, Zhou Jianting's bodyguard also left.
Chen Chen turned around and looked outside the door, lost in thought.
Shortly after, Yan Shuling returned. Mr. Chen, I have discussed with the company's lawyer. Suing Li Meijun, we have 100% chance of winning. After all, she breached the contract first. But offending Zhou Jianting, isn't it a bit of a loss?
Yan Shuling expressed her opinion.
Chen Chen smiled, it's fine. I've already offended him.
Offending once is offending twice is also offending.
There's no difference. Seeing Chen Chen so nonchalant, Yan Shuling didn't know what to say. I'll leave first. If there's anything with the company, just call me. Chen Chen yawned, feeling a bit tired. He planned to go back to the manor for a nap. Director Chen, take care. Yan Shuling followed Chen Chen to the gate. Chen Chen got into the car and returned to the manor. He didn't pay too much attention to offending Zhou Jianting. He took a nap in bed until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Chen finally opened his eyes. Comfortable. Chen Chen got up and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Suddenly, the most pleasant sound in the world rang out. Ding! Random task released. Please complete a designated driving task, host. Chen Chen felt that the task issued by the system was really strange. Now even designated driving tasks are coming out. Fortunately, this was not difficult for Chen Chen. Alright. Designated driving it is. Chen Chen immediately downloaded a designated driving app, registered an account, and successfully completed the process. Next, he could start accepting orders. There were not many orders in the afternoon, but Chen Chen was lucky and quickly received one. As he walked out the door, he happened to see the housekeeper Su Yuwan in casual clothes heading towards the garage. Mr. Chen. Su Yuwan also saw Chen Chen and greeted him with a smile. Housekeeper Su, where are you going? Chen Chen casually asked. My mom just called and asked me to come home for dinner. Su Yuwan explained with a smile. Then you should go back first. Su Yuwan curiously asked, Mr. Chen, are you going out too? Chen Chen replied, I have something to do. He did not mention that he was going out to do designated driving. Even if he did, Su Yuwan probably wouldn't believe it. A billionaire like him doing designated driving? No one would believe it. Mr. Chen, then I'll go first. See you tomorrow. Su Yuwan waved to Chen Chen and left. Chen Chen got into the Silver Bay Lizard and set off. When he arrived at the starting point of the order, he was already 2 minutes late. Chen Chen parked the car first, then dialed the customer's phone number. Hello, may I ask? Before he could finish his sentence, an angry voice came through the phone. Are you kidding me? Being late for designated driving. It was a woman's voice. Chen Chen felt helpless and explained, sorry, there was heavy traffic on the road. It was true that he was late. It was normal for the customer to be a little upset. The voice on the phone said,
I'll give you a bad review later. I'm at the restaurant entrance, hurry up," and then hung up.
Chen Chen put away his phone and quickly rushed over.
At the entrance of a restaurant, Chen Chen saw the female car owner. She was a tall and beautiful woman, with a graceful figure. She looked to be around 25 years old, with well-maintained skin. She was wearing a white dress with light yellow waves, giving her a charming look. However, she seemed a bit impatient at the moment.
"Beauty, did you call for designated driving?" Chen Chen quickly walked up to the beautiful woman. "Your speed is."
The beautiful woman with wavy hair was about to scold him. However, when she saw Chen Shen's handsome face, she held back her words. "Are you the designated driver?" The beautiful woman with wavy hair looked Chen Chen up and down.
Her anger disappeared in an instant. "After all, they say beauty is justice. I'm really sorry. I made you wait."
Seeing the unreserved look in the other party's eyes, Chen Chen awkwardly touched his nose.
"It's okay."
The beautiful woman with wavy hair changed her fiery temper from before and asked in a gentle voice, "What's your name?"
"Chen Chen." Chen Chen quickly changed the subject and said, "Beauty, where is your car?" The most important thing now was to complete the task.
And the look in the beautiful woman's eyes made Chen Chen uncomfortable.
He just wanted to get the beautiful woman to her destination as soon as possible and leave.
The beautiful woman with wavy hair took out a set of Audi car keys from her bag and handed them to Chen Chen.
"It's in the parking lot. Follow me."
The beautiful woman with wavy hair had a bit of alcohol on her breath and a slightly flushed face. She turned around and led Chen Chen to the restaurant's parking lot. Unable to help herself, she occasionally looked back at Chen Chen. It was as if there was some kind of magic on Chen Chen. Chen Chen pretended not to notice and kept his eyes forward.
"Young man, are you still in school?"
The wavy-haired beauty was very interested in Chen Chen and continued to find topics of conversation.
"You've already graduated." Chen Chen touched his nose and replied, "So are you doing designated driving full-time now? How much can you earn in a month?"
The wavy-haired beauty smiled. "I'm doing it part-time, today is my first time." Throughout the journey, the wavy-haired beauty kept asking questions, but Chen Chen just casually responded. Before long, the two arrived at a blue Audi car.
"This is the one."
The wavy-haired beauty took the front passenger seat first. Without much thought, Chen Chen also got in and started the car, driving the Audi out of the parking lot. "I didn't expect your driving skills to be so proficient." The wavy-haired beauty kept her gaze on Chen Chen's face.
"It's just a so-so," Chen Chen replied as he drove.
Taking advantage of her tipsiness, the wavy-haired beauty became bolder and placed her left hand on Chen Chen's shoulder.
"Do you want to earn more money?"
Her hand started to move around.
Chen Chen frowned. "Miss, please behave."
Dealing with such a flirtatious woman, he felt distressed. Seeing Chen Chen's reaction, the wavy-haired beauty smiled and took out a thick stack of 100 yuan bills from her bag.
"Here's 10,000 yuan. Don't do designated driving tonight."
Seeing the situation, Chen Chen felt like she was trying to keep him.
"I'm sorry.
I still prefer doing designated driving." The wavy-haired beauty was not pleased to hear this.
"What, is my charm not enough?"
She deliberately teased, playing with her hair.
"If not, name your price."
The wavy-haired beauty started to persist. With her looks, she was confident she could win over a young man who had just entered society.
"I already have a girlfriend,"
Chen Chen said, trying to brush off the situation. Even though a beautiful woman was sitting next to him, Chen Chen still couldn't muster any interest. Some cars may look brand new, but the mileage is shockingly high. Especially with women who throw themselves at him, Chen Chen felt even more repulsed. However, in order to complete the task, he had to endure it. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Chen finally dropped off the wavy-haired beauty at a residential parking lot.
This short journey was extremely agonizing for Chen Chen. "Miss, we've arrived at the destination." Chen Chen quickly got out of the car and handed the car keys back to the wavy-haired beauty. However, the wavy-haired beauty was not ready to let Chen Chen go. Throughout the journey, she couldn't win over Chen Shen. This dealt a blow to her confidence. "Young man, come to my place, my bed is big and comfortable." She grabbed Chen Shen's hand and threw a seductive look at him. "I have urgent matters to attend to." "I'm sorry." Chen Shen pushed away the wavy-haired beauty's hand and quickly left. What a disappointment. Could it be that this guy doesn't like women? I must give him a bad review. Chen Shen left the residential area and hailed a taxi to head back to the restaurant he had just left. His silver giant lizard was still there. As he sat in the car, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned a chance to instantly kill. The item for instant kill is a basic stock market short card. The system's voice echoed in Chen Shen's mind. A stock market short card? System, please explain the purpose of this item. Chen Shen asked with curiosity. The system explained, the basic stock market short card is a virtual item. After use, you can short the stock of any company in the world. And it will actively acquire shares of this company and transfer them to the host. Hearing about this function, Chen Shen was excited. If he used this card to short a trillion-dollar company like Apple, wouldn't he become a trillionaire directly? However, what the system said next left Chen Shen somewhat disappointed. The effect of the basic stock market short card is limited. It is not recommended to use it on trillion-dollar companies. Note, the short effect is somewhat related to the company's strength. The stronger the company's strength, the less obvious the short effect. Please make a reasonable choice, host. Chen Shen rolled his eyes. The system's words seemed to say everything and yet nothing at all. Just say it directly, isn't the final effect explained by this system? It's so profound. System, since there is a primary stock market short card, does that mean there is also an advanced stock market short card in the commodities? Chen Shen thought of this possibility. The host is really smart. Please wait patiently for the follow-up flash sale. Okay. Chen Shen knew there were many good things in the system. To obtain them, he could only wait. Unfortunately, the flash sale opportunities were really rare, which made Chen Shen feel regretful. System, flash. Flash successful. The primary stock market short card has been issued to the system space. Hearing this, Chen Shen entered the system space and saw a shiny little card inside. Which company should I short? After some thought, Chen Shen decided to short Zhou's Film Industry. Zhou's Film Industry is a company listed in the US with a market value of over $1 trillion. Chen Shen wanted to test the effect of the primary stock market short card and also wanted to teach Zhou Jianting a lesson. After making up his mind, Chen Shen immediately silently said in his heart, System, let me use the primary stock market short card. As soon as he finished speaking, the system responded, the primary stock market short card is being used. Please bind a company, host. Zhou's Film Industry. Chen Shen smiled. Binding successful. Shorting process is running. The actual effect is subject to the actual situation, and this system does not guarantee anything. Chen Shen felt speechless. For the first time, he felt that this system was not very reliable. But since he had used the primary stock market short card, he couldn't decide what would happen in the end. It all depended on whether he would receive a pleasant surprise. Sir, we have arrived. The taxi driver dropped Chen Shen off at the restaurant entrance. Chen Shen paid the fare and drove back to the manor in a silver lizard. In the evening, Zhou Jianting and Li Meijun were having dinner in a private room. Li Meijun was not in a good mood. She couldn't enjoy her meal. The thought of being replaced by Chen Shen as the spokesperson made her furious. She was at least Zhou Jianting's person, but Chen Shen didn't give her any face at all. Just thinking about it made her angry. Godfather, that Chen Shen is really despicable. How do you plan to teach him a lesson? Li Meijun didn't want to wait too long. She wanted to see Chen Shen suffer now. Zhou Jianting sneered and said, Don't worry, that Chen Shen is just a brat. He is no match for me. I have sent someone to investigate him. Once we find out everything, I will make him pay. Lee Mei-jun nodded, saying angrily, that guy even wants to sue me and make me pay a penalty. If this gets out, it might affect my acting career. Zhou Jianting took a sip of red wine and said, I will handle this matter. A small chairman of Bea International can't stir up trouble. Lee Mei-jun poured a bottle of Lafite red wine for Zhou Jianting. Godfather, I heard that Bea International has found a new spokesperson. It's Lin Youer. When Zhou Jianting heard the name Lin Youer, he frowned. It's her? Wasn't she hidden by the company? Zhou Jianting remembered that Lin Youer was a contracted artist of Zhou's film industry before. Later, for some reason, she was hidden by the company. Lee Mei-jun explained, her contract period has ended, and recently, she transferred to Qingfeng Film Industry. It seems she is preparing to make a comeback. Zhou Jianting snorted, it's not that easy to make a comeback. I heard that the chairman of Qingfeng Film Industry has changed. I will go take a look tomorrow. Since Zhou's film industry couldn't get it, it could only be destroyed. Zhou Jianting's purpose was clear, to suppress Lin Youer. At the same time, cut off the cooperation with Bea International for Qingfeng Entertainment. Offend Zhou Jianting, and Bea International will never find a spokesperson in the film and television industry in the future. Lee Mei-jun asked, Godfather, are you planning to blacklist Lin Youer? Lin Youer is very popular in Huaxia, and Lee Mei-jun certainly does not want to see Lin Youer rise again. And Lin Youer's beauty also makes her jealous. Zhou Jianting nodded. With his power, shutting down Lin Youer is just a matter of words. In addition, there are some other reasons involved. Zhou Jianting also does not want to see Lin Youer rise again. At this moment, Zhou Jianting's bodyguard opened the door. Mr. Zhou, young Master Zhou is here. Zhou Jianting frowned, didn't I ask him to stay in Yanjing? What is he doing in Modu? Zhou Zhihao is someone who likes to cause trouble, and Zhou Jianting feels very helpless towards his own son. The bodyguard did not speak. Instead, Lee Mei-jun interjected, maybe young Master Zhou wants to have some fun in Modu, young people can't stay put. Zhou Jianting shook his head helplessly and said, let him in. Soon, a slightly effeminate-looking young man arrived at the private room. Dad. Zhou Zhihao bears some resemblance to Zhou Jianting, with fair complexion and wearing Versace, sporting a middle parting. Why are you in Modu? Zhou Jianting said coldly. He had hoped to groom Zhou Zhihao as his successor, but Zhou Zhihao was just too irresponsible. He was always causing trouble. Zhou Zhihao sat down opposite Zhou Jianting and said with a smile, Dad, I invited some friends to Modu to play car racing. You'll be back in a couple of days. Zhou Jianting warned. You better not cause trouble for me, got it? Zhou Zhihao nodded, but he was grinning mischievously. He didn't take it seriously at all. He stayed for dinner together. After finishing the meal, Zhou Jianting left with his bodyguard due to some business matters. What's wrong with my dad? Zhou Zhihao noticed that his father was acting strange and asked Lee Mei-jun. Lee Mei-jun briefly explained what had happened today. After hearing it, Zhou Zhihao let out a cold laugh. Young people these days really have no sense. They dare to offend even my dad. Lee Mei-jun picked up her bag, ready to leave. Suddenly, she remembered something. She walked over to Zhou Zhihao and whispered, Young Master Zhou, there's something you might be very interested in. Zhou Zhihao's curiosity was piqued. What is it? Holding a glass of red wine, suspended in mid-air. Lee Mei-jun said, Young Master Zhou, if my godfather asks, you must not say it was me who told you. Zhou Zhihao was a bit annoyed. What is it? It's a secret. Spit it out. Only then did Lee Mei-jun say that Lin Youer is also in Modu. She's planning a comeback and has signed with Qingfeng Entertainment. Zhou Zhihao's face darkened, and he slammed the high-footed glass heavily on the table. The red wine spilled out, dripping onto his pants. That bitch. She dares to make a comeback. Where is she? Lee Mei-jun was not surprised by Zhou Zhihao's reaction. Her gaze shifted to a not-so-obvious scar on Zhou Zhihao's forehead. It was caused by Lin Youer 2 years ago. It was because of this incident that Lin Yar was hidden by the Zhou family's entertainment company and had to pay a hefty sum of money.
However, Zhou Zhihao would never forget that woman who left an unforgettable mark on him. If his father hadn't warned him, he would have sought revenge on Lin Yor long ago.
Li Meijun said, Lin Yor has just become the spokesperson for Bea International.
My godfather is preparing to completely shut her down.
As for where she is now, I don't know. Zhou Zhihao clenched his fists. Anger flashed in his eyes. He didn't even feel like eating anymore.
I'm going to settle the score with that bitch. Zhou Zhihao slammed the table heavily and stood up abruptly. 2 years ago, when he first saw Lin Yor, he was deeply attracted by her beauty. At a banquet, Zhou Zhihao had a little too much to drink and started to make advances towards Lin Yor.
Unexpectedly, in a moment of desperation, Lin Yor picked up a vase and knocked Zhou Zhihao unconscious.
This incident caused quite a stir at the time.
However, Zhou Zhihao's father was the chairman of Zhou's film industry, so the public opinion was quickly suppressed.
Later, Lin Yor was sidelined by the company and had to pay a lot of money for it.
But for Zhou Zhihao, this was a disgrace.
Li Meijun reminded him, Zhou, I think you should just let it go. Godfather has told you, you must not cause trouble with that Lin Yor again.
In fact, Godfather is already prepared to take action to suppress Lin Yor. You don't need to get involved. Li Meijun is a very scheming person. In fact, she was hoping Zhou Zhihao would cause trouble for Lin Yor.
This way, Lin Yor would have no chance of a comeback. She knew Zhou Zhihao's character, which is why she deliberately said so.
No.
I must settle the score with that bitch.
Zhou Zhihao snorted coldly.
A hint of evil flashed in his eyes.
Li Meijun pretended to be worried. Zhou, what if Godfather asks where you went, what should I say? Zhou Zhihao gave Li Meijun a cold stare. Just act like you don't know.
With that, he quickly walked out of the restaurant.
Watching Zhou Zhihao disappear, a smug smile appeared on Li Meijun's lips. Lin Yor, oh Lin Yor. You have already offended the Zhou family, why do you still want to make a comeback? Blame your bad luck.
Jealousy changes a person's appearance.
That's what Li Meijun is like at the moment. Night falls.
The neon lights on the streets of the Magic City flicker, bustling with people, showing prosperity.
After a busy day at Bea International, Lin Yor finally completed her filming tasks. Miss Lin Yor, thank you so much. Vice President Yan Shuling breathed a sigh of relief.
Finally, the advertisement for the new clothing line was done before its launch. Lin Yor had a great reputation, and most importantly, she was easy to work with.
For Yan Shuling, who had worked with Li Meijun before, this was deeply appreciated. No need. I'm just doing this for Director Chen. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Lin Yor packed up and prepared to leave.
Yan Shuling said, Miss Lin Yor, we've reserved a table at Yipingxuan.
Let's have a meal before you go back.
Lin Yor shook her head, no, thanks. I have to go to Yanjing early tomorrow. Seeing Lin Yor insist on leaving, Yan Shuling added, Director Chen will be there too. Lin Yor had already turned around, but when she heard Yan Shuling's words, she hesitated.
In that case, I'll go too.
Lin Yor said she was really just hungry, not because she wanted to have a meal with Chen Chen.
Yan Shuling smiled, okay, let's go now.
The two of them immediately went to Yipingxuan restaurant.
Several executives from Bea International also accompanied them.
When they arrived at Yipingxuan, they were led to a private room.
Since they had made a reservation in advance, they didn't have to wait long before the waiters started serving the food. As for Chen Chen, he hadn't arrived yet. Director Chen said he'll be here in a few minutes. Let's wait a bit. Yan Shuling smiled at everyone. Lin Yor didn't say anything, just patiently waited.
Suddenly, a figure filled with anger burst into the private room. It was none other than Zhou Zhihao, who coldly stared at Lin Yor. Behind him were two young men, who seemed to be wealthy young men as well.
Lin Yor. We meet again.
Looking at Lin Yor's flawless face, Zhou Zhihao's mouth curved into a sly smile.
Zhou Zhihao.
Seeing Zhou Zhihao, Lin Yar's face changed drastically, her eyebrows furrowed. She remembered the incident from 2 years ago when she had to pay a lot of money for injuring Zhou Zhihao, but if it weren't for the decent family conditions, bankruptcy would have been certain. Later on, she was also frozen by Zhou's film industry. She thought that by changing companies after the contract expired, she could get rid of Zhou Zhihao.
Start over. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhihao still found her. Lin Yar. I told you I would come after you. Zhou Zihao's face darkened.
Over the past 2 years, he had sent people to find Lin Yar. But Lin Yar had gone abroad to hide, and only recently returned to the Magic City.
Zhou Zhihao, what do you want? Lin Yar's face turned pale. She felt even more scared.
Being targeted by someone like Zhou Zhihao was a terrifying thing. After all, Zhou's film industry was a giant in the Chinese film and television industry.
And Zhou Zhihao's father was the chairman of Zhou's film industry. His connections were extensive. What do I want? You'll find out soon. Zhou Zhihao sneered. He glanced at the people in the box and ordered, "Today, I'm only here to settle the score with Lin Yar. Everyone else, get out immediately." Several executives from Bea International also frowned. They didn't expect Zhou Zhihao to say such things. It was a bit too arrogant. "Young man, don't cause trouble here. This is Yu Pingxuan," one of the executives reminded. Hearing this, Zhou Zhihao snorted. "I don't care if it's Yu Pingxuan or Pingxuan. I'll count to 3, if you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude." Zhou Zhihao was used to being arrogant, so he naturally didn't care about the people in the box. At this moment, a rich young man behind Zhou Zhihao also stepped forward. "You're not leaving, are you? Let me tell you, Zhou's father is the chairman of Zhou's film industry. If you don't leave, you'll bear the consequences." The faces of the crowd suddenly changed. "What? His father is Zhou Jianting of Zhou's film industry? What do we do?" Upon hearing Zhou Zhihao's identity, the crowd was at a loss. After all, Zhou Zhihao's father was a big shot. They couldn't afford to offend him. What do we do? Everyone looked at Yan Shuling. Among them, Yan Shuling held the highest position. Yan Shuling was shocked and didn't expect Zhou Zhihao's background to be so significant. This afternoon, Chen Chen had offended Zhou Jianting of Zhou's film industry. Who would have thought that now there was another son of Zhou Jianting? With their status, they definitely couldn't confront the other party. Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the power. Yan Shuling's mind was racing, thinking of a solution. After a while, Yan Shuling forced herself to calm down and said, "Young Master Zhou. I am Yan Shuling, the Deputy General Manager of Bea International. Miss Lin Yar is the spokesperson for our Bea International, and also a friend of our chairman." If there is any misunderstanding. Zhou Zhihao coldly interrupted Yan Shuling. "Who's the chairman of Bea International?" "I don't know." "Wait. Bea International?" Suddenly, he remembered that it was the chairman of Bea International who had offended his father. "Your chairman has provoked my father. I haven't settled the score with you yet. But for now, I don't want to argue with you. Get out now." Tonight, Zhou Zhihao only wanted to teach Lin Yar a lesson. "Did you hear that? Zhou Xiao wants you to leave. Believe it or not, Zhou Xiao will bankrupt Bea International tomorrow?" 2 rich young men brought by Zhou Zhihao also joined in the clamor. Yan Shuling's face turned ugly. She turned to look at Lin Yar, who was equally at a loss. There was no other way but to inform Director Chen. Immediately, Yan Shuling took out her phone and called Chen Chen. "Seeking death. How dare you make a phone call? Don't think we won't hit women." 2 rich young men nearby glared and rushed over to teach Yan Shuling a lesson. "Stop. Let her make the call." Zhou Zhihao suddenly changed his mind. He enjoyed playing with others like this, especially seeing the nervousness of the people in the private room. "I felt extremely satisfied." He didn't think these people had much backing. With a cold gaze, he walked slowly towards Lin Yar. "Don't come over. Lin Yar's face turned pale and she began to step back.
Zhou Zhihao sneered, Lin Yar, if you had agreed to be my woman 2 years ago.
How could things have turned out like this now? I'll give you a chance, come with me now.
Lin Yar shook her head violently. Backed up against the wall, she had nowhere else to retreat.
Zhou Zhihao, don't come any closer. I won't go with you.
2 years ago, she had narrowly escaped.
But tonight, it was destined that she wouldn't easily escape Zhou Zhihao's clutches.
On the other side, Yan Shuling also managed to reach Chen Chen on the phone.
Director Chen, something big has happened. Zhou Jianding's son, Zhou Zhihao, has found a pension. It seems he has a grudge with Miss Lin Yar and now wants to take her away. What should we do? Hearing Yan Shuling's words, Chen Chen frowned.
These despicable second-generation rich kids again.
Can't they let me have a peaceful meal? Calculating the time, the US stock market is about to open.
I wonder how effective that junior
stock market short card will be. If we can't deal with Zhou's film industry, it will be a waste. First, find a way to stabilize the situation. Don't let him take Lin Yar away. I'll be there soon. Zhou Jianding's son dared to bully his company's contracted artist. Chen Chen couldn't stand for this. All right. I'll do it.
Yan Shuling wanted to say more, but Chen Chen had already hung up the phone. Soon, Chen Chen called the manager of a pension to send security guards to stop Zhou Zhihao. Inside the private room, Yan Shuling was also at a loss. She rushed forward and stood in front of Lin Yar.
Young Master Zhou, let's talk things out.
Zhou Zhihao glared angrily and shouted, I'll F*** King kill you. Raising his hand, he slapped Yan Shuling hard.
A clear palm print appeared on Yan Shuling's face. Get out of here, or I'll kill you. Zhou Zhihao was furious and was about to strike again.
Other executives saw this and bravely stepped forward to stop Zhou Zhihao. Even though it would offend Zhou Zhihao, they couldn't just stand by.
Even a woman like Yan Shuling had stepped up.
If they stood by and did nothing, they would lose face as men. Despite trying to stop him, no one dared to lay a hand on Zhou Zhihao.
Damn it! How dare they go against young Master Zhou?
The two rich kids brought by Zhou Zhihao couldn't stand by and started throwing punches. Chaos erupted in the private room. Lin Yar's eyes were red. Zhou Zhihao, tell your men to stop.
Zhou Zhihao angrily said, none of the people in this room will leave today. Those who go against me will not have a good ending. Zhou Zhihao was seething with anger. Stop all of this. Who dares to cause trouble here at a pension?
Just then, the manager of a pension arrived with 4 security guards. She had also received a call from Chen Chen and knew that something was wrong. With the arrival of the security guards, Zhou Zhihao and his companions were pulled apart. Looking at the executives from Bayagwo International, their faces were bruised and battered. They were seriously injured.
Let go. Do you know who I am?
I'll make a pension close down tomorrow.
Zhou Zhihao was full of anger and pushed away the security guard in front of him. He glared fiercely at the manager of a pension. The manager coldly said, I don't care who you are. But causing trouble here is not allowed. Zhou Zhihao let out a cold laugh, straightened his collar, and said, how interesting. Today, so many people dare to go against me. Very well, you forced me into this. Zhou Zhihao's face turned extremely dark, very intimidating. Young Master Zhou, don't get angry for now. I'll make a call later and have this pension smashed. The other rich kid beside him was also very angry. Another rich kid with a cold face said, your little Yapingxuan dares to go against Zhou Xiao. Do you know who Zhou Xiao is? You'll be scared when you hear it. Zhou Xiao is the young master of Zhou's film industry. The manager of Yapingxuan's face changed. Zhou's film industry? Of course, she had heard of this company and knew how powerful it was. However, Chen Chen had just instructed her not to let these people cause trouble here. Even if you have status, you can't cause trouble here. Saying this, the manager of Yapingxuan obviously lacked confidence. At the moment, she could only wait for Chen Chen to come and handle it. Starting tomorrow, this restaurant will never open again. Zhou Zhihao was completely furious.
Anyone dared to stop him, it was outrageous.
Zhou Xiao was very angry. The consequences would be severe. Zhou Xiao, don't be angry for now. Let us handle this.
The two rich young men beside him were not willing to miss such a good opportunity. Being able to serve Zhou Zhihao was a sought-after opportunity. Seeing the situation escalate, Lin Yao also started crying.
Zhou Zhihao, what do you want in order to let me go? Zhou Zhihao smiled triumphantly. What, are you scared now? Everyone present tonight will pay the price. Just as the words fell, footsteps approached from afar.
Finally, Chen Shen appeared at the door of the private room.
Mr. Chen. Director Chen.
With Chen Shen's appearance, Yan Shuling and the others became excited.
It was like seeing a life-saving straw.
The disparity in status between them and Zhou Zhihao was such that only Chen Shen could suppress Zhou Zhihao.
Chen Shen's gaze swept over Zhou Zhihao and his two companions, then glanced at the executives of Baya International.
There was a clear slap mark on Yan Shuling's face. The others were equally embarrassed.
Mr. Chen. The manager of Yipingxuan walked to Chen Shen's side.
Zhou Zhihao was too influential, so only Chen Shen could handle this matter.
You are the chairman of Baya International, Chen Shen?
Zhou Zhihao looked at Chen Shen mockingly, not taking him seriously. He couldn't understand how this Chen Shen dared to provoke his father with his status.
Chen Shen remained silent, calmly looking at Zhou Zhihao. Zhou Zhihao said coldly, "You are really bold. Daring to offend my father. What, do you want someone to help you now?" The manager of Yipingxuan reminded from the side, "Mr. Chen, this person has a big background. His father is the chairman of Zhou's film industry." Chen Shen said calmly, "I already know."
Daring to cause trouble on his territory, Chen Shen was determined to teach Zhou Zhihao a lesson today.
Zhou Xiao is talking to you. Are you deaf?
One of the rich young men next to Zhou Zhihao couldn't stand it anymore, pointing at Chen Shen and scolding.
Which dog is barking here?
Chen Shen glanced lightly at the rich young man.
You? How dare you insult me? The rich young man's mouth twitched, obviously angered by Chen Shen's words. He walked quickly towards Chen Shen, as if to teach him a lesson. However, at that moment, four imposing bodyguards also walked in from outside the private room, standing behind Chen Shen. The rich young man didn't take it seriously, thinking that with Zhou Zhihao present, Chen Shen wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. Are bodyguards impressive? The rich young man clenched his fists tightly and punched towards Chen Shen. However, Chen Shen's right foot was faster. With a scream, the rich young man's abdomen was heavily kicked, causing him to kneel on the ground. Teach him a lesson. Chen Shen said indifferently to the bodyguards behind him. The four bodyguards didn't hesitate and rushed to beat the rich young man. The room echoed with screams. The scene was extremely brutal. Chen Shen, stop your men. Zhou Zhihao's face darkened. He didn't expect Chen Shen to lay hands on his people. This was clearly not taking him seriously. Outrageous. This was really going too far. You are seeking death. Seeing Chen Shen ignoring him, Zhou Zhihao was furious to the extreme. Picking up a bottle of red wine from the dining table, he rushed towards Chen Shen. A tiger does not show its might, treating me like a sick cat. The wine bottle was raised high and smashed towards Chen Shen's head. Chen Dong, be careful. Seeing Zhou Zhihao make a move against Chen Shen, Lin Yao looked worried and immediately shouted. Smack. Curious. Director Chen, Zhou Jianting is quite influential. Lin Yao felt worried for Chen Shen. Zhou Jianting is a person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance and is extremely protective. Offending such a person is a very troublesome matter. I know what I'm doing. Chen Shen's face remained calm. Zhou Jianting is a figure, but he's not to be trifled with. Seeing Chen Shen's confident face, Lin Yao gradually calmed down. Since Chen Shen said so, she believed he had a way to deal with Zhou Jianting. In Lin Yao's view, Chen Shen was not a reckless person.
At the same time, Lin Yar was also very touched. In any case, Chen Shen had stood up for her now. If Chen Shen hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As a weak woman, she couldn't have fought against Zhou Zhihao. By the way, why did Zhou Zhihao take you away? Chen Shen asked Lin Yar. Lin Yar sighed and recounted what had happened 2 years ago. At that time, Lin Yar had just debuted and reached the peak of her career. Zhou Zhihao lusted after Lin Yar's beauty and had ulterior motives. When Lin Yar resisted, she injured Zhou Zhihao. Later, she was naturally hidden by the company. Lin Yar was afraid of Zhou Zhihao's retaliation, so she hid abroad for a long time. After hearing Lin Yar's story, Chen Shen finally understood why Lin Yar had been missing for so long. It was because she had offended the Zhou family. And tonight, Zhou Zhihao coming to cause. See how. Smack. Zhou Zhihao was furious and slapped the rich young man hard. I was beaten so badly inside, and you just stood by and watched. Among the three, this guy was the most cowardly, so he didn't get beaten. The rich young man covered his face and explained, young Zhou, that Chen Shen had bodyguards with him. Even if I helped, it wouldn't have made a difference. I was afraid they would be too ruthless, and there wouldn't be anyone to take you to the hospital later. So, Zhou Zhihao gritted his teeth and slapped the other person again. Shut up. You're just a coward, making excuses. Zhou Zhihao was full of anger. It was the first time he had been beaten so badly in his life. He was determined to seek revenge no matter what. But with his abilities, he couldn't do anything to Chen Shen. After all, Chen Shen was also the chairman of Baya International. Unless his father stepped in. But Zhou Jianting had warned him before not to cause trouble for Lin Yar again. If his father found out about tonight's incident, he might praise him instead? What should he do? Zhou Zhihao couldn't think of a solution in the short term. Could he only endure it? Zhou Zhihao gritted his teeth, feeling unwilling. And backing down was not his style. At this moment, hands behind his back and called the bodyguards at the door over. Contact the most influential media in Magic City. Release the news of my son being injured by Chen Shen. Then spend money to hire some internet water army. I want to humiliate that Chen Shen. Occupying the high ground of public opinion would make it much easier to deal with Chen Shen. Yes, Mr. Zhou. The bodyguard immediately went to make arrangements. However, what Zhou Jianting didn't know was that his son was already doing the same. When it came to dealing with Chen Shen, Zhou Zhihao had inherited his father's true skills. Son. Leave it to me next. That Chen Shen won't be arrogant for long. Zhou Zhihao suppressed his excitement and nodded. Chen Shen, oh Chen Shen. You think you're so great? I will pay you back 100-fold. Zhou Jianting patted Zhou Zhihao's shoulder lightly and left the ward. Using public opinion was just his first step in dealing with Chen Shen. There were other means to come. Standing outside the ward, Zhou Jianting had a pensive look on his face. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. Zhou Jianting was annoyed, but still took out his phone and answered it. What's up? The voice on the phone said, Director Zhou. Just now, there have been many negative reports about our Zhou's film industry online. The call was from Zhou Jianting's assistant. Zhou Jianting said impatiently, Is it necessary for me to teach you such a simple matter? Let the PR department handle it. The assistant explained, Director Zhou, the situation may be a bit serious. I found out that 2 overseas short-selling institutions are behind this. Hearing the assistant's words, Zhou Jianting frowned. Short-selling institutions, he thought, could it be that Zhou's film industry was targeted by those short-selling institutions? However, just 2 of them couldn't pose a threat. At this time, the US stock market was just opening. The assistant continued, Director Zhou, our stock is also falling. At this rate. Zhou Jianting interrupted the assistant and said, You figure out the PR first. I'll handle the rest. With that, he hung up the phone. Zhou Jianting didn't pay too much attention to this matter because the company had been targeted by overseas institutions before.
But it always ended with Zhou's film industry coming out on top. This time would be no exception. Just two institutions dared to short Zhou's film industry. Naive. However, this incident still made Zhou Jianting feel inexplicably annoyed. Right now, he just wanted to deal with Chen Shen as soon as possible, but unexpectedly, there was a new development at this time. Deal with one thing at a time. First, deal with Chen Shen. Zhou Jianting felt that even if the company's stock price fell, it wouldn't drop too low. He took out a cigar and lit it. The most important thing now was to deal with Chen Shen. "Sir, you can't smoke here." A passing nurse frowned and reminded Zhou Jianting. "What? Do you want to be fined?" Zhou Jianting snorted coldly, leaving two bodyguards behind and taking the rest with him. In the private room of Yipingxuan, Lin Yao didn't have much of an appetite and didn't eat much. Instead, she drank a few more glasses of red wine with Chen Shen. Lin Yao couldn't handle the alcohol well, her cheeks flushed. "You can't hold your liquor, so don't drink too much." Chen Shen glanced at Lin Yao and advised. "Mr. Chen, it's okay." Lin Yao smiled. Chen Shen shook his head helplessly, finished his meal, and then left Yipingxuan with Lin Yao. "I'll take you home." Seeing Lin Yao was a bit drunk, Chen Shen was worried. Lin Yao was silent for a moment and said, "Mr. Chen, can I stay at your place tonight? Don't get me wrong, my friend just moved out, so I'm the only one at home. So, I'm a little scared." Lin Yao was afraid that Zhou Zhihao would retaliate. Chen Shen asked with a puzzled look, "Don't you have a bodyguard?" In theory, with Lin Yao's reputation, there should be bodyguards around her. Lin Yao explained, "Yes. But I'm afraid I can't handle Zhou Zhihao." Chen Shen thought for a moment and said, "That's fine, you come back to the manor with me." Even if Zhou Zhihao is powerful, he wouldn't dare to come to the manor and cause trouble. Once this matter is resolved, Lin Yao won't have to worry anymore. "Thank you, Director Chen," Lin Yao said with a slight bow. Chen Shen didn't say anything, he just took Lin Yao into the car and instructed the bodyguard to drive back to the manor. Sitting in the car, Chen Shen was a bit curious whether the stock market short-selling card really worked. With doubts, he took out his phone to check. The stock price of Zhou's film company was indeed falling, but not significantly. Chen Shen wasn't sure about the final outcome. All he could do now was wait. Half an hour later, the car drove into the South River Manor. "Director Chen, your manor is really huge." It was Lin Yao's first time visiting Chen Shen's manor. Looking at everything in the manor, she couldn't help but feel impressed. Walking into the main villa's gate felt like entering a luxurious palace. The manor, worth over 3 billion, was truly extraordinary. Inside the hall, Xin Shen called the maid. "Prepare a room for Miss Lin." The maid responded and went upstairs. Chen Shen and Lin Yao sat in the hall and chatted for a while. Suddenly, the butler Su Yuan hurried in. "Butler Su, didn't you go back?" Seeing Su Yuan coming in, Chen Shen asked with a smile. "Mr. Chen, something happened." Su Yuan looked a bit anxious. She had indeed gone home in the afternoon, but she saw a piece of news and immediately drove over to see Chen Shen. "What happened?" Chen Shen asked casually. Su Yuan took out her phone and handed it to Chen Shen. "Mr. Chen, take a look." Chen Shen looked at the phone screen. It turned out that the incident with Zhou Zhihao had already become a hot topic on the internet. The report was clearly targeting Chen Shen, distorting the facts and portraying him as a violent maniac. Now that Zhou Zhihao was hospitalized and had hired many internet water armies, public opinion was almost entirely against Chen Shen. The chairman of Baya International is too arrogant. He injured someone so severely. Is there still justice? Is there still law? The internet was buzzing with these comments. Zhou Zhihao took the initiative and gained sympathy online. However, some people remain skeptical because the internet has a memory, and Zhou Zhihao's character wasn't good. From another perspective, even if Zhou Zhihao was injured, it was a struggle between two rich second-generation individuals.
Some people raised doubts occasionally, but they were quickly drowned out by the voices of the internet water armies. If this continued, Chen Shen's reputation would be tarnished.
How dare Zhou Zhihao fight back? Seeing those reports, Lin Yao was also very angry.
It was clear that Zhou Zhihao had provoked the conflict, but now he was pretending to be the victim.
Could he be any more shameless?
Director Chen, I'll start a live broadcast right now to expose Zhou Zhihao's misdeeds.
Lin Yao had many fans.
If she stood up to speak for Chen Shen, it would definitely have some effect.
No need.
Chen Shen leaned back on the sofa and smiled.
He wasn't worried at all.
In fact, he had already guessed that Zhou Zhihao would play this trick.
Walked out onto the balcony.
The night breeze was cool, brushing against Chen Shen's face. Looking up, he saw the crescent moon hanging high in the night sky, with stars twinkling. The manor was also very quiet.
Chen Shen opened a bottle of red wine, enjoying the night view while sipping the wine.
At this moment, a figure was wandering downstairs.
It was Lin Yao.
After making a phone call, Lin Yao seemed preoccupied, pacing back and forth in front of the main villa.
Director Chen, you're still awake?
Lin Yao looked up and noticed Chen Shen drinking, smiling.
It's still early. Chen Shen smiled.
Lin Yao thought for a moment and said, I'll join you for a few drinks. She quickly ran into the hall and up to the third floor.
Chen Shen, helpless, found a glass for Lin Yao. The two stood side by side on the balcony, admiring the night view of the manor. Are you still thinking about today's events? Chen Shen noticed Lin Yao's not-so-good state and asked.
Lin Yao nodded slightly and began to talk about past events.
2 years ago, I offended Zhou Zhihao and lost a lot of money. My parents' business was also suppressed. It was the darkest moment of my life.
Afraid of Zhou Zhihao's retaliation, my parents asked me to hide abroad for a while, and that well turned out to be a long time.
Director Chen, thank you for helping me tonight. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do.
Lin Yao took a sip of red wine and looked at Chen Shen.
The night breeze blew, gently touching her hair. She was charming and alluring.
The moon was beautiful, but she was even more beautiful.
Chen Shen remained silent, listening quietly as Lin Yao poured out her heart. Lin Yao continued, if that Zhou Zhihao doesn't plan to let me go. Maybe.
I have to leave Shanghai, she sighed lightly. As a celebrity, she appeared to be living a glamorous life, but some experiences were known only to herself. Chen Shen took a sip of red wine, looked into the distance, and said, don't worry too much. If Zhou Zhihao dares to cause trouble at Qingfeng Entertainment, I will deal with him every time I see him. As the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment, Chen Shen would not allow the company's artists to be bullied. Lin Yao turned her head and looked at Chen Shen again, feeling touched but still somewhat worried. After all, people from the Zhou family's entertainment company were not easy to deal with, especially Zhou Jianting, the chairman of the Zhou family's entertainment company, who had a wide network of connections.
Chen Shen had offended Zhou Jianting's son, which could be troublesome. Chairman Shen, I guess Zhou Zhihao won't give up. Be careful. Lin Yao reminded. I know what to do.
Chen Shen didn't seem to be bothered by what had happened tonight. While Zhou Jianting was powerful, he was not someone to be trifled with. Lin Yao drank quite a bit of red wine, and her cheeks were getting redder.
Like a ripe apple. It's late, you should go back and rest.
Chen Shen was afraid that Lin Yao would get drunk. Lin Yao's beautiful eyes had a hint of confusion.
It's okay.
Suddenly, she faced Chen Shen and said, Chairman Chen, you've helped me a lot twice.
I really don't know how to repay you.
Seeing Lin Yao's cheeks blush, Chen Shen paused and said, You're drunk, I'll take you back to your room. Lin Yao shook her head, her beautiful eyes meeting Chen Shen's.
Chairman Chen, I'm not drunk. I'm very clear-headed right now. I think I might have fallen for you. Under the influence of alcohol, Lin Yao spoke her heart out. A man as charming as Chen Shen would surely stir emotions, and it was impossible not to be moved. Although she had only known Chen Shen for a few days, his sunny and handsome face had already left a deep impression on her mind. She enjoyed being around Chen Chen.
Chen Chen was stunned, thinking that Lin Yue was joking or speaking out of drunkenness.
Miss Lin, let's talk about this tomorrow. How about?
Lin Yue continued, Chairman Chen, I'm serious. Before she could finish, she hugged Chen Chen and planted a kiss on him.
Oh my! I've been kissed. Can this be tolerated?
Chen Chen shouted, carrying Lin Yue into the bedroom. The following plot is very boring, so it is omitted for 300,000 words.
It was late at night. Following Chen Chen's instructions, Su Yuan posted the video online.
As expected, it immediately sparked discussions.
Oh my, the tables have turned. So it was all because of Zhou Zhihao. That guy actually played the victim first. In my opinion, the chairman of Baya International was too lenient. He should have beaten Zhou Zhihao to death. After learning the truth, public opinion shifted. It was clear that Zhou Zhihao had initiated the conflict, and he had not been gentle when attacking the executives of Baya International. Some viewers even recognized Lin Yue in the video and began tagging her on social media platforms to inquire about the incident. Isn't the truth already obvious? Zhou Zhihao was the one causing trouble in the private room. Later, the chairman of Baya International arrived and beat Zhou Zhihao. Zhou Zhihao was upset, so he tried to smear the other party online. Feeling manipulated by Zhou Zhihao, these netizens were furious and redirected their anger towards him. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhihao, who was still unaware of the situation, had already returned to the hotel. Although the injury was a bit severe, I don't want to stay in the hospital. After today's experience, Zhou Zhihao was very angry and wanted to vent. However, not long after returning to the hotel, his phone rang. Zhou Xiao, something bad has happened. The voice on the phone sounded urgent. Zhou Zhihao, annoyed, said, "Are you cursing me?" "I'm fine," the voice on the phone hurriedly explained. "Zhou Xiao, I didn't mean that." "Well, check online first, that Chen Chen has started to fight back." Zhou Zhihao snorted, "That guy only now knows to fight back." "Isn't it a bit too late?" the voice on the phone continued. "Zhou Xiao, you're in trouble this time. That Chen Chen somehow got hold of a video of the incident and posted it online. People on the internet are condemning you." Zhou Zhihao's face changed. "How could this happen? No matter how much it costs, that video must be deleted for me." The voice on the phone hesitated. "Zhou Xiao, this might be difficult." "I don't care about that. In any case, you have to handle this for me." Zhou Zhihao roared loudly. Feeling extremely bad, he immediately hung up the phone in anger. "Damn Chen Chen. Zhou Zhihao, will not let you off." Zhou Zhihao was so angry that he overturned the table in front of him. Soon, his phone rang again. This time it was his father, Zhou Jianting, calling. Zhou Zhihao could already guess that his father was calling to question him because he had lied to his father while in the hospital. With a heavy heart, Zhou Zhihao answered the call. As expected, his father's angry voice came through the phone immediately. "You unfilial child! How dare you lie to me? It was clearly you who started the fight in the private room." If it were a normal situation, Zhou Jianting wouldn't be so angry. After all, with their family's power, a fight could be resolved with money. But now it was a special situation, being caught by Chen Chen, they were in trouble. Zhou Zhihao gritted his teeth. "Dad. It's all that Chen Chen's fault, he provoked me first." Zhou Jianting angrily said, "You are simply being foolish. Quickly find a way to calm down the public opinion on the internet for me." The company's stock price plummeting was already giving Zhou Jianting a headache. And now this happened. If it's not resolved, not only Zhou Zhihao, but the reputation of the Zhou family will also be tarnished. Zhou Zhihao looked distressed. "Dad, I really can't do anything now. Shouldn't you step in?" At a critical moment, they still had to rely on Zhou Jianting. But what Zhou Zhihao didn't know was that Zhou Jianting was too preoccupied. According to the news from the United States, several short-selling institutions were targeting Zhou's film industry at the same time. And these short-selling institutions were powerful. If this continued, Zhou's film industry would definitely suffer a huge blow. Deal with your own problems.
Zhou Jianting scolded Zhou Zhihao and hung up the phone in anger. Continuing like this would probably make him explode with anger.
Am I going to fail like this? Zhou Zhihao clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely unwilling.
He threw his phone heavily on the ground, causing it to crack instantly.
Chen Chen! Just wait for me. I won't let you off.
On the other side, although Zhou Jianting said he didn't care about Zhou Zhihao, he still sent someone to delete the videos that were harmful to his son. No matter what, we must make the greatest effort to calm things down. In addition, the company's stock price keeps falling, causing Zhou Jianting a great headache. He has thought of many ways, but none have worked. In just over 2 hours, the company's stock price has dropped by 10%. And there is no sign of it stopping. If this continues, no one knows how low it will drop.
Who is causing trouble for me? Zhou Jianting is frustrated. Helpless, he can only call his assistant. Find a way to contact the heads of those short-selling institutions. Tell them I want to talk to them. Not long after, Zhou Jianting received a reply.
The heads of those short-selling institutions seem to have agreed not to talk to Zhou Jianting.
Damn it! Why are these foreigners targeting Zhou's film industry? It's infuriating. Zhou Jianting is about to go crazy. He tries to remember if he has offended any important figures recently. For Zhou Jianting, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The next morning,
Chen Shen opened his eyes and saw Lin Yao still lying in his arms. He had intended to get up quietly, but ended up waking Lin Yao. They locked eyes, neither saying a word. Remembering what happened last night, Lin Yao felt her cheeks flush. Suddenly, she remembered something important.
What time is it now?
Lin Yao searched for her phone in bed.
It's not even 8 o'clock, what's wrong? Chen Shen took his phone and checked the time.
I have to catch the 7:30 flight to Yanjing.
Oh no, it's too late now. Lin Yao sighed softly.
She couldn't remember what time she had fallen asleep last night. It seemed like she had only slept for a short while.
Too crazy. Why are you going to Yanjing? Chen Shen asked casually.
Lin Yao explained helplessly, the company arranged a film for me.
Filming starts tomorrow.
Chen Shen unlocked his phone and said with a smile, I'll help you reschedule the film. After all, Lin Yao is now considered Chen Shen's woman.
Filming all day is exhausting. It's better to stay in the city, eat and drink as you please.
Like Chen Shen, living carefree. And Lin Yao's appearance is the type that causes trouble, going out all the time makes her an easy target.
So the best solution is to stay out of sight. Lin Yao said with distress, but how can I do that? I just returned to work, what else can I do if I don't film? Chen Shen said, let me ask you a question. Why do you act?
Lin Yao thought for a moment and replied, being an actress is my dream.
Of course, it's also to make money.
Chen Shen paused, intending to say that he would support her in the future. But hearing Lin Yao mention her dream, he held back.
Having a dream is a good thing. In fact, Chen Shen also has a dream.
And his dream is to live carefree.
With your current condition, even if you go to Yanjing, you probably won't be able to film. How about this, take 2 days off. Rest well.
Lin Yao was silent for a while, and finally nodded.
I guess I have to take a leave. But with the crew. Chen Shen smiled, I'll call the general manager of Qingfeng Film and Television Company and have him talk to the crew.
Chen Shen is, after all, the chairman of Qingfeng Film and Television Company. Helping Lin Yao take a leave is a simple matter.
He made the call.
Soon everything was arranged.
It's all set. You can go to Yanjing in a couple of days. Lin Yao nodded slightly. Being close to Chen Shen, Lin Yao could feel his strong masculine aura.
Especially when she saw his 8-pack abs, her face turned even redder. She dared to say those things to Chen Shen last night because she had a bit too much to drink. Now she wishes she could find a hole to hide in.
Chen Shen got out of bed, picked up his clothes from the floor, and put them on. All right, let's go have breakfast first. However, Lin Yar sat on the bed without moving. She just covered her body with the blanket. You go out first.
Lin Yar lowered her head, not looking at Chen Shen, her voice barely audible.
It's not like I haven't. Fine, I'll go downstairs first. Chen Shen touched his nose and walked out of the room. After a while, Lin Yar finally struggled to get out of bed.
She made a great effort to find her clothes from a corner. At this moment, there was a hint of red on the white bedsheet. Lin Yar opened the door and asked the maid outside for a pair of scissors. She then cut off that hint of red.
Chen Shen walked downstairs and saw Su Yuan in the hall. Mr. Chen, breakfast is ready.
Su Yuan respectfully walked up behind Chen Shen, her hands on her abdomen.
Okay. We'll eat later. By the way, what's the situation online now? Last night, Su Yuan posted that video online, but he didn't check it later. However, he thought that the unlucky one should be Zhou Zhihao. Su Yuan said that Zhou Zhihao has become a rat crossing the street. Many people are condemning him. Chen Shen, curious, went online to check.
The situation was indeed as Su Yuan said. Initially, Zhou Zhihao tried to suppress Chen Shen using public opinion, but ended up shooting himself in the foot.
This time, even his father Zhou Jianting was implicated. In desperation, Zhou Jianting had to make Zhou Zhihao publicly apologize.
However, the effect was not good. Su Yuan continued, Mr. Chen, there's one more thing. The stock price of Zhou's film company in the United States has plummeted by 29%. I heard that it seems to have been shorted by some institutions.
Su Yuan stared at Chen Shen's face, wanting to see his reaction. Because this incident was too coincidental. The Zhou father and son had just offended Chen Shen, and as a result, the company was shorted. So Su Yuan speculated that this matter was likely related to Chen Shen. In Su Yuan's eyes, Chen Shen was a very mysterious person. Maybe he really had this ability. Really? Chen Shen immediately became excited. He thought that the junior stock market short card wouldn't have much effect. But unexpectedly, it gave him a big surprise. In just one night, the stock price of Zhou's film company plummeted by 29%. It was simply amazing. Su Yuan nodded and said, from opening to closing, Zhou's film company plummeted by 29%. It also broke the record for the largest single stock drop in the US stock market. Chen Shen smiled and didn't say anything. He went online to read the news. Until now, there were still many negative reports about Zhou's film company online, all released by short-selling institutions. Although Zhou Jianting tried hard to stabilize the company's stock price, it had no effect. Chen Shen could imagine how Zhou Jianting spent last night, with a smug smile on his face. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, the host successfully used the junior stock market short card. This time, the shorting acquired 32% of Zhou's film company's shares. The shares will automatically transfer to the host's name. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. 32% of the shares? All transferred to my name? Excited, Chen Shen couldn't help but marvel at the power of the junior stock market short card. 32% of Zhou's film company's shares were worth a lot of money. Interesting. If Zhou Jianting knew that he had acquired 32% of Zhou's film company's shares overnight, I wonder how he would feel. Is there anything else? Seeing Su Yuan still standing behind him, Chen Shen asked. The airport just called. They said your 2 private planes have arrived. Chen Shen said, take the time to go and check. I won't go. Although he had bought 2 private planes, he didn't need them for the time being. Okay, Mr. Chen. Su Yuan respectfully retreated. Chen Shen waited for several minutes, and finally, Lin Yar also came down the stairs. Lin Yar walked unnaturally, still holding onto the handrail as she slowly descended the stairs. Seeing this, Chen Shen quickly walked over and supported Lin Yar. He blamed himself for being too rough last night. I can walk by myself. Lin Yar's face turned red. However, Chen Shen did not let go, and he supported Lin Yar into the restaurant. While having breakfast, Lin Yuer's phone rang. Yuer, did Zhou Zhihao come to see you last night? Are you okay?
The caller was Yao Qianxue. She had just seen the video online and knew that Lin Yuer was in trouble.
As Lin Yuer's best friend, she was naturally very worried.
Yao Qianxue also knew about the situation between Lin Yuer and Zhou Zhihao.
Given Zhou Zhihao's temper, he would definitely not let Lin Yuer off easily. Qianxue, I'm fine. Lin Yuer continued, Zhou Zhihao did come to see me last night. Luckily, Director Chen saved me, so I'm fine.
Thinking about what happened last night, Lin Yuer glanced at Chen Shen sitting next to her.
That's good. You scared me. Yuer, are you at home? I'll come see you.
Yao Qianxue on the phone patted her chest in relief.
Lin Yuer said, I'm at Director Chen's estate, it's safe here. Don't worry.
Although the events of last night had passed, Lin Yuer was still a bit worried. She was afraid that Zhou Zhihao would seek revenge. After all, Chen Shen had injured Zhou Zhihao last night.
That's good.
After chatting with Lin Yuer for a while, Yao Qianxue hung up the phone. But soon, Lin Yuer's phone rang again. This time it was her father calling.
Daughter, did Zhou Zhihao cause trouble for you again? How are you now?
Lin Yuer's family was the most worried. After last night's incident, it had caused a stir online.
Dad, I'm fine. Lin Yuer said. That's good. But daughter, you should leave the city for now. I'm afraid Zhou Zhihao will cause trouble for you.
Lin Yuer's father was very worried. 2 years ago, he had dealt with Zhou Jianting and knew that the other party would not give up easily.
Dad, it's not necessary.
I have to go to Yanjing to film in a few days.
Lin Yuer explained.
Now that she had signed with Qingfeng Entertainment and with Chen Shen's help, she didn't need to hide overseas like last time. But resolving this matter completely would be a bit troublesome.
Listen to Dad, don't go to Yanjing. I'm already preparing to sell the company. When the time comes, our family will go abroad to hide for a while. Lin Yuer's father patiently continued to persuade her. Dad, it's hard to explain over the phone, I'll come see you later.
Lin Yuer was also a local in the city. Her family was here, but her parents were usually busy and often not at home.
Okay. Be safe.
Lin Yuer hung up the phone, then looked at Chen Shen and continued eating breakfast.
Director Chen.
I'm going out for a while later.
Lin Yuer said to Chen Shen. Still calling me Director Chen? Chen Shen looked at Lin Yuer's flawless face and reminded her. Lin Yuer couldn't help but smile wryly, then what should I call you in the future? Chen Shen shrugged, anything is fine.
After some thought, Lin Yuer smiled and said, then I'll just call you by your name. The two had already established their relationship, so calling him Director Chen didn't seem quite appropriate. It sounded like a superior-subordinate relationship.
Where are you going? Chen Shen casually asked. I'm going to see my dad.
Lin Yuer explained the reason.
I'll go with you. I happen to have some free time.
Chen Shen planned to go and meet his father-in-law.
Is that necessary?
Lin Yuer didn't know how to explain to her family about bringing Chen Shen to meet them so soon.
It's fine.
I'll drive you there later. Seeing that Chen Shen had made up his mind, Lin Yuer didn't say anything more. She lowered her head to eat breakfast. Soon, it was time for today's flash sale. The system's voice rang in Chen Shen's mind right on time.
Ding! Today's flash sale item, 68% stake in Jinghao Hotel. After a while, Chen Shen finally said in his mind, System, flash.
Jinghao Hotel is a chain hotel brand with branches all over the country.
Its market value is over 70 billion.
Flash sale successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 68% stake in Jinghao Hotel. Tomorrow's flash sale preview, 20-year operating rights of Dongpu Wharf. When he heard the words Dongpu Wharf, Chen Shen was stunned for a while.
20-year operating rights. System, you are really awesome.
Dongpu Wharf is also located in the Magic City, with a huge area.
Many import and export goods go through Dongpu Wharf. Therefore, the throughput of Dongpu Wharf is astonishingly high. The fees collected daily are also considerable. If you have to calculate the value of Dongpu Wharf, it can be said to be similar to a company worth hundreds of billions.
Chen
Shen, why are you smiling?
Lin Yara saw Shen's happy face and asked in confusion.
Just thinking of something happy. Shen didn't explain much.
Although Lin Yara is now considered his woman, the existence of the system must not be revealed. Zhou Zhihao sat in a room of a 5-star hotel, having breakfast. Although the breakfast was sumptuous, he didn't find it appetizing. The reason was that he hadn't rested well all night. You could see that he still had dark circles under his eyes. Not only was he beaten by Shen last night, but he also didn't gain any advantage in their confrontation. On the contrary, he became a target of public criticism. Being scolded by netizens was one thing, but the key was that his father was also scolding him.
Just thinking about it made him angry. Damn Shen. I, Zhou Zhihao, will not let you off.
Zhou Zhihao gritted his teeth, his forehead veins bulging. Although Zhou Jianting told him not to provoke Shen again, he didn't intend to let Shen off the hook.
He must seek revenge.
At this moment, a knock on the door sounded.
Who? Zhou Zhihao looked towards the door, showing impatience. Young Master Zhou, it's me.
It was the rich young man who was beaten by Shen last night.
Hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Zhihao went to open the door. Young Master Zhou. I've gathered over a dozen people. As long as you give the word, I'll go settle the score with that Shen. He was also not lightly beaten last night.
Since they were dealing with Shen, he naturally had to be involved.
Zhou Zhihao was delighted and said, Great. Let's go now.
I heard that Shen lives in Nanjiang No. 1 Manor.
Damn, this guy's place is even bigger than our Zhou family's manor. After teaching him a lesson, we should take over his manor too.
Nanjiang No. 1 Manor is the largest manor in the Magic City, and Zhou Zhihao naturally wanted to experience it. Immediately, Zhou Zhihao set off with his men.
He wouldn't rest until Shen was brought to his knees. As Zhou Jianting, the father of Zhou Zhihao, he hadn't slept all night.
Because the company had a major problem and was jointly shorted by several international institutions.
In just one night, the company's stock price plummeted by 29%. This had never happened before. There were also numerous scandals about Zhou's film industry.
If this continued, the company's stock price would drop further after the market opened.
How could this happen? Who is targeting Zhou's film industry behind the scenes? Zhou Jianting was at a loss. Chairman, we found out.
At this moment, his assistant called Zhou Jianting.
After the incident, Zhou Jianting sent people to investigate.
Unfortunately, after a night passed, there were no leads.
Those international institutions seem to have conspired to short Zhou's film industry simultaneously. It could be inferred that the person behind the scenes targeting Zhou's film industry must be a big shot. Otherwise, those shorting institutions wouldn't have united.
So when the assistant said the matter had been clarified, Zhou Jianting was very excited. As long as you figure out the ins and outs of the matter, everything will be easier.
Who is it? Zhou Jianting asked anxiously.
The assistant said, after those institutions shorted our company, they bought a lot of stocks at low prices.
Finally transferred to another account. It's a person from Huaxia.
Hearing the assistant say this, Zhou Jianting frowned. Cold sweat also broke out behind him.
A person from Huaxia? Who is this powerful Huaxia person who can simultaneously mobilize those international institutions?
Of course, what scared Zhou Jianting the most was that he had no idea who he had offended. Zhou Jianting's assistant continued, I also found out that the person has several companies under his name.
By the way, there is also a commercial street in the Magic City. Named Chen. Upon hearing the two words Chen, Zhou Jianting's face immediately turned pale. How could it be him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Maybe it's just a coincidence of the same name.
The young man he offended is just the chairman of Baya International, and he couldn't possibly have that much power.
Send me that person's information immediately.
Quick! Zhou Jianting urged anxiously. He dared not waste any more time and had to contact the other party immediately.
Then find out the reason.
If he really accidentally offended the other party, he would have to apologize properly.
Okay, Director Zhou. Wait a moment. The assistant did not dare to delay and hung up the phone. He immediately sent the collected information to Zhou Jianting's phone.
When Zhou Jianting saw the information on his phone, he was dumbfounded.
The information read, Chen Chen. Male, likes women. Blood type O, 23 years old.
Companies under his name include Longhu Medicine, Xingfeng Entertainment, Jianlan Real Estate, Baya International, Bayalim Takeout.
He is also the owner of Hyaming Commercial Street. Zhou Jianting took a sharp breath.
With widened eyes and an incredulous expression on his face, he muttered, "It's really him.
It's really him." Zhou Jianting's hands trembled, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead.
He had not expected Chen Chen's identity to be so terrifying. You see, the assets of the richest man in Huaxia are only a little over 400 billion.
But Chen Chen's visible assets already exceed 500 billion. Isn't he the new richest man in Huaxia? And this is just what was found. How many more assets that couldn't be found are there behind the scenes? Zhou Jianting didn't know.
And not only is he so powerful in Huaxia, but the key is that he can also mobilize those international short-selling institutions.
My God!
How much power does that require?
Zhou Jianting dared not think further, sitting paralyzed on the sofa. There was once an invisible big shot standing in front of me, and I was blind. It wasn't until I offended him that I regretted it. The most painful thing in the world is this. If God could give me a chance to start over, I would say 3 words to that big shot: spare me. After a brief moment of terror, Zhou Jianting suddenly stood up. He was very clear that it was too late for regrets now. He must obtain Chen Chen's forgiveness. In just one night, Chen Chen caused Zhou's film industry's stock price to plummet by 29%. And taking advantage of the short-selling opportunity, he bought 32% of Zhou's film industry shares. Such immense power was something he couldn't possibly contend with. Yes, go apologize to Chen Chen. Zhou Jianting wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and quickly walked out of the room. Not a second to waste. Because he didn't know how Chen Chen would deal with him next. Outside the door stood 6 bodyguards. However, what surprised Zhou Jianting was that the 2 bodyguards he had sent to protect his son had also returned. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to protect the young master? Since he was going to apologize to Chen Chen, of course, he had to. Bring Zhou Zhihao along. The 2 bodyguards lowered their heads. Mr. Zhou. Young Master Zhou said he wanted to go out for a walk and didn't want us to follow. Zhou Zhihao frowned. What? A sense of foreboding surged in his heart. He understood his son's temper very well. If his son were to cause trouble for Chen Chen again, it would be disastrous. Chen Chen had a terrifying background, and provoking him again would undoubtedly be seeking death. Tell me the truth. Zhou Jianting roared in anger. The 2 bodyguards were frightened by Zhou Jianting's expression and stammered, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Xiao brought over a dozen people with his friends. It seems like they are going to teach a lesson to the chairman of Baya International. Zhou Jianting's face turned pale as he reprimanded the 2 bodyguards. Didn't I tell you to follow the young master properly? You are useless. The 2 bodyguards were too scared to speak. Zhou Jianting was extremely anxious and asked through gritted teeth, how long has he been gone? It should be about 10 minutes. Zhou Jianting tried to control his urge to hit someone and took out his phone to call Zhou Zhihao. However, Zhou Zhihao did not answer at all. At that moment, Zhou Zhihao was on his way to Nanjiang No. 1 with his men, determined to teach Chen Chen a lesson, so he ignored Zhou Jianting. Unfilial son. This unfilial son. This time, I must break his legs. Zhou Jianting was furious and said to the bodyguard beside him, get the car ready. I'm going to Nanjiang No. 1. Chen Chen and Lin Yor finished breakfast at the manor.
They rested in the hall for a while. Just as they were about to leave to meet Lin Yor's father, the head bodyguard came in. "Mr. Chen, there is a person named Zhou Zhihao outside the gate.
He wants to talk to you.
He brought over a dozen people, seems like they want to fight."
Chen Chen suddenly smiled. That guy dares to come and cause trouble again. Looks like he didn't get enough beating last night. Lin Yor pondered.
She was somewhat worried. It seemed that Zhou Zhihao was not planning to let Chen Chen off easily. It was a bit troublesome.
The head bodyguard asked, "Should we drive those people away?" Chen Chen nodded, "Bring more people over. If they don't leave, beat up Zhou Zhihao first."
The head bodyguard nodded and immediately led the team to the manor's gate.
"Well, we should also set off." Chen Chen looked at Lin Yor.
Seeing Lin Yor looking worried, he smiled and said, "Don't worry too much.
The Zhou father and son are no match for me."
Lin Yor raised her head, looked into Chen Chen's bright eyes, and asked with doubt, "Chen Chen,
do you have a solution?" Knowing Chen Chen well, Lin Yor knew he was not an arrogant person.
Since Chen Chen dared to say so, he must have confidence in dealing with the Zhou father and son. So Lin Yor was very curious about what method Chen Chen had to resolve this matter. After all, Zhou Jianting was also a big shot.
Chen Chen smiled casually and teased Lin Yor, "You'll know soon.
Anyway, you don't need to worry."
Currently, Chen Chen held 32% of Zhou's film industry shares.
If he could unite with some other shareholders, he could make Zhou Jianting step down from the position of chairman at any time.
The reputation of the Zhou father and son was tarnished now. There were not many people willing to support them. The last straw breaks the camel's back.
Although Zhou Jianting had a considerable network, at this time, not many people would dare to help him.
Seeing Chen Chen's confident face, Lin Yor nodded.
There were many secrets about Chen Chen waiting for her to discover. With that, the two of them left the hall and went to the garage. Chen Chen opened the door of the silver beast lizard and said to Lin Yor, "Get in." Lin Yor looked a bit helpless. She wanted to change to a more low-key car. Glancing around the garage, she found only luxury cars. In the end, she had no choice but to get in. Chen Chen started the car and drove out of the garage. When they arrived at the manor gate, the battle there had already ended. The head bodyguard had warned Zhou Zhihao, but Zhou Zhihao refused to leave. In the end, the conflict erupted, and as expected, the group of over 10 people brought by Zhou Zhihao was defeated. Even Zhou Zhihao himself was beaten. "Zhou, the bodyguards here are too powerful. We should retreat for now." The wealthy young man, also not in good shape, walked over to Zhou Zhihao. The remaining people were scared and dared not approach the mansion's gate. "Damn it!" Zhou Zhihao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with anger. He thought he could make Chen Chen pay a price this time, but even the mansion's gate couldn't be entered. He was careless. "You better leave now. This is not a place for you to cause trouble." The captain of the bodyguards looked coldly at Zhou Zhihao. Zhou Zhihao gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You dare to hit even the young master? I will remember this. Tell Chen Chen, I won't let him off." Zhou Zhihao left after leaving a harsh remark. At that moment, a white luxury sports car slowly drove out of the mansion. The gate opened, and the bodyguards at the entrance lined up and saluted. "Chen Chen." Seeing Chen Chen sitting in the car, Zhou Zhihao's veins bulged on his forehead. Remembering last night's events made him even more uncontrollably angry. The sports car stopped next to Zhou Zhihao, and Chen Chen got out of the car, standing in front of Zhou Zhihao. He had a faint smile on his face. "Chen Chen." Zhou Zhihao glared fiercely at Chen Chen, bloodshot eyes full of anger. When Chen Chen got out of the car, Lin Yor also came down and stood beside Chen Chen. "Chen Chen, I'm telling you, our matter is not over." In Zhou Zhihao's eyes, the smile on Chen Chen's face was undoubtedly mocking. He had never endured such humiliation before. Chen Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, calm and composed. "You came all the way here just to say this to me?" Zhou Zhihao said angrily,
Chen Chen, don't be smug in front of me. Those who offend me never have a good ending. I will make you kneel down and apologize to me. I want your grand mansion. And you, Lin Yer, do you think finding a backer will make me, Zhou Zhihao, unable to deal with you? It's useless, by then.
Before Zhou Zhihao could finish his words, Chen Chen slapped him hard across the face. The force was heavy, causing Zhou Zhihao to fly into the air, performing a 720-degree somersault before crashing heavily to the ground.
Zhou! The wealthy young man, trembling with fear, rushed over to check Zhou Zhihao's injuries. He saw Zhou Zhihao's face distorted and tears streaming down. Yes, Zhou Zhihao was crying from being hit. I didn't want to resort to violence. You just had to bring your face over. Pathetic! Chen Chen shook his head. He couldn't understand how someone as brainless as Zhou Zhihao had survived until today. It was a miracle that such a person hadn't been killed outside. Perhaps others feared Zhou Zhihao's status, but Chen Chen was not afraid. Zhou Zhihao's face twitched, his body trembling. He raised his hand, pointing angrily at Chen Chen. He tried to speak but found his mouth wouldn't open. Chen Chen, you. He struggled to speak clearly, his eyes burning with rage, wishing to dismember Chen Chen and scatter his bones. At that moment, 2 more cars arrived at the mansion's gate. It was Zhou Jianting with bodyguards rushing over. He couldn't remember how many red lights he had run on the way. Now, all Zhou Jianting wanted to do was to stop his son, not to provoke Chen Chen anymore. However, when he arrived at the scene, it was too late. Zhou Jianting deeply felt the despair. It's over. Zhou Jianting's face was very ugly. But there was no other way now, he could only do his best to remedy the situation. He looked in the car and found a baseball bat, picked it up, and quickly got out of the car. With a cold face, Zhou Jianting walked briskly towards Zhou Zhihao. Zhou, look! Your father is here. The wealthy young man helped Zhou Zhihao up, becoming excited. Zhou Zhihao also noticed the arrival of Zhou Jianting and became excited. He had no idea that Zhou Jianting had come to teach him a lesson. Dad! Dad! Look at the injuries on my face, they were caused by that Chen Chen. Zhou Zhihao pointed to his swollen face, complaining to his father. However, what awaited him was a heavy blow from Zhou Jianting. Zhou Zhihao immediately let out a scream. Unfilial son! Do you take my words as a breeze in your ear? I'll make sure to beat you to death today. Zhou Jianting's blows were heavy. Each strike on Zhou Zhihao's body made a dull sound. Dad! Dad! You've got the wrong person. I'm your son. Zhou Zhihao fell to the ground, wailing continuously. But Zhou Jianting seemed not to hear, continuing to strike Zhou Zhihao. Uncle! Let's talk it out. The rich young man witnessing this scene was also stunned. Dad! Dad, please stop. Zhou Zhihao rolled on the ground. His right hand was also broken. However, Zhou Jianting showed no intention of stopping. After nearly a minute of beating, Zhou Jianting also grew tired. He threw away the baseball bat and cautiously approached Chen Chen, bowing his head. He dared not look at Chen Chen. Seeing Zhou Jianting's fearful expression, Lin Yer felt puzzled. Wait a minute. Shouldn't Zhou Jianting be seeking revenge on Chen Chen for his son being beaten? Why did he end up beating his own son instead? Besides Lin Yer, Zhou Zhihao and the rich young man were also very puzzled. Because Zhou Jianting was acting very unusually today. Bending in front of Chen Chen, Zhou Jianting swallowed his saliva and apologized in a low voice. Mr. Chen. I'm truly sorry. I was blind and ignorant. Standing in front of Chen Chen, Zhou Jianting felt immense pressure. He could hardly catch his breath and his body stiffened. He didn't know if Chen Chen would spare him. The only thing he could do now was to apologize to Chen Chen. Lin Yer looked at Zhou Jianting, then at Chen Chen, completely astonished. Oh my God! Zhou Jianting actually took the initiative to apologize to Chen Chen. This was truly unexpected. After all, Zhou Jianting was the chairman of Zhou's film industry. How did Chen Chen manage to make such a prominent figure bow down?
Lin Yao was very curious.
What?
Zhou Zhihao and the rich young man's faces changed as well.
The expected situation did not occur.
Instead, Zhou Jianting unexpectedly apologized to Chen Chen.
What was going on? Zhou Zhihao got up angrily, running to Zhou Jianting's side in a sorry state. Dad, are you out of your mind? This Chen Chen is our opponent. He just hit me.
Zhou Zhihao, with a swollen face and a broken right hand, walked awkwardly.
Zhou Jianting's heavy-handedness just now left Zhou Zhihao greatly puzzled.
In his memory, it was the first time his father had been so severe.
It seemed like he really wanted to kill him. Shut up! Smack!
Zhou Jianting, furious, turned around and gave Zhou Zhihao a crisp slap. Kneel down immediately and apologize to Mr. Chen.
Kneel down. Zhou Jianting looked ferocious. This scared Zhou Zhihao. However, Zhou Zhihao still felt unwilling.
He couldn't bring himself to apologize to Chen Chen. Zhou Zhihao gritted his teeth, covering his swollen face, and questioned, Dad.
Isn't this Chen Chen the chairman of Baya International? What's so great about him? He hit me, and I will fight him to the end. Zhou Zhihao looked determined, refusing to back down. You. Zhou Jianting was almost driven to faint by anger.
At that moment, he felt like creating another account. The big one was already useless.
Zhou Jianting roared, You know nothing. Do you know how much wealth Mr. Chen holds?
At least 10 times ours. Last night, Zhou's film industry was shorted, and that was also Mr. Chen's doing.
Mr. Chen now holds 32% of our Zhou's film industry shares. As long as he is willing, he can replace me as the chairman at any time. What do we have to compete with Mr. Chen?
Zhou Jianting became more and more excited as he spoke. He wished he could beat Zhou Jianting up again.
How is this possible? Dad, is this information wrong? Zhou Zhihao shook his head, looking incredulous. Their assets exceed theirs tenfold? What does that mean? Doesn't it mean that if Chen Chen wants to play with them, it's as easy as turning over his hand?
Lin Yao lightly covered her red lips, also feeling very shocked. She did not expect that Chen Chen had already made a move on Zhou's film industry. And he suddenly acquired 32% of Zhou's film industry shares.
Oh my god! How much energy does this require?
Now Lin Yao finally understood why Chen Chen had been so calm and composed from the beginning to the end.
It turns out he never considered the Zhou father and son as opponents. Let me tell you, you better kneel down and apologize to Mr. Chen right away. Otherwise, you will no longer be my son Zhou Jianting.
Zhou Jianting glared at Zhou Zhihao.
He was completely enraged. Hearing his father say such ruthless words, Zhou Zhihao's eyes instantly became distracted.
He finally realized that Chen Chen was a person he couldn't afford to provoke at all. Without his father's protection, he was nothing. Now even his father had softened. If he continued to confront Chen Chen, it would be a dead end.
Thinking of this, Zhou Zhihao also became afraid. His previous arrogance disappeared completely. Dad! Dad! You can't abandon me! Zhou Zhihao grabbed Zhou Jianting's hand with a trembling voice.
At this moment, the rich young man standing behind Zhou Jianting also couldn't stop trembling. He thought Zhou Zhihao would be a great support. Never did he expect that Chen Chen's background was even greater. Now even the support had collapsed. If Chen Chen pursued it, he would end up in a very bad situation.
Mr. Chen, I'm sorry.
I was blind to your greatness. The rich young man took a step towards Zhou Zhihao, knelt on the ground, his face extremely pale.
I was wrong. I deserve to be punished.
The rich young man was quite scared by Chen Chen's background and began to slap himself.
And he didn't hold back. He was willing to do anything to earn Chen Chen's forgiveness.
Zhou Jianting ignored the rich young man and shouted at Zhou Zhihao.
Apologize to Mr. Chen. Zhou Zhihao panicked.
His face was pale, and his body trembled like a sieve.
Finally, he knelt on the ground. Mr. Chen! I was wrong. Please give me a way out. Zhou Zhihao was in a panic.
Following the rich young man, he began to slap himself. But his face was already injured, and now the pain almost made him faint.
However, he dared not stop. Chen Shen remained expressionless, looking at Zhou Zhihao kneeling on the ground, and said coldly, Zhou Zhihao, this is the second time you have provoked me.
His words carried an invisible pressure, making Zhou Jianting also tremble with fear.
Mr. Chen, it's my son's fault. Please don't lower yourself to his level. Although Zhou Jianting was angry with Zhou Zhihao, he was still his own son. He couldn't just stand by. Chen Shen looked at Zhou Jianting and sneered, your son's fault? Are you not at fault as well? It was clear that these two were used to bullying others. But this time, they had offended Chen Shen. That's why they stumbled. If it weren't for Chen Shen's greater ability, how would they have known they were wrong? In the eyes of people like Zhou Jianting, there was probably no right or wrong. They only recognized the strength of power. Zhou Jianting was speechless.
He now realized that not only had his son provoked Chen Shen, but he himself had also offended Chen Shen thoroughly. If he had known, he wouldn't have stood up for that foolish woman Li Meijun yesterday. Now, he had offended a big shot like Chen Shen. Zhou Jianting's forehead was covered in dense cold sweat. He knew that it would not be easy to gain Chen Shen's forgiveness today.
What to do? Zhou Jianting was at a loss.
Looking at Zhou Zhihao and the rich young man still slapping each other, they dared not stop.
After all, Chen Shen had not spoken yet.
Zhou Jianting pondered for a while, gritted his teeth, and said, Mr. Chen, we were indeed wrong in this matter. I plan to resign as the chairman of Zhou's film and television company.
You will be the chairman from now on. If you are still not satisfied, you can also beat my son.
Zhou Zhihao, who was slapping himself, paused when he heard this.
What?
Resigning as chairman was one thing, but wanting Chen Shen to beat him was another.
Is this his real father?
Chen Shen smiled and said, I never intended to let you continue as the chairman of Zhou's film and television company. Currently, Chen Shen owned a considerable amount of shares in Zhou's film and television company. Although he couldn't achieve absolute control, it wouldn't be difficult for the other shareholders of the joint company to remove Zhou Jianting.
Zhou's film and television company was the largest film and television company in China.
Since he had obtained 32% of the shares, he needed to manage it well.
As for Zhou Jianting, it was clear that he could no longer be involved in the company's management. Hearing Chen Shen's words, Zhou Jianting was shocked.
Indeed, Chen Shen was not planning to let him off easily. Zhou Jianting felt his legs weaken, gritted his teeth again, and said, Mr. Chen, to show my sincerity in apologizing, I am willing to give you 10% of Zhou's film and television company's shares. Although Zhou's film and television company's stock price had plummeted by 29%, the company's strength remained. As long as the storm passed, the stock price would surely rise again. And Zhou Jianting's offer of 10% of the shares was not insignificant. Saying this, Zhou Jianting felt a pang in his heart.
Even Zhou Zhihao was very distressed. Giving away so many shares to Chen Shen like this.
But there was no choice. At this point, Zhou Zhihao dared not say much. Getting Chen Shen's forgiveness was the most important thing. If Chen Shen did not let them off, they would be in big trouble. Compared to their lives, money had become secondary. Zhou Jianting lowered his head, waiting for Chen Shen's response. After some thought, Chen Shen decided to accept the shares Zhou Jianting offered him. This way, he would own 42% of Zhou's film and television company's shares. Pursuing the matter further seemed to have no meaning. After all, Zhou Zhihao had already been taught a lesson.
You can leave now. Chen Shen did not intend to waste any more time on these two. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Chen.
Zhou Jianting and Zhou Zhihao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve. Giving so many shares to Chen Shen had resolved the matter. It was a close call. Both of them wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads.
Let's go. Chen Shen glanced at Lin Yor, got into the Silver Bay Lizard, and left. Lin Yara nodded and ignored the Zhou father and son, getting into the car. Afterwards, Chen Shan also drove away. Watching Chen Shan's sports car disappear, Zhou Zhihao finally got up. Thank goodness. Mr. Chen let us off. By now, Zhou Zhihao's face was swollen like a pig's head. It couldn't get any more embarrassing. And you have the nerve to say that. It's all your fault. Zhou Jianting became angrier the more he thought about it and kicked Zhou Zhihao hard on the buttocks. Zhou Zhihao staggered and fell down. Pointing at Zhou Zhihao, Zhou Jianting scolded, I told you to stay put at the hotel, but you didn't listen. If I hadn't arrived in time, you might have been dead by now. Zhou Zhihao dared not argue. Thinking back to his own ignorance just now, he couldn't help but shiver. Getting beaten up was a light punishment. If he completely angered Chen Shen, he wouldn't know how he would die. Dad, I know I was wrong. Zhou Zhihao said with a bitter face. Zhou Jianting angrily said, because of this, I lost 10% of Zhou's film and television company's shares. You said, besides causing trouble, what else can you do? Zhou Zhihao muttered, didn't you also offend Chen Shen yesterday? You dare talk back. Zhou Jianting was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices, picking up the baseball bat on the ground. He swung it towards Zhou Zhihao again. Watch me beat you to death. Sitting in the car, Lin Yara occasionally looked at Chen Shen, who was focused on driving. What are you looking at? Chen Shen smiled at Lin Yara. Nothing. Lin Yara withdrew her gaze and shook her head. In fact, she was very curious. How did Chen Shen manage to acquire 32% of Zhou's film industry? But after some thought, she didn't ask. Everyone has secrets, and Chen Shen has many secrets in particular. To truly understand Chen Shen, it will take time. Chen Shen looked ahead, driving and smiling. Now Zhou Zhihao is also afraid of me. He definitely won't dare to bother you again in the future. Lin Yara gratefully said, thank you, Chen Shen. Without Chen Shen, she really didn't know how to handle this matter. After all, the father and son of Zhou are not simple characters. You don't need to say such things to me in the future. Lin Yara is now Chen Shen's woman. Lin Yara's affairs are his affairs. Chen Shen smiled, didn't you say being an actress is your dream? You can continue to pursue your dream in the future. But I still hope you can stay in the Magic City. It's so tiring to be filming all day. Chen Shen gave Lin Yara a suggestion. Lin Yara remained silent for a while and said, I'll think about it after finishing the current film. Before long, the two arrived at a restaurant. Lin Yara's father, Lin Zhenrong, had been waiting at the entrance. Lin Yara's younger brother, Lin Haoming, was also there. Both of them looked worried. Seeing Lin Yara getting out of the luxury sports car, Lin Zhenrong and Lin Haoming were both stunned. Then they walked over quickly. Daughter. Sister. Are you okay? The two walked up to Lin Yara, showing a caring expression. At this moment, Chen Shen also got out of the car. Lin Zhenrong and Lin Haoming found Chen Shen somewhat familiar. After all, the events of last night had caused quite a stir. They had also seen Chen Shen in that video clip. It just took them a moment to recognize him. Lin Yara said, I'm fine. This is Chen Shen, my dear friend. Lin Zhenrong suddenly realized, so he is the chairman of Bea International. Chairman Chen, thank you for saving my daughter. Lin Zhenrong was very grateful. If Chen Shen hadn't been there last night, his daughter would have been in trouble. Uncle, no need to be polite. Chen Shen smiled. Lin Zhenrong took another look at Chen Shen, sighed, and apologized, I'm really sorry for involving you. To dispel her father's concerns, Lin Yara said, Dad, you don't need to worry anymore. The matter has been resolved, Zhou Zhihao won't come to bother me again in the future. Saying this, Lin Yara looked at Chen Shen again. Indeed, it was largely thanks to Chen Shen. Otherwise, she might have had to hide overseas. It's been resolved? Sister, what's going on? Lin Haoming and Lin Zhenrong exchanged a puzzled look. They knew that Zhou Zhihao was the type of person who wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. Once he offended someone, how could that person easily back down? It was Chen Chen who helped me.
I'll explain to you slowly later.
Lin Yao didn't know how to explain.
After all, Chen Chen's identity was quite complicated, and it would be troublesome to explain.
As for how Chen Chen shorted Zhou's film industry, Lin Yao also didn't know the details. That's great. Lin Haoming and Lin Jinrong were very happy. With the matter resolved, they no longer had to worry all the time. This was good news.
Lin Haoming said, "Chairman Chen, thank you for helping my sister.
Have you had breakfast? Why don't we have breakfast together?"
They had rushed out without having breakfast. Now that I heard the matter has been resolved, everyone can breathe a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, the matter is considered over. Chen Chen said, "Let's eat." This time, accompanying Lin Yao, they came to reassure Lin Yao's family so they wouldn't worry anymore. It's okay. Let's go in and have a drink. Chen Chen looked at Lin Yao. Lin Yao didn't say anything.
And so, the four of them walked into the restaurant. In front of Chen Chen, Lin Jinrong and Lin Haoming still seemed a bit awkward. In their eyes, Chen Chen was not an ordinary person.
Last night, Chen Chen dealt with Zhou Jianting, and he resolved the matter. He was definitely more than just the chairman of Baya International. Maybe he had a big family background.
At the same time, the two could also tell that Chen Chen's relationship with Lin Yao was not ordinary. They planned to find a time to ask Lin Yao about it. If it was true, that would be great. After all, a remarkable man like Chen Chen is not easy to find. The four of them found a table in the restaurant and sat down.
Lin Yao and Chen Chen just ordered a glass of orange juice.
As they chatted, suddenly, 3 black Audi cars parked outside the restaurant. 4 bodyguards got out of the cars first, followed by several staff members.
Who is coming? Such a grand entrance. Lin Haoming looked outside the restaurant with curiosity.
At this moment, Chen Chen also looked over and recognized the staff members. Finally, a woman in a long dress got out of the car.
Surrounded by bodyguards and staff, she walked into the restaurant.
The woman wore sunglasses and had a proud look on her face.
It was Li Meijun, who had a history with Chen Chen. Chen Chen shook his head and looked away.
No wonder he felt familiar with the staff members, he had seen them yesterday.
Li Meijun entered the restaurant and immediately noticed Chen Chen.
She frowned, took off her sunglasses, and showed a hint of anger on her face. She didn't expect to run into Chen Chen while coming out for breakfast.
Her good mood instantly disappeared. "Miss Li, breakfast is ready, please follow me upstairs." The restaurant manager, knowing Li Meijun's identity, spoke respectfully.
Li Meijun coldly looked at Chen Chen and said, "I'll also book the first floor."
"Clear out everyone here." Li Meijun was angry when she saw Chen Chen. "Miss Li, this might not be possible." The restaurant manager felt awkward.
It was breakfast time, and although there weren't many diners, kicking them out for no reason would surely affect the restaurant's reputation. And he couldn't make the decision on his own.
Li Meijun was not pleased and said coldly, "Why not? Don't you want to make money in this restaurant?" Li Meijun wanted to show her authority to Chen Chen.
What she didn't know was that her backer, Zhou Jianting, had already compromised with Chen Chen. "Miss Li, please don't put me in a difficult position.
Let me call the boss."
The restaurant manager stepped aside to make a call. He didn't dare to make such a big decision on his own.
Li Meijun, in a bad mood and accompanied by bodyguards, walked towards Chen Chen. "Chen Chen, we meet again."
She glanced at Chen Chen and then at Lin Yao. She wasn't close to Lin Yao, but Lin Yao's beauty made her jealous.
She didn't want to see Lin Yao make a comeback. Last night, she intentionally leaked Lin Yao's information to Zhou Zhihao, hoping he would cause trouble for Lin Yao. Little did she know, Zhou Zhihao ended up being beaten by Chen Chen. What a useless person. Of course, Li Meijun couldn't show her dissatisfaction because Zhou Zhihao's father was her benefactor. Chen Chen ignored Li Meijun and continued drinking his orange juice.
Lin Yao glanced at Li Meijun, also aware of her identity. She looked at Chen Chen and remained silent. As for Lin Jinrong and Lin Haoming, they could tell that Li Meijun was here to cause trouble for Chen Chen.
But they couldn't intervene in such matters. Li Meijun, being ignored by Chen Chen, was not happy. Chen Chen, don't be too arrogant. You offended my godfather, your good days are coming to an end soon. If you have any sense, you better apologize to my godfather quickly. My godfather is the chairman of the Zhou Group's film industry, you can't compete with him. Last night, Li Meijun was not by Zhou Jianting's side. She had no idea what had happened this morning. Otherwise, she would never have said these words. Chen Chen couldn't help but smile. Sorry, the godfather you mentioned is no longer the chairman of the Zhou Group's film industry. In Chen Chen's eyes, Li Meijun was just a clown. Li Meijun found it amusing. Chen Chen, are you talking in your sleep? My godfather is not the chairman of the Zhou Group's film industry, are you? Chen Chen didn't say anything. He owned 42% of the shares of the Zhou Group's film industry. If he wanted to be the chairman, there would be no problem. However, he didn't want to. Since he rarely got involved in the company's management, he preferred not to be the chairman. This way, he could have a leisurely life. He just needed to enjoy the company's dividends. You are just the chairman of Baya International. What can you use to compete with my godfather? Chen Chen's face showed little expression as he said calmly, are you done talking? You can leave now. Li Meijun was burning with anger, her eyes filled with rage. Chen Chen, how dare you tell me to leave? I have booked the entire restaurant now, and the one who should leave is you. Seeing that Chen Chen showed no intention of leaving, Li Meijun instructed her bodyguards behind her, get them out. Quick! The 4 bodyguards dared not disobey Li Meijun's order and rushed towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen, be careful! Although Lin Yara knew that Chen Chen was skilled, she was still a bit worried. As Li Meijun's 4 bodyguards approached, Chen Chen's face turned cold. He took action. Even though the 4 bodyguards had received professional training, they were no match for Chen Chen's fist. In no time, the 4 bodyguards were defeated, lying on the ground, clutching their chests in pain. You! Li Meijun was shocked by Chen Chen's strength, her face turning pale. She involuntarily took 2 steps back. But by then, Chen Chen had already walked towards her quickly. Chen Chen, don't do anything reckless. My godfather. Before Li Meijun could finish her sentence, Chen Chen slapped her on both cheeks. The force was strong, and Li Meijun's face visibly swelled up rapidly. Don't think I won't hit a woman. Chen Chen looked coldly at Li Meijun. Feeling the burning pain on her face, Li Meijun roared in madness, Chen Chen. You! How dare you hit me? Seeing Chen Chen's fierce skills, Lin Jinrong and Lin Haoming were completely stunned. Everything happened too quickly, and they hadn't even seen clearly. This is too amazing. Daughter, has Director Chen received training? Lin Jinrong leaned over to Lin Yor, sounding amazed. Lin Yair just shook her head. She didn't know much about Chen Chen, so she didn't know. Chen Chen sneered, what's wrong with hitting you? Not only will I hit you, but I will also blacklist you. Perhaps in the past, Chen Chen wouldn't dare say such words. But now, he held a significant amount of shares in the Zhou Group's film industry. To blacklist Li Meijun was just a matter of words. Li Meijun's eyes were red. The intense pain on her face made her cry immediately. Chen Chen, stop boasting here. My godfather is the chairman of the Zhou Group's film industry. With your status, how can you blacklist me? The remaining staff members didn't dare to help when they saw Li Meijun being hit. Of course. Even Li Meijun's bodyguards were beaten by Chen Chen. If they intervened, the only result would be getting beaten by Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled and said, you can call Zhou Jianting and ask. Let's see if Zhou Jianting can save you. Li Meijun glared at Chen Chen with resentment and anger, saying, just wait for me. She took out her phone and called Zhou Jianting. What's the matter? Zhou Jianting was in a bad mood. Seeing that it was Li Meijun calling, he was a bit impatient. The chairman's position was lost, and he even gave 10% of the shares to Chen Chen. Just thinking about it made him angry.
At this time, Zhou Jianting was still lecturing his son Zhou Zhihao. Li Meijun complained to Zhou Jianting, "Godfather,
I met that Chen Chen at the restaurant. Not only did he hit me, he also said he would blacklist me. Godfather, you must help me." Li Meijun cried bitterly. Upon hearing Li Meijun's words, Zhou Jianting became furious. "What, you provoked that Chen Chen again?" Zhou Jianting was extremely angry. He had paid such a high price just to be forgiven by Chen Chen. And now, Li Meijun, this foolish woman, had offended Chen Chen again. At this moment, Zhou Jianting felt the urge to kill Li Meijun. Li Meijun explained while crying, "Godfather, last night, Chen Chen hit Zhou Xiao. I just wanted to help Zhou Xiao vent his anger." Zhou Jianting scolded loudly, "Li Meijun, you can go to hell. Go as far away as possible. From now on, we have no relationship." Li Meijun panicked. She never expected Zhou Jianting to tell her to go to hell. What's going on? Is Godfather abandoning her? Godfather. Godfather. You can't ignore me. Without Zhou Jianting as her backer, how could she compete with Chen Chen? In this way, Chen Chen could really blacklist her. Get out. Zhou Jianting didn't want to say another word to Li Meijun. He hung up the phone immediately. This completely illustrated what it meant for a woman to be like clothes. He couldn't offend Chen Chen again for the sake of Li Meijun. Godfather. Godfather. Li Meijun called out a few times. But the phone was already silent. She was completely desperate. She realized that she had been abandoned by Zhou Jianting. But she couldn't understand why Zhou Jianting's tone changed so drastically when Chen Chen's name was mentioned. Weren't Zhou Jianting and Chen Chen enemies? Why did it turn out like this? At that moment, the staff next to Li Meijun also received a phone call. When she learned about the changes in the company, her face immediately changed. After listening to the call, she walked to Li Meijun's side and said, "Miss Li, something bad happened. Just now, Mr. Zhou resigned as chairman of the company. And I heard that someone named Chen Chen bought 32% of Zhou's film industry shares." Li Meijun turned pale. "What? My godfather is no longer the chairman of Zhou's film industry?" Of course, what shocked Li Meijun the most was that Chen Chen had actually bought so many shares of Zhou's film industry. How did he manage to do that? Thinking back to what Chen Chen had just said, Li Meijun's eyes glazed over as she sat paralyzed on the ground. She knew she was finished. Obviously, Chen Chen had taken control of Zhou's film industry. Blacklisting her was no joke. This also explained why Zhou Jianting was so angry when she mentioned Chen Chen on the phone. It turned out that Zhou Jianting had been completely defeated in this battle. Abandoning Li Meijun was just to avoid provoking Chen Chen again. As for what price Zhou Jianting had paid, Li Meijun had no idea. How could this happen? Li Meijun panicked. She didn't want to be blacklisted. She didn't want to disappear like this. "Mr. Chen. I was wrong, give me another chance. Please don't blacklist me, I can still create value for the company." Li Meijun tried to stand up, but her legs were weak and she couldn't get up. She could only crawl awkwardly to Chen Chen's feet. She never expected Chen Chen to be so capable. Even Zhou Jianting was no match for this young man. Lin Jinrong and Lin Haoming looked at each other, puzzled. They were a bit confused as to why Li Meijun's attitude changed so quickly. Just a moment ago, she was still boasting about teaching Chen Chen a lesson. As a result, just 2 minutes. Zhou's film and television company is a bit inappropriate. At least for Chen Chen, he doesn't like this name. Of course, besides renaming the company, there is another way. That is to merge Zhou's film and television company with Qingfeng Film and Television Company. However, Chen Chen only owns 42% of Zhou's film and television company, so he cannot have absolute controlling stake. Whether other shareholders of Zhou's film and television company will agree is also a question. It looks like I can buy more shares of Zhou's film and television company. Now that the stock price of Zhou's film and television company has plummeted, it's a good opportunity.
As long as the timing is right, the two companies can be merged.
This will also make management easier.
Passing by Hyaming Commercial Street, Chen Shen stopped the car. Because the headquarters of Jinghao Hotel is located here.
I want to visit the headquarters of Jinghao Hotel. Do you want to come with me?
Having acquired 68% of Jinghao Hotel's shares in the morning, Chen Shen wants to go up and take a look.
Lin Yara hesitated and asked, Chen Shen, is Jinghao Hotel also yours?
This hotel chain brand is also well known in Huaxia, and Lin Yara is naturally aware of it.
Not exactly. Chen Shen corrected.
I just happened to acquire 68% of Jinghao Hotel's shares. Lin Yara shook her head helplessly and said, You have too many companies under your name. Longhu Pharmaceutical, Hyaming Commercial Street, Qingfeng Film and Television Company.
I can't even count them all. Chen Shen laughed, it's not that many.
The number of companies owned at the moment is temporary.
As long as the system is in place, the number of acquired companies will only increase.
Lin Yara said, when the next Huaxia rich list is updated, you will probably be the richest person in Huaxia. Chen Shen shook his head, what can be counted on the rich list is just the public assets.
Some hidden billionaires, they are the ones who are truly wealthy. What is seen on the surface is always just the tip of the iceberg.
Lin Yara couldn't deny it and smiled,
even so, you are nominally the richest person in Huaxia. Chen Shen didn't say anything, he opened the car door. Chen Shen, I won't go up with you. I'll wait for you in the car.
Lin Yara felt a bit tired.
Okay. I'll be back soon. Chen Shen casually closed the car door and walked into the building. He took the elevator to the headquarters of Jinghao Hotel. The headquarters of Jinghao Hotel is on the 16th floor, and there are quite a few employees. Chen Shen arrived at the front desk. The front desk staff happened to be absent.
It's working hours now, and it seems quiet around. Occasionally, he saw two employees coming in and out, both talking on the phone about business.
Chen Shen took out his phone, planning to contact the general manager.
At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from beside him.
Chen Shen. What are you doing here?
Chen Shen turned around and found a familiar face. Mo Yuxiang, a friend Chen Shen met in a club during college.
They had a good chat during their school days.
However, they had little contact after graduation.
He didn't expect to meet here. Chen Shen. We have a new colleague in the procurement department, is it you? I just got promoted to team leader, we can work together in the future. Mo Yuxiang patted Chen Shen's shoulder and said with a smile.
Chen Shen explained, No, I'm not here to work.
Chen Shen is now the chairman of Jinghao Hotel.
It's impossible for him to work here. Hearing Chen Shen say this, Mo Yuxiang looked puzzled.
Not here to work? Chen Shen, then why are you here? Do you have other friends here?
Chen Shen shook his head and said, I'm here to see your general manager.
Mo Yuxiang glanced at Chen Shen and said, Chen Shen, our general manager is very busy. If you want to see him, you usually need to make an appointment in advance. Chen Shen smiled, it's okay. He will see me. Mo Yuxiang guessed, are you here to discuss a big deal with our general manager? Chen Shen, that's impressive.
Chen Shen shook his head again, not really.
Mo Yuxiang looked puzzled.
It's neither this nor that. He really couldn't figure out why Chen Shen wanted to see their general manager.
Just then, the front desk female staff also returned.
She was a young and beautiful girl.
Xiao Lei, is Director Zhang in the office?
My friend said he wanted to see Director Zhang.
The front desk girl glanced at Chen Shen.
It must be said, Chen Shen looked quite handsome. But to see the general manager, an appointment had to be made in advance.
What do you want with our Director Zhang? The girl asked.
Chen Shen smiled, just tell your general manager that the chairman of Jinghao Hotel has arrived.
Thinking that Lin Yara was still waiting downstairs, Chen Shen didn't waste any more time. What? You are the chairman of our Jinghao Hotel?
The girl widened her eyes in shock.
After a while, she reacted and immediately bowed to Chen Shen.
her attitude became more respectful.
Chairman, hello. I will inform Director Zhang right away. The girl didn't dare to delay and ran towards the general manager's office. Beside her, Mo Yuxiang was also in shock. Chen. Chen. When did you become the chairman of Jinghao Hotel? Are you also a second-generation rich? Mo Yuxiang wondered.
Based on his understanding of Chen Shen, he didn't seem like a second-generation rich.
Chen Shen smiled and didn't say anything, leaving Mo Yuxiang to guess for himself. After a while, the general manager hurriedly ran out.
The employees passing by were surprised to see the nervous look on the general manager's face. And so, the general manager and the front desk girl ran.
Chen Chen.
Director Zhang, it's him, the front desk girl said respectfully. The general manager was slightly overweight. He was sweating a lot at the moment, whether from nervousness or not was unclear.
You are Chen Chen, Chairman Chen, right?
The general manager also showed a respectful attitude.
Chen Chen nodded.
I came to understand the situation of the hotel. The general manager bowed and gestured for Chen Chen to follow.
Chen Chen glanced at Mo Yuxiang and said, let's chat when I have time. Mo Yuxiang was still in shock and nodded awkwardly. Chairman Chen, you go ahead.
He never expected Chen Chen to become the chairman of Jinghao Hotel.
He didn't know how he did it. Or perhaps, Chen Chen was a hidden second-generation rich person. Watching Chen Chen enter the office, Mo Yuxiang shook his head helplessly. Inside the office, the general manager respectfully said to Chen Chen, Chairman Chen, let me make you a cup of tea. And report to you about the hotel situation. Chen Chen replied, no need. Give me the documents, I'll take them back to review. He didn't want to keep Lin Youer waiting for too long. Okay.
The general manager immediately opened a drawer and pulled out some documents.
After receiving the documents, Chen Chen didn't linger any longer. He left the headquarters of Jinghao Hotel.
The general manager escorted Chen Chen to the building's entrance and watched him leave, feeling somewhat worried.
Chen Chen had only sat in the office for a while and left after receiving the documents. It was unclear if he was dissatisfied with his work.
Generally, when a company changes its chairman, there will be significant changes within the organization. Supporting a group of trustworthy individuals. The general manager wondered if the new chairman would replace him as well.
After some thought, the general manager returned to the office and called Mo Yuxiang over. Xiaoyu, are you very familiar with our chairman? Mo Yuxiang scratched his head and explained, not very familiar. Just ordinary friends.
It was embarrassing to realize that he had known Chen Chen for so long and only now found out that he was wealthy. And not just wealthy, but significantly so. Since he could become the chairman of Jinghao Hotel, Chen Chen naturally held a considerable amount of shares. The general manager patted Mo Yuxiang on the shoulder and said earnestly, Xiaoyu. You've only been in the department for a short time and have already become a team leader, which is great. The position of Deputy Minister of the Procurement Department is currently vacant, work hard. Next month, I plan to promote you to that position. Mo Yuxiang was excited. General Manager, I will work hard. He knew, of course, that this was because of Chen Chen. After chatting with Mo Yuxiang for a while, the General Manager let him go back. Mo Yuxiang sat at his desk, excitedly took out his phone. He had wanted to share the news that Chen Chen was a second-generation rich kid in the alumni group, along with the joy of his promotion. But after some thought, he gave up. What if Chen Chen preferred to keep a low profile? It might backfire. It would be better to invite Chen Chen for a meal when there's a chance. Chen Chen took the documents and sat back in the driver's seat of the silver-beard lizard. Lin Youer had already fallen asleep leaning on the seat. Chen Chen didn't wake Lin Youer up, he drove the car out of the parking space. However, Lin Youer was still awakened. Chen Chen, is it done? Lin Youer shook her blurry eyes. She felt like she couldn't open them. Yeah, just went up to get some documents. Lin Youer said, Jian Shui came to my house. So, I won't go back to the manor with you.
Just drop me off at Tangchen Ipin. Chen Shen smiled and said, take care and rest well. After all, Chen Shen had taken the blue pill last night, so he was feeling a bit out of sorts. This made it tough for Lin You'er. Nearly 10 minutes later, the car entered the Tangchen Ipin community. Chen Shen wasn't in a hurry to return to the manor, so he escorted Lin You'er upstairs. He also had a house here, conveniently located below Lin You'er's. But after moving to the luxurious manor, he hadn't returned to live here. After arriving at the door, Lin You'er rang the doorbell a few times. Soon, Yao Qianxue came out to open the door. You're finally back. Just saw the news, it worried me. So Mr. Chen is here too. Hello, Mr. Chen. Seeing Chen Shen standing next to Lin You'er, Yao Qianxue hurriedly greeted Chen Shen. Lin You'er looked at Yao Qianxue and smiled. I'm fine. Yao Qianxue looked a bit helpless. Your face looks so bad, and you say you're fine? Lin You'er didn't know how to explain. She hadn't rested well last night, mainly because of Chen Shen. Her relationship with Zhou Zhihao wasn't that significant. I just need to rest a bit. After hesitating for a moment, Lin You'er smiled and said to Yao Qianxue. Yao Qianxue nodded and then looked at Chen Shen. Mr. Chen, come in and sit for a while. Chen Shen said, no, I'll head back. He looked at Lin You'er and reminded her, rest well. With that, he turned and left. Lin You'er and Yao Qianxue went into the hall. Lin You'er now only had one thought in her mind, to sleep soundly. You'er, is everything really resolved? Did Zhou Zhihao cause you any trouble? Yao Qianxue sat Lin You'er down, still a bit worried. Lin You'er said, it's resolved. Thanks to Chen Shen. To avoid worrying Yao Qianxue, she briefly recounted what happened last night. As for the matter between her and Chen Shen, she naturally didn't mention it. After hearing the story, Yao Qianxue was shocked. Oh my, Mr. Chen is really amazing. He made the Zhou father and son regret so quickly. Yao Qianxue admired. If I were you, I would offer myself to Mr. Chen. Yao Qianxue joked. Lin You'er blushed. Because she had already done so. I won't tell you anymore, I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me. Lin You'er walked quickly into the room to rest. Why do I feel like You'er is acting strange today? Yao Qianxue shook her head. She couldn't figure out what was wrong. Finally, she went back to her room and started a live broadcast. Tuanchuan Takeout. Headquarters. Li Xing looked at the information collected on the desktop, frowning. Just 2 days ago, a food delivery platform called Full Stomach suddenly emerged in the Magic City. The person in charge of the platform claimed to offer a 2 billion subsidy to the market. At first, Li Xing didn't take it seriously because their food delivery market was almost monopolized by them. Every day, some food delivery platforms would emerge, but they were destined to be small, and Baolim announced that they would take out 20 billion to subsidize. In his view, it is undoubtedly speculation. What's wrong with having 20 billion in funds? Why use it for a food delivery platform, isn't that a joke? However, to Li Xing's surprise, that food delivery platform was not just making empty promises. They were actually crazy about subsidizing. Just yesterday, the order volume of Tuanchuan Takeout dropped by 20%. And many delivery drivers also joined their camp. There was no way the other platform was giving out too much. As of today, the order volume of Tuanchuan Takeout is still declining. How can this go on? The market that he had worked so hard to build was about to be handed over. So, Li Xing also held an emergency meeting and discussed countermeasures with the company's top executives. They also sent people out to investigate. Who exactly set their sights on the food delivery market? Chairman, this is the information you asked me to collect. The secretary handed over a neatly organized document to Li Xing. Li Xing looked at it carefully. The more he read, the more shocked he became. Is this not a mistake? Did they subsidize 3 billion in the market yesterday? Li Xing couldn't believe it. Did the other party's money come out of thin air? Subsidizing like this is a complete loss-making business.
The secretary explained, this data was calculated by our company's professionals.
It's not a small amount.
Li Xing took a deep breath. He felt threatened for the first time. At this rate, did the other party really want to subsidize 20 billion?
If that were the case, Tuanchuan Takeout would be in danger.
He began to suspect if he had offended some big shot. Because this strategy was completely self-defeating. Subsidizing with 20 billion, even if they could replace their position in the food delivery market, they might not make back that much money. The secretary continued, Chairman.
They are still subsidizing today. And even more crazily than yesterday.
Li Xing's face turned pale, lost in thought. When their company started, they also subsidized the market with a lot of money.
That's how they achieved their current market position.
If they were to confront the other party head-on, they would definitely lose a lot of money.
Who could afford to burn billions in a day?
But if they let it go unchecked, the market would be taken over by others. Li Xing was at a loss.
Just then, several senior executives of the company hurried into the office. Chairman, we have found out about that company's background. It's a bit complicated. The chairman of that company is named Chen Chen, a wealthy tycoon in the Magic City. He also has several other companies under his name.
Li Xing patiently read the information about Chen Chen and was extremely shocked. A young graduate owning so many assets was beyond belief.
At the same time, Li Xing felt a headache. Because the other party was very wealthy.
A very powerful opponent.
What do you think?
Li Xing glanced at the company's senior executives. Someone spoke up, Chairman, I feel that this Chen Chen is messing around. Or maybe, he is trying hard to prove himself. I guess, it won't be long before his behavior is stopped by the elders of the family.
Chen Chen was too young, they didn't believe he didn't have a powerful family backing him.
And Chen Chen's crazy money-burning strategy was doomed to fail.
Someone chimed in, I think so too.
Maybe in a few days, Chen Chen will realize that he is losing a lot of money and choose to stop.
Others expressed their opinions. The conclusions drawn were similar.
That is, Chen Chen would not really subsidize the market with 20 billion. After all, 20 billion is not a small amount. When the other party realizes that this money-burning model is not profitable, they will surely stop in time. And all they could do was wait. Li Xing nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, this is not a solution.
Forget it, let's also subsidize with some money.
Li Xing's move was also a last resort. In case all the delivery drivers of the company run out, it would be a disaster.
And also, we need to be prepared for a counterattack.
When the other side stops burning money, we must take back the lost market. At noon, Xin Mingjie found Chen Chen staying in the manor.
Director Chen, please report to me about the company's situation.
Xin Mingjie stood in front of Chen Chen, respectfully said.
Senior. You should just call me by my name.
The way you are, it makes me very uncomfortable.
Chen Chen looked at Xin Mingjie, helplessly said. Xin Mingjie said, I also want to. But unfortunately, you are my boss now. So, I'll still call you Director Chen.
Chen Chen used to be her junior, but now, he has become the chairman.
Sometimes, Xin Mingjie also feels a bit. Lucky charms for yourself. With that, he turned and left. Seeing Chen Chen leave, the old fortune teller quickly caught up. Young man. Believe me, my lucky charms can bring you good luck.
By this time, Chen Chen had reached his sports car.
Since you are so good at predicting, then tell me, how much is this car worth?
Chen Chen pointed to the white Lamborghini and smiled.
The old fortune teller shook his head and said, I only predict fortunes, I don't calculate.
Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Chen Chen taking out the car keys. Then, he opened the door of the Lamborghini. This time, the old fortune teller was completely dumbfounded. Oh my, he had misjudged. This was actually a young tycoon. If he had known earlier, he would have changed his words. Please step away from Mr. Chen. At this moment, the bodyguard sitting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom also got out of the car.
Sorry for the disturbance.
The old fortune teller didn't dare to stay any longer, lowered his head, and quickly left the scene. On the way back to the manor, Chen Shan received a call from Lu Mengqing.
Director Chen, I have something to report to you. Lu Mengqing's tone was filled with self-blame.
It turned out that a prescription from the company had been stolen. Although it was just a simple prescription, it took the research and development department 8 years to develop. Over 10 billion yuan was invested.
The drug was about to be launched.
However, at this critical moment, the prescription was stolen. Moreover, the rival company had registered the patent first. This meant that all the money invested before had gone down the drain.
Walked in front of Chen Shen and introduced, Chairman Chen, hello. Zhou Wanling was surprised to see Chen Shen so young. No need to be polite, Dr. Zhou, please have a seat. Chen Shen stood up and shook hands with Zhou Wanling.
He had great admiration for such professional talent. He had also dabbled in pharmaceutical research in the past, but unfortunately, due to certain reasons, it didn't work out as he had hoped.
Zhou Wanling was flattered and said, Director Chen, I'm fine standing. Chen Shen asked, you must be aware of the theft of the company's prescription, right? Zhou Wanling nodded, I know.
She glanced at Lu Mengqing and continued, as the project leader, I have a great responsibility.
Chen Shen waved his hand, I didn't call you here to assign blame. I just want to understand the situation from you.
You should also know that if we don't investigate this matter thoroughly, our other research projects will also be at risk of leakage. The company would suffer significant losses.
Zhou Wanling agreed. She then answered a few questions from Chen Shen. Zhou Wanling suggested, Director Chen, shouldn't we pause the development of other projects until we clarify this matter?
Chen Shen shook his head, that's not necessary.
You can go now. I will get to the bottom of this. Zhou Wanling didn't say much more. Director Chen, Assistant Lu, I'll take my leave. She turned and walked out of the office.
Lu Mengqing looked at Chen Shen without saying a word. Before Chen Shen joined the company, she had already spoken to all the staff involved in the project research, but didn't get any useful information.
Curiously, Chen Shen smiled and said, I'll send someone to investigate.
So you don't have to worry about this matter. Lu Mengqing could only nod. In fact, she also hoped to clarify this matter as soon as possible.
I'm going back first. Chen Shen left Longhu Pharmaceutical, drove back to the manor. He brought a laptop and was about to investigate in his room.
Suddenly, Su Yuhuan found him. It turned out that 2 people had come outside the manor, saying they wanted to see Chen Shen. Originally, Chen Shen didn't want to see them because he had important things to do. But when he heard one of the names, Chen Shen changed his mind.
Tang Bajuan, the chairman of Tianying Group. And Tianying Group was the parent company of Donghai Pharmaceutical. Bring them in. Chen Shen put away the laptop.
He wanted to see why Tang Bajuan had come to the manor. Stealing Longhu Pharmaceutical's prescription and still having the face to come over.
Isn't that asking for trouble? Okay, Mr. Chen. Su Yuhuan immediately went out. After about half a minute, she led the 2 men into the hall.
The middle-aged man walking in front with a smile was Tang Bajuan. And the one behind him was Tang Jianhong, Tang Bajuan's son.
Chen Shen had seen him at the auction house before.
At that time, Tang Jianhong also wanted to buy the Nanjiang racetrack, but Chen Shen bought it at a high price. It was clear that Tang Jianhong was not happy at that time. This time, the father and son came to visit, and Chen Shen didn't know what they were up to.
Mr. Chen, hello.
Please don't mind this sudden visit.
Tang Bajuan stepped forward and said some polite words. Tang Jianhong stood behind his father and did not speak.
But in his eyes as he looked at Chen Shen, there was a hint of disdain.
Who are you?
Chen Shen sat on the sofa, raised his head, and just glanced at Tang Bajuan indifferently. He didn't invite the other party to sit down, nor did he ask the maid to pour tea. Because of the stolen prescription, he had no good feelings towards Tang Bajuan. And he could tell that the other party was a very scheming person.
Chen Shen didn't want to deal with such a person.
Tang Bajuan took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Shen.
Chairman of Tianying Group, Tang Bajuan. Chen Shen didn't stand up, nor did he take the other party's business card.
I remember, Donghai Pharmaceutical seems to be a subsidiary of Tianying Group. Tang Bajuan held up the business card in his hand, leaving it hanging in the air.
He frowned slightly and said, "That's right." Chen Shen picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of tea.
Longhu Pharmaceuticals had a prescription stolen by your Donghai Pharmaceutical industry.
I don't know if you are aware.
Tang Baijun put away his business card, concealed his displeasure on his face, and smiled.
Mr. Chen, there must be a misunderstanding in this.
Since it's a pharmaceutical company, it's normal to research and develop the same drug at the same time.
As for stealing someone else's prescription, we would never do such a thing. Tang Baijun said with a righteous tone. All right, I'll consider this a misunderstanding.
Seeing the other party not admitting it, Chen Shen did not ask further. He would make the other party pay once he collected evidence.
Just say what you need to say. I'm busy.
Tang Jianhong was already displeased with Chen Shen, and seeing him display an arrogant attitude in front of his father made him even more unhappy.
Mr. Chen, my father is the chairman of Tianying Group after all. Making my father stand and talk, is this how you treat guests? Tang Jianhong looked coldly at Chen Shen. You have no say here. Step aside. Tang Baijun pretended to scold his son.
In fact, he was extremely dissatisfied with Chen Shen as well. If this wasn't Chen Shen's territory, Tang Baijun would have lost his temper already. He had been in the Magic City for so long, and even people with status would give him some face when they saw him.
But this Chen Shen, surprisingly, didn't take him seriously. Mr. Chen,
I came to see you this time to discuss something.
Can you sell the Nanjiang racecourse to me?
I heard you spent a total of 25.5 billion at the auction.
I won't let you lose. How about 26 billion? Tang Jianhong frowned. He couldn't understand why his father would spend 26 billion to buy the Nanjiang racecourse. Isn't that just letting Chen Shen earn an extra 50 million for nothing?
Spending so much money, even if they bought the Nanjiang racecourse, it would be a losing business.
In Tang Jianhong's impression, his father was a very shrewd person.
But now, he was making such a mistake.
Dad!
Tang Jianhong was about to say something, but he saw Tang Baijun raise his hand.
Obviously, he was telling Tang Jianhong not to speak.
At this moment, Tang Baijuan's face showed little expression.
Although he didn't show it on his face, Tang Baijun was actually full of anger.
Before coming to Chen Shen's estate, he never thought of spending so much money to buy the Nanjiang racecourse. And this move was clearly out of anger. He wanted to see if Chen Shen was a person who knew the current situation.
He dared to take his 26 billion?
Chen Shen smiled and shook his head.
He also didn't expect Tang Baijun to come for the Nanjiang racecourse.
But then again, at the auction, Tang Jianhong was furious for not getting the Nanjiang racecourse.
Chen Shen didn't know what Tang Jianhong wanted to do with the Nanjiang racecourse.
But he didn't intend to agree.
Director Tang, I'm sorry. I'm not selling. Tang Baijun smiled insincerely and made another offer. 27 billion. He was testing Chen Shen.
If Chen Shen sold the Nanjiang racecourse to him at a low price, that would be fine. If he dared to take so much money, Tang Baijun would definitely not let Chen Shen off. The reason Tang Baijun was so eager to buy the Nanjiang racecourse was because he had recently obtained the hosting rights for an international race. Originally planned to be held in Yanjing, it was moved to the Magic City due to some unexpected circumstances. Tang Baijun was determined to get the Nanjiang racecourse, but unfortunately, Chen Shen appeared out of nowhere. Not selling. Chen Shen shook his head again. Although he was full of anger, Tang Baijun didn't show it on his face. Mr. Chen. As far as I know, buying the Nanjiang racecourse doesn't have much use for you. It's better to appreciate beauty. Name your price. Tang Baijun was a smiling tiger, with a hint of a smile on his face.
Those who didn't know him might think he was easy to talk to.
However, the reality was quite the opposite. Tang Bojun has a habit, which is to settle scores afterwards. Chen Shen glanced at Tang Bojun and said with a smile, "The company's prescription was stolen, causing me to lose tens of billions. Since Director Tang wants the Nanjiang racecourse so much, how about this? I'll give you a friendly price.
6 billion.
Tang Bojun thought that Chen Shen had come to his senses, but when he heard the next sentence, his face suddenly changed.
6 billion, this is simply extortion. Tang Jianhong was also furious, pointing at Chen Shen, angrily saying, "Chen Shen, are you playing us?" Chen Shen shrugged. "Didn't you ask me to name a price? If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it." Chen Shen deliberately provoked Tang Bojun. The company under Tang Bojun's name stole the prescription of Longhu Pharmaceutical. So, they were rivals. Tang Jianhong was almost exploding with